This young man has always been looked down upon as a loser since childhood because he couldn't awaken any magic. To make matters worse, he has a genius younger sister who possesses the talent of a holy mage, which only made him even more despised. But little did everyone know, he was actually the true hidden genius of the family. The thing is, after a freak accident, Lucas passed away and accidentally reincarnated into this magical world. But somehow, he awakened the overwhelming power of a martial god. It's absolutely wild. And so, while other mages are busy chanting spells and performing incantations, our protagonist just uses pure physics one punch, and it's game over. He's basically the one-punch man of the mage world. He fears no one. So, while other mages were busy chanting spells, our guy just went the physical route one punch, game over. He's basically the one-punch man of the magic world. He doesn't care who you are. Inside the emergency room, a high school student named Shuichi is lying on his deathbed, listening to his loved one's final goodbyes. That very morning, his kind mother had personally handed him a lunchbox with his favorite rolled omelet. She told him not to worry about money and to just focus on his studies. His little sister happily offered him some candy, and he affectionately patted her head, telling her to listen to their mother. But in reality, his school life was a total nightmare. A group of bullies crushed Shuichi's lunchbox and mocked him. "Shuichi, I can't believe you still have the nerve to show your face at school." They beat him mercilessly, just because he dared to step in to protect a girl. The ringleader sneered, "A weakling like you thinks you can save someone? You're still too soft." Even the girl he saved just stood there in the rain, advising him not to provoke them and to look out for himself instead. A real tragedy struck when a truck came hurtling toward him, its headlights blinding in the pouring rain. With wounds on his face that hadn't even healed yet, Shuichi couldn't dodge in time and was thrown far away after the massive impact. Lying motionless on the road, his consciousness fading, he was filled with a desperate question: am I going to die just like this? In his weak, gasping breath, Shuichi painfully called out for his mother. He felt overwhelming regret and torment for not being able to protect those he loved. Amidst the murmurs of passers-by, a fierce desire ignited within his heart. In my next life, I must be strong. I won't let anyone bully me again. On the magical continent of Akanas, the annual divine blessing ceremony was being held in a grand fashion. The priest announced clearly to the crowd that children under 6 years old must offer their most precious item to the gods. If accepted, they would be granted a soul messenger. This was the only chance for the citizens to awaken their latent magical elements and become true mages. Amidst the crowd, a poor young boy naively asked his mother if his candy was enough to trade for magic, but his mother could only answer sadly, "No, my child. It has to be expensive jewelry like the nobles have." Indeed, prestigious families like Lady Blanc's had prepared magnificent jewelry boxes, because the more valuable the item, the higher the chance of receiving a blessing. Whispers of excitement suddenly rippled through the crowd when the Rian family appeared. Some claimed they had bet their entire family fortune just for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Horian, the head of the Rian family, looked at his children with a determined gaze. He told himself that he had made a huge gamble for the future of his entire clan, and that Lucas and Julia, the two smartest children in the family, would surely receive high-level blessings. Shortly after, the priest called out, "Next, Julia Rian." The petite girl stepped toward the altar, placing her golden crown on the stone pedestal, causing the magic circle beneath her feet to instantly light up. A fierce bolt of lightning erupted from the circle. No one could believe their eyes when they saw the level of the blessing reach level 7, a miracle that hadn't occurred in the last 12 years. Julia stood amidst the flickering electric sparks. Her eyes shone with a divine power that left the entire square in shock at her true innate talent. Witnessing Julia's success, the crowd began to whisper. They realized the item she had offered was the crown of the Thunder God, but some were still skeptical, saying it wasn't worth the Rian family throwing away their entire fortune. Meanwhile, Lucas was excitedly clapping for his sister, and his father, Horian, approached him, gently adjusting his son's clothes and saying, "It's your turn now, Lucas." The boy confidently replied, "Yes, father." The butler slowly opened a wooden box, revealing a sword radiating a powerful aura. The appearance of the blade left everyone present stunned by the terrifying magical energy it emitted. The shadow of Kios, the primal fire god of magic, appeared in flames behind Lucas, making everyone gasp in amazement. While Julia happily cheered for her brother to wish him luck, Lucas calmly carried the sword toward the altar. Even the priest standing there couldn't help but admire the priceless artifact. He understood that the head of the Rian family was betting everything on this child. As soon as Lucas placed the sword on the pedestal, the magic circle immediately exploded in a blinding light. At that same moment, the sky above the academy suddenly turned red, as blood. Witnessing a phenomenon never before seen in history, Horian was stunned, wondering, is that level 9? Or did I spend too much money? Inside the altar, a giant column of fire erupted from the pedestal. However, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse when Lucas looked down at his hands and realized flames were beginning to burst out from within his own body. The pain struck so suddenly he couldn't react. His eyes flared with intense fire. In extreme agony, Lucas screamed miserably as the magical fire consumed him, while the sword continued to hover above, as if performing a cruel, sacrificial ritual. The sky gradually returned to normal, but the air at the ceremony became heavy with anxiety. Lucas's father shouted in a panic, "Is the ceremony over? Where is the soul messenger?" Amidst the murmurs, someone pointed toward the altar. "Hey, look at the altar!" Julia watched in horror, the candy in her hand, falling and shattering as she saw her brother thrown off the pedestal, falling freely to the ground in a cloud of gray smoke. Lucas lay motionless, his eyes staring blankly into nothingness. Julia screamed in tears. Horian also rushed over frantically, calling his son's name. The whole family gathered around Lucas's cold body. The mother sobbed, not understanding what was happening, while the father pleaded urgently, "Lucas, please, wake up." The priest standing there, drenched in sweat, tremblingly delivered a harsh declaration. "The gods have rejected this boy. Lucas Rian has been forsaken by the primal god of magic." While everyone was still in shock, a strange blue light silently slipped away from the scene. In another dimension known as the domain of the fire god, rivers of lava churned. In the fury of a powerful dark entity, he roared in resentment. "Damn it! How dare the Ryan family offer a sword that almost took my life? The fire god is such a coward, scared of just one sword?" He grabbed the blade, feeling the echoes of unforgivable wounds from the past when he was struck by this very weapon. The cold-blooded fire god declared that Horian Rian's family should be grateful he had only incinerated that child's soul. The surrounding imps couldn't stop flattering his mercy and generosity. Suddenly, one imp spotted something strange. A visitor from another planet just checked into his territory. "Should I burn it to a crisp again?" The fire god scoffed with disdain. "Not necessary. A bug from the outside world isn't worth the effort." He turned back to look at the offering and admitted it was a decent item. Meanwhile, in the real world, a glowing blue butterfly landed on Lucas's forehead. His eyes snapped open, radiating a blinding light. The scene shifted to the realm of the martial god of the Tianyuan domain, where a man with fiery red hair and bulging muscles was floating in the void. Surrounding him were swirling golden energy ribbons, creating a suffocating pressure of divinity. When he opened his eyes, his pupils burned with an intense orange glow, radiating the aura of a supreme ruler. Every step he took in midair caused reality to shatter like glass. The martial god continued to walk majestically, his every movement making the space around him crack violently. Directly ahead, a gigantic entity with blue skin and countless glowing red eyes emerged from the cosmic shadows, blocking his path. Looking at it, he realized this was the source of power ruling this world. Without a hint of fear, the martial god crossed his arms arrogantly and challenged it. "Trying to block my path to transcendence? You're not quite ready for that." Responding to the challenge, the cosmic monster opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and spewed a massive beam of pitch-black energy, intending to swallow the one who dared to defy it. The terrifying pressure surged toward the martial god, but he stood firm at the center of the impact. His eyes blazed as he poured all his strength into his fist. The martial god threw a powerful punch, creating a massive explosion of light that wiped out the enemy's attack. Amidst the dissolving fragments of energy, the martial god stood tall, walking toward the brilliant light. After defeating the cosmic entity, the martial god wore an arrogant smirk that cosmic power was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Just then, his guardian spirit rushed over with a desperate scream. The martial god was interrupted, and he coldly pushed the little spirit away, demanding an explanation. However, his expression suddenly shifted as he sensed a horrifying truth. "This aura, Rezuku, my former partner, has been destroyed?" He began to question what was happening on the continent of Akanus. In the martial god's memories, 1,000 years ago, martial arts were the ultimate power, far surpassing magic. He couldn't accept that Kios, a weakling who once nearly died from a single slash of his, was now worshipped as a supreme fire god. The spirit sobbed, complaining that if he hadn't been so obsessed with the martial way, he wouldn't have let that minor god run wild for so long. Faced with the changes of the era, the martial god crossed his arms in thought. Having to personally spread martial arts was quite a burden. But looking at the dimming flame of the soul, he understood that it was his responsibility to pass on his essence to future generations. With an unyielding will, the martial god decided to step into the light in search of a new transcendence. At the same time, in the real world, Lucas slowly regained consciousness as he heard voices echoing in his head. He was shocked, thinking, dying, and still getting bothered? My luck really is terrible. As he opened his eyes, he froze, seeing countless faces of the spirit closing in, staring at him with great intensity. The little spirit announced loudly, I am the martial god spirit. With my protection, your life is going to get a major upgrade. Lucas lay stunned on the hospital bed, surrounded by dancing magical lights. The spirit declared, I shall grant you the protection of the martial god. Before Lucas could process this, a blinding light shot from the void straight into his body. Immediately, a mysterious notification appeared. Blessing of the 9th Horian Ryank martial god. The limit for martial arts training has been removed. Waking up in the hospital bed, with golden energy surrounding his body, Lucas was stunned, wondering about this strange 9th rank power and the voices he had just heard. He stared at his trembling hands, his mind reeling from this irrational reality. Lucas remembered the horrific moment when he was hit by a truck in his previous life. He should have died that day, so why was he still alive? Memories of the original Lucas Rian, the child who had just been rejected by the gods at the ceremony, came rushing back, intermingling with his old memories and causing him to clutch his head in pain. He gave a bitter smile, wondering if heaven was playing games with his destiny. Reincarnating as a child abandoned by the gods in a world of magic left Lucas incredibly anxious. He feared he would soon be discarded by his family, leading to a life even more miserable than the last. In his heart, he hoped his mother and sister, Azusa, in his old world, could live well off his life insurance money. Looking at the strange light on his hands, he still couldn't understand what the martial god's blessing meant, since he knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. Suddenly, the sound of a candy dropping to the floor made him jump. Julia was standing at the door with teary eyes, sobbing, "Brother!" She rushed over to hug Lucas, crying with joy. "You didn't kick the bucket? I thought you were gone for good." Lucas gently patted her head to comfort her. "Don't cry anymore. I'm okay now." Looking at Julia, he felt a pang of sadness, thinking of Azusa. Surely his sister in his past life must be devastated by his death, too. Lucas's gaze became determined. He told himself that in this new life, he would use everything he had to protect what was most precious to him. Looking out the window, Lucas silently made a vow. "I'm counting on you, sir." At a gloomy shrine, the angel statue suddenly shed creepy tears of blood. A ghostly woman with long blue hair slowly materialized. She sensed the disappearance of the cursed entity and wondered if he had died or left this world. She let out a sinister smile, asserting that even with only a shred of power left, this world would eventually belong to them. 5 years later, at the Horian Rian family estate, Lucas had grown into a tall and handsome young man. Wiping off sweat after his workout, he thought to himself that since the sky was clear, Julia's magic training should be over by now. Lucas intended to go pick up his sister, but suddenly, a murderous aura lunged at him from behind, making him jump on guard. Thorny vines suddenly wrapped tightly around his body, lifting Lucas into the air. Instead of being afraid, he just sighed in frustration, already too used to this annoying prank. The person who just appeared was Jeremy Rian, the 4th child of the Rian family and Lucas's half-brother. He leaned on his staff, wore a smug smile, and kept spewing sarcasm. "You trash! Why are you still showing your face in this house?" Jeremy continued his arrogant act, insisting that this backyard was only for family members who could use magic. He tightened the vines, threatening to break a few of Lucas's ribs to teach him some manners. But Lucas just replied with a long, bored yawn, showing absolutely no fear. He calmly reminded him that his little sister's training session was over and warned, "Want to get roasted? Let go before I change my mind." Although Jeremy trembled, he tried to act tough, claiming that a weakling who needed his sister's protection had no right to order him around. But instantly, a giant purple lightning bolt from the sky struck Jeremy directly on the head. He screamed in agony as he was engulfed by the electric current, his whole body scorched, before collapsing to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. Lucas looked toward the gate where Julia was approaching with a magic-infused staff in her hand. Julia declared clearly, "If you ever dare to bully my brother again, I won't go easy on you." She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and quickly used magic to dissolve the thorny vines wrapped around Lucas. As the thorns fell to the ground, Lucas gently patted his sister's head to thank and reassure her. Lucas looked at Jeremy, who was scrambling to get up, with a knowing smile. "Did you learn your lesson so you don't have to suffer the same fate next time?" Jeremy gritted his teeth in humiliation, only managing to shout a threat to remember this before running away for his life with his maid. Watching the opponents retreating back, Lucas inwardly realized that Julia had deliberately restrained her power to avoid causing serious injury. Julia turned to him, puzzled. She knew full well that her brother could easily defeat Jeremy if he wanted to, so why didn't he fight back? Lucas just smiled and reminded her that his true strength was a secret known only to the two of them. Lucas smiled, patted her head, and asked, "From now on, remember to protect me, don't let anyone bully me." She excitedly replied, "Of course." It had been 9 years since his soul reincarnated into the body of Lucas Rian. He remembered the day he woke up 9 years ago, when Lucas's father came to visit. He once thought he would be kicked out of the house for disappointing them. But no. Mr. Horian hugged his son tightly and sobbed. "My goodness, the fact that you're alive is the greatest blessing for our family." Although he was the leader of a night order and often had to go on campaigns far from home, he was still a model father, always loving and caring deeply for his children. When he learned that Lucas had started martial arts training, he immediately sent a letter filled with useful information, revealing the ancient martial arts books in the family library. Thanks to that letter, Lucas decided to carry out an extremely bold plan. At the mansion, the maids constantly whispered about how young Master Lucas would often disappear by himself, despite being so young. Some malicious people even said that because he had no magic, he would sooner or later be kicked out of the house. Suddenly, violent tremors beneath the earth shook the entire mansion. The maids were clueless, blindly guessing about someone practicing earth magic, without knowing that a fist of steel was frantically breaking through layers of hard rock, right beneath their feet. Lucas wiped his sweat after finishing his excavation work. He satisfiedly told himself that everything was settled. For 6 long months, he had secretly dug a secret basement right under his room and divided it into 4 separate areas: a study area, a training area, a storage area, and even a makeshift bathroom. Because he had poured all his money into specialized equipment, he had to accept using a simple bathtub to soak in medicinal herbs. Since then, every day, Lucas secretly immersed himself in grueling training sessions inside his secret base. The secret basement had now become a real dojo fully equipped with weapons and ancient bookshelves. Lucas was soaking in a medicinal tub that radiated a mysterious purple aura. He told himself, soaking in this purple concoction is top tier. Over the past 3 years, he had been training relentlessly based on a secret manual called Chaos Body Refining Technique, and the results were astonishing. Now, even 5th-level magic attacks couldn't leave a single scratch on his body. His defense was perfected. Lucas began to shift his focus to training his attack skills. Standing before a dummy, he drew his sword from its scabbard with lightning speed. His eyes shone with intense focus, every movement exuding the power of a true master. Not stopping there, Lucas continued practicing with a spear. A powerful swing of the spear created a golden aura, directly crushing the testing dummy into pieces in an instant. He stood tall in the middle of the basement, his breathing still perfectly steady after such powerful blows. The notification confirmed that Lucas had reached level 4 of the cloud-piercing lightning spear skill. He told himself he would practice a bit more martial arts before finishing the session. Over the past 9 years, his abilities had progressed tremendously, but deep down, a worry about the limits of martial artists remained. According to ancient texts, upon reaching a certain realm, a martial artist would encounter a ceiling that prevented further evolution. The only way to break it was to achieve enlightenment, a challenge so arduous that countless people gave up halfway. This was also the reason why martial arts gradually declined and were overshadowed by magic, even though, in reality, they were not inferior at all. However, Lucas confidently asserted, "It might be hard for others, but I'm an exception." He focused all his spirit into his fist, his eyes glowing with a high-pressure blue light. With a roar, Lucas put all his strength into a direct punch against the sandbag in front of him. A terrifying wave of aura exploded, directly crushing the target into fragments in a cloud of dust. Standing amidst the rubble, Lucas calmly looked at his hands as a mystical notification appeared. Violent Brutal Fist had reached level 5. He realized his skill levels were still progressing very smoothly, seemingly without any limits. This was the result of the blessing from the level 9 martial god he possessed. A series of skills, from cloud-piercing lightning spear and blade slash to chaos body refining technique, had all reached staggering levels. The clock chimed, reminding Lucas that his training time was over. He quickly adjusted his attire because tonight his father, Mr. Horian, would return home for the family to have dinner together. Lucas walked through the splendid hallways of the mansion, heading toward the main dining room, and pushed open the massive double doors to enter. He saw that everyone had gathered at the luxurious banquet table. Mr. Horian suddenly announced that this year, the Allen Magic Academy would open the martial arts department as a special elective. and he submitted the application for Lucas. Hearing this, Jeremy could only click his tongue in utter contempt. His father continued to encourage him. Martial arts are grueling, but I believe Lucas can do it. Prepare well for the entrance exam next week. Lucas calmly thanked his father while Julia happily enjoyed her meal beside them. He told himself that in any world, becoming strong is essential to protect what matters, but to avoid trouble, he absolutely must not draw too much attention to himself. Julia excitedly interrupted the meal. Father, I want to join my brother at the Allen Magic Academy too. Mr. Rian smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm, but reminded her that she was only 11 years old and not yet old enough for official enrollment. Undeterred, Julia immediately countered by bringing up the elite course that has no age limit, then confidently pulled out a bright red envelope. I've been invited directly to the school, so I don't have to wait for my age to catch up. Holding the letter, Mr. Rian marveled as he realized Julia's reputation as a genius had reached as far as the Allen Academy, and he believed that a great archmage was about to emerge from the Rian family in the near future. Lucas secretly admired his sister's talent, while Lady Catherine gently prayed for both siblings to pass the exam safely. However, that warm atmosphere made Jeremy incredibly jealous. He gritted his teeth in resentment, unable to understand why someone like Lucas received such favoritism, and he feared his own reputation would be tarnished if his brother enrolled as well. Lost in his envy, Jeremy was suddenly pinched hard on the thigh by a hand wearing a purple glove, making him gasp in pain. It was Jessica Rian, Jeremy's mother, and the second wife of the Rian family. She coldly ordered her son to stay calm. Jessica used her hands to stroke Jeremy's face, reassuring him that he didn't need to worry about this. It would be a miracle if he actually passed. Just sit back and wait for the show, dear. With that, she flashed a sinister smile. A week later, the day to depart for the Magic Academy arrived. Standing before the mansion gates, their mother lovingly cautioned, Lucas, Julia, take care of yourselves. Once you're settled in, I'll come to visit and bring your favorite pudding. She handed Lucas an item and reminded him, don't forget the lucky coin your father gave you. It was a coin from the Wuyun dynasty, a period that unified the world 10 years before, which his father had obtained after defeating a magical beast. The front of the coin featured the first emperor, and the back showed the weapons he once used. Lucas was stunned to realize the face on the coin was the same muscle god who had appeared before him earlier. Remembering his father's instruction to always carry it as a lucky charm, Lucas felt grateful to have been born into such a wonderful family in this life. In their crisp academy uniforms, the two siblings waved goodbye. We're off. A few hours later, as the sun began to set, the carriage convoy stopped at the edge of a forest to camp for the night. Sitting by the fire, Butler Ford explained that if they departed early tomorrow morning, they would reach the town of Dak, home to the Allen Magic Academy, before nightfall. Julia excitedly asked about the fun things there, and Ford enthusiastically introduced the annual Magic Dodgeball tournament held every spring. Not only that, the town of Dak is also famous as a culinary paradise, with countless delicacies. Seeing his sister drooling at the thought of food, Lucas could only smile bitterly and tease, Julia, wipe your mouth, you're about to become a waterfall. But the cheerful atmosphere suddenly vanished when Lucas's ears twitched. A magic circle appeared in his eyes, helping him sense all movement from afar. He coldly announced, 12 horses and 13 people are rushing toward us at high speed from a distance of 2 kilometers. Facing Lucas's serious expression, Ford remained calm, replying that the probability of encountering bandits in this area was very low. Ford, don't be so naive. Life doesn't always go as planned. Thanks to the Chaos Body technique, Lucas now possessed astonishing defensive, regenerative, and sensory capabilities. He insisted that his intuition was definitely not wrong, while simultaneously calculating that because the group only had 5 people and included young children, they needed to handle this very carefully. While Julia was still innocently eating her pastry, Lucas immediately stood up to warn them. A mysterious group is heading our way at incredible speed. Get into position. Butler Ford and the soldiers were still confused because they hadn't heard any noise, but he quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ford shouted orders to his subordinates. Are you all deaf? The guests are at our doorstep. Go greet them. Even though he didn't know where Lucas got the information, he understood that being careful was never a waste. Immediately after, a pack of aggressive bandits on horseback burst out of the shadows at breakneck speed, leaving the soldiers stunned. It can't be. They really are here. The bandit leader, with a long scar and an eye patch, laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, we've got more fat prey. He was smug because, just as predicted, many nobles appeared around here before the Allen Magic Academy entrance exam. Looking at the two siblings, he revealed his cruel nature. Wanting to capture Julia alive, to sell for a high price. As for Lucas, he would be a product for customers with twisted tastes. Ford drew his sword, threatening them majestically. Do you know what happens when you touch a noble? The leader wasn't afraid at all and ordered his men to kill everyone, except for the 2 children. The battle broke out immediately. The soldiers shouted, determined to support Ford in protecting their masters. The aggressive bandits swung their blades and charged with savage smiles. The sound of clashing metal rang out in the middle of the night as both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. A brave soldier used his spear to take down a charging bandit. With eyes cold and determined, he shouted, "Lady Julia, leave this to me." Ford charged into the middle of the bandits like a tiger, every swing of his blade forcing his opponents to pay a heavy price. In the dangerous moment, he didn't forget to turn and warn, "Young Master Lucas, run away with Lady Julia quickly." But a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, making Lucas jump in shock. A soldier guarding the carriage had been engulfed by magical flames, screaming in extreme pain. The bandit leader revealed himself, holding a glowing staff in his hand with a sinister smile. Witnessing this scene, Ford was horrified to realize the bitter truth. What? There's a mage among the bandits? While distracted, he was approached by another bandit from behind. Ford only had enough time to shout a final plea. "Young master, run into the woods." A brutal slash grazed him, leaving Ford severely wounded. Lucas was extremely worried. Even though his body was exhausted and he was surrounded by mounted bandits, Ford still tried to stand up with his sword. The lead mage approached with a murderous look. He growled, "You killed my men, so I'm going to burn you alive." Before the magic muzzle glowing brightly, Forden was determined to protect his 2 young masters to his very last breath. Standing in the shadows, Lucas calculated the odds. Fighting a mage at level 2 was like throwing an egg at a rock. He had intended to keep his strength hidden, but seeing the man who had loved and cared for him like family in such danger, Lucas couldn't just stand by. Memories of Forden's kindness washed over him, making his heart ache. He couldn't let his family be murdered right before his eyes. Lucas clenched his fists and turned to his sister. "Julia, stay hidden here. I'm going to help Forden." He crouched, preparing to launch himself into the fray with a completely different intensity. Julia warned him worriedly, "All right, please be careful." Just then, the battlefield turned incredibly fierce. Butler Forden roared and swung his sword, taking down another bandit. However, his strength was spent. Forden collapsed, gasping for air amidst the gruesome scene. Seizing the chance, a bandit lunged from above, swinging his blade. "Die, you damn old fool." But the one who ended up injured wasn't him. It was the bandits around him, screaming in panic. What is this? Small stones, coated in golden spiritual energy, tore through the air at breakneck speed, piercing the enemy lines and taking the bandits down in a flash. To the shock of all the survivors, Lucas stood in the shadows, hand tight around a pebble, emitting a terrifying aura. He thought to himself, "Good thing my Gale Strike reached level 4 when I was practicing by throwing stones at fish." With cold, sharp eyes, he muttered, "And these losers call themselves bandits?" Witnessing his underlings wiped out in an instant, the mage leader screamed madly, "Damn it! Who did this?" He trembled as he activated a blazing magic circle on his staff, roaring as he tried to drag Forden down with him. "Old man, you're coming with me." A giant fireball carrying destructive power flew straight toward Forden. He closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the end, silently grateful that at least his 2 young masters would be safe thanks to the mysterious helper. Just in the nick of time, Lucas suddenly dashed out like a bolt of lightning. He poured all his strength into his fist, colliding head-on with the giant fireball to protect the devoted butler. Forden looked at his young master's back in shock and gasped, "Young master?" The fireball was completely obliterated. Seeing this, the mage was stunned, then frantically tried to counterattack. Even so, he could have tried to strike back with a fire snake, but before he could, Lucas closed the distance and unleashed a brutal, powerful punch, forcing the leader to let out a tragic shriek as the blow landed directly. The powerful punch sent the mage flying, finishing him off on the spot. Forden stood frozen, watching Lucas. He still couldn't believe his eyes. How could he have done that just now? A young boy taking down a high-level mage in an instant was unheard of in history. Lucas turned back, smiling confidently. "I guess I really do have a talent for martial arts." Forden could only call out to his young master, moved and filled with admiration. But the joy was short-lived as they both suddenly felt a thick, oppressive killing intent. Jet-black, evil-looking vines erupted from the ground, horrifying Forden. A massive entity, shaped like a bizarre skeleton with burning purple eyes and raw red flesh, began to take form. Faced with this terrifying monster, everyone gasped in shock. What kind of failed art project is this? It opened its mouth, filled with sharp, jagged fangs. The hideous monster kept roaring, "Die!" with deep resentment. The disgusting sound echoed, making the very air around them feel like it had frozen. Watching the monster wildly swinging its sharp claws, Lucas told himself he couldn't let Julia see this horrific scene. He needed to end this quickly. Immediately, Lucas leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning, pouring all his power into an attack, bringing a golden aura crashing down onto the target's head. But the monster remained unfazed, instead radiating an evil purple energy. Ghastly chains emerged from its body, pulling corpses from beneath the ground, much to Lucas's astonishment. "What the hell is this?" the monster growled, its eyes glowing with a strange serpent symbol. Its body began to mutate, growing larger and radiating a deadly pressure that smothered him. Seeing the symbol in its eyes, Lucas realized this monster truly had the ability to control the dead. Realizing standard physical attacks weren't effective, he decided to change tactics. If physical attacks don't work, let's try this. Lucas gathered all his spiritual energy into his palms and unleashed a massive, powerful burst of internal force. The golden wave pierced through the evil entity, creating a blinding explosion of light that swept away the darkness. The monster shrieked in vain as its body dissolved into ghostly fragments. Amidst the quiet, returning night, Lucas stood tall, ending the battle decisively. Once the enemy had completely vanished, Lucas sat down, exhausted, and let out a sigh of relief. "Big brother." Hearing his sister's voice, he smiled as he watched Julia run toward him. She threw herself into his arms, showering him with praise. "Did you take care of them all?" The old butler was also left stunned, wondering since when his young master had become so strong. He had beaten even that giant monster like a toy. A horse neighed, breaking the silence. A black horse slowly emerged, carrying a silver-haired young woman who was tightly bound and gagged, her face twisted in pain. Lucas was surprised to realize there was still someone to save. At the same time, in an evil space filled with corpses, a ghostly woman with long horns was leisurely bathing in a pool of blood. She sipped her red wine, her cold eyes flashing as she realized one of her pawns had been destroyed. "Number 4 is gone. Who dares touch my toys?" Back with Lucas's group, the silver-haired girl, now rescued, introduced herself as Maya Rasta. Hearing that name, Lucas mused. "Rasta? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." Julia nodded in agreement, saying she had heard it too. The butler, Forden, explained that both the Rasta and Horian Rian families were famous noble families living near the town of Dak. Lucas immediately recognized the familiarity and nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Julia curiously wondered why Maya had been attacked by the bandits. Maya Rasta tearfully recounted the horrific events that happened a few hours earlier when the bandit group suddenly appeared and attacked her carriage. Her guards were brutally murdered one by one in a sea of fire amidst the bandits' savage laughter. Even her loyal maid had been captured while trying her best to protect her mistress. Maya Rasta sobbed as she remembered that no matter how many times she insisted on her noble status, it was completely useless. The leader's greedy gaze made it clear that their true goal all along was to kidnap noble children like her for profit. Watching Maya Rasta tremble with fear, Lucas gently reassured her. "Don't worry, those jerks are gone for good." He fell silent, his expression thoughtful as he pondered the strange events that had just unfolded. Late at night by the campfire, Forden brought food to Lucas and informed him that Lady Maya and Julia had gone to rest. Lucas pensively asked for Forden's opinion on what Maya Rasta had just recounted. The butler concluded that this was a professional criminal gang that had long been targeting the children of noble families. Lucas clenched his fists, deep in thought about those who could use magic and possessed terrifying power to control the dead. He wondered if there was a mastermind pulling the strings. Forden promised to immediately report the incident to his master and contact the Rasta family to cooperate in the investigation. Lucas nodded in agreement, but also made a suggestion to avoid future trouble. The next day, as the carriage entered the town of Dak on the border of the Kamina Empire, Julia couldn't help but feel surprised and disappointed to hear that their sightseeing plans had been cancelled. Lucas explained that accomplices of yesterday's bandits might still be in town. Therefore, for safety, the group needed to head straight to the Magic Academy immediately, which made Julia pout with regret. Despite her disappointment, she nodded in agreement. "You're right, I agree." Seeing Julia still sulking about missing out on the trip, Lucas smiled and coaxed her. "You want to visit the town's food district, right? Later, when we pass by, I'll buy you whatever you like." That statement immediately cheered Julia up. She exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, brother." The bond between the two siblings left Maya Rasta in awe. "You two are really close." Just then, Forden spoke up to announce that the carriage had entered the town and invited everyone to enjoy the scenery outside. As soon as she opened the carriage window, Julia gasped in amazement at the splendor of the place. This was the second largest town in the empire, second only to the capital, with its ancient architecture and bustling streets. Witnessing the liveliness of the shops and the crowds, Maya Rasta joined in with excitement. Watching the crowds, Lucas secretly marveled at how the atmosphere here reminded him so much of the city he had lived in during his previous life. The trip became even more lively when a clown suddenly appeared outside the window, teasing them and startling the two girls. To make up for it, Lucas bought plenty of delicious bread and donuts for both of them. Seeing Julia and Maya Rasta happily enjoying the snacks, Lucas felt much more at ease after the recent incidents. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of the majestic Allen Magic Academy. Forden pulled the horses to a halt and slowly announced, "I can only accompany you both this far." Lucas stepped out of the carriage, looked straight at the devoted butler, and confidently asserted, "Just head back, old man. I've got this bodyguard duty covered." Julia didn't back down either, as she hugged her brother's arm tightly and declared clearly, "That's right, and I'll protect my brother too." Lucas rubbed his sister's head and smiled. "I'm counting on you." "I'm a genius mage," Julia retorted triumphantly. Yeah, leave it to me." Seeing the heartwarming scene, Forden could only smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Maya Rasta thought to herself that Lucas was such an interesting brother to be protected by his own sister. As the three children walked through the academy gates together, Maya Rasta sincerely expressed her gratitude, noting how incredibly kind both siblings were. She blushed slightly when thinking about how lucky she was to have gotten to know the Rian siblings. Recalling last night, Forden suddenly remembered a shocking truth and revealed it to Lucas. It turned out Maya was his former fiancée. What a small world. He reminisced about the sight of the two children being incredibly close together on the swing when they were little. But tragedy struck right after the blessing ceremony when Lucas was rejected by the gods and labeled as talentless, lacking any magic, which caused the engagement between the two families to be immediately cancelled. Allen Magic Academy, located in the south of Daktown, was one of the three most prestigious schools in the Kamina Empire. Here, all freshmen would have to undergo a test after 1 year of enrollment to be classified into the earth, fire, wind, water, or special departments based on individual ability. Normally, students needed 6 years of study to receive a mage certification, but outstanding individuals could absolutely graduate ahead of schedule. Currently, Lucas and Julia were present at the academy's main square to prepare for the entrance exam. Julia puffed out her cheeks in regret for not being able to take the exam with Maya Rasta, but Lucas reassured his sister that Maya was now safe with her family, and they would soon meet again as classmates if both passed. Hearing this, Julia immediately regained her spirits and excitedly ran to find the reception desk. The appearance of the Rian siblings quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Everyone couldn't stop praising Lucas's handsome looks and Julia's cuteness. Some were even secretly jealous, wishing they had such a cute little sister. Just then, a girl with an elegant appearance and glasses approached to ask Julia something. That was Mina, the vice president of the student council at Allen Magic Academy. Seeing that Julia looked too small, Mina smiled and asked if she was sneaking around after her brother. Julia immediately stated clearly, "No, I'm here to take the exam with my brother." Mina was secretly amazed to realize that this little girl was the genius that the Academy's elite course had specially sent an invitation to beforehand. Mina gently leaned down to confirm, "You're Julia from the Rian family, right?" Before Julia's surprise, Mina just smiled mysteriously and offered to lead her to the reception desk. Completely ignored from start to finish, Lucas could only sweat, sighing, and wondering if he was truly beneath the notice of that student council girl. Suddenly, Julia remembered, "Wait. My brother also wants to register for the exam." Mina startled, realizing she had been too careless. She hurriedly checked the files and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot who you were. You're actually applying for the martial arts department?" Her remark accidentally caused the crowd around them to burst into mocking, contemptuous laughter. Some sarcastically commented that it was ridiculous for a fool to come to a magic academy to practice martial arts, and some even spitefully suggested that a martial artist was at least slightly more useful than a magical beast. Lucas walked calmly amidst the scornful looks. He understood well that mages always considered themselves superior, but in his heart, he knew they were all just weaklings. Even that Jeremy guy or the monster he had faced were nothing compared to his true power. To Lucas, they were all just like insects, and if not for his parents' kindness, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his time in a place like this. Witnessing Lucas's pensive expression, Mina suddenly felt guilty for speaking too loudly and drawing attention to him. She sighed, scolding herself silently. Great. Her big mouth just got her into trouble. She gently called out, Lucas, please come with me. Once you're registered, I'll take you to the exam site. Meanwhile, Julia didn't forget to turn back and stick her tongue out at the crowd who had just mocked her brother, just to vent her anger. Seeing Mina's attitude, Lucas felt secretly grateful that she was one of the few who didn't look at him with prejudice. She was truly rare. He smiled back. Then I'll leave it to you, miss. The group headed toward the giant circular building, where hundreds of candidates were gathered to begin the exam. Mina began to manipulate the registration forms, with magic, making them float, and handed out badges to the siblings. Submit your registration forms to the student council members. Here are your badges. Your candidate numbers are saved inside, so be sure to wear them when you enter the exam room. Soon after, she explained the three main parts of the exam. First is measuring magic potential using the magic orb. Next is the elemental compatibility test. And finally, measuring destructive power on the test dummies. Lucas wondered if martial arts students had to go through the same process, and received an affirmative answer from Mina, who said it was to ensure fairness for all departments. Lucas could only break into a cold sweat at this absurdity. He understood that, in reality, the academy was just too lazy to create a separate test for martial arts. Lucas clenched his fists with determination. I understand. I'll show you all a fraction of my power to crush the students' prejudices against martial arts. At the potential measurement area, the principal loudly declared the start of the first round and asked the candidates to take turns placing their hands on the magic orb. The judge stared at the magic orb and then gasped. This is the first time in my life I've seen something like this. A phenomenon that happens once every 100 years. No, once every 1,000 years. But contrary to that astonishment, the orb in Lucas's hand displayed a perfect 0. The crowd around them immediately erupted into mocking laughter. A score of 0, truly an unprecedented record. Someone even venomously sneered. That guy from the martial arts department has 0 potential. He won't even be able to progress, even in the martial arts department. Lucas could only sigh in frustration. Again. Then, it was Julia's turn to step forward. As soon as her tiny hand touched it, the orb immediately radiated a magical purple light that left everyone stunned. Purple light? Julia is rocking the purple vibe. Her class is just different. The color purple symbolized a potential score of 710, a score high enough to put Julia among the top candidates of this year's exam. Witnessing everyone's shock, Lucas thought to himself, just a little light, and they're already blinded. He loudly instructed his sister, Julia, you don't need to hold back today. The little girl confidently replied, I understand. The judge standing nearby couldn't help but wonder about Lucas's strange instruction. Immediately, Julia focused her energy, and the orb in her hand began to emit rays of light more brilliant and intense than ever before. A blinding golden light suddenly exploded from the orb, sweeping across the entire plaza, forcing all the candidates to cover their eyes in terror. The judge was so stunned he was trembling. This is golden light just one step away from reaching the maximum value of 10. He remembered that 2 years ago, another student had achieved this level of light, but Julia was much younger than that candidate. He couldn't help but marvel at a truly awe-inspiring natural talent. Finishing the test, Julia jumped for joy and rushed straight toward her brother. Big brother, was I good? Lucas tenderly caught his sister and smiled, praising her. You were amazing. My Julia will definitely become a grand mage in the future. Amidst the whispers about the massive difference between the two siblings, someone intended to mock. Lucas is such a loser, but was immediately silenced by their friend. Shut your mouth. If you dare to insult her brother in front of her, who knows what she'll do? Don't make an enemy of a genius just for a piece of trash. Seeing everything go exactly as planned, Lucas wore a mysterious smile. Everything is according to my script. Julia bristled, protecting her brother. She loudly declared to the crowd, if anyone dares to bully my brother, I will never forgive them. Lucas secretly calculated that if Julia revealed all of her talent and terrifying power, he would have a more peaceful school life. In reality, for the past 3 years, he had quietly poured all his effort into using his magic enhancement skills to train and elevate his sister's innate talent. All his hard work had finally borne fruit. The judge then loudly announced the start of the second round and asked everyone to move to the spirit house. Lucas gently patted Julia's head encouragingly. Today is the time for all my hard work to bloom. The giant gates of the academy slowly opened with a deep, rumbling sound, awaiting the candidates for the next challenge. Lucas held Julia's hand tightly. Together, they walked toward the brilliant light ahead. At the compatibility testing site, a scene never seen before was unfolding, leaving everyone stunned. Countless elemental spirits from fire and water to wind and earth simultaneously manifested, dancing brilliantly all over the hall. The crowd gasped. The spirits are dancing. At the center of that magical light, Julia stood tall, surrounded by powerful spirits fighting to get close to her. Witnessing this, another candidate lamented bitterly. Even though I received a level 6 blessing from the wind god, not a single wind spirit wants to come to me. Everyone began to realize the shocking truth. All the spirits were gravitating toward that one child. Could it be that she has maximum compatibility with every elemental magic? They were terrified. Admitting Julia's talent was truly frightening. Watching from afar, Lucas was secretly satisfied. Very good. The mana vessel technique I created myself is successfully elevating Julia's potential. He told himself that even though Julia was only at level 2, it was more than enough to pass this entrance exam. Soon after, a clear announcement echoed. Julia Rian's compatibility is 90, the highest score among all candidates. The judge smiled to congratulate her, and Julia politely replied, "Thank you, sir." But the excessive attention from the crowd began to make Julia feel pressured. The shadows around her kept whispering, "She's so talented, so cute, let's be friends." Feeling scared by the prying eyes, Julia immediately rushed over to hug her brother tightly and called out, "Big brother?" Seeing his sister trembling, Lucas tenderly asked what was wrong. Julia sobbed, "Why is everyone looking at me like that? It's scary." Lucas gently patted her head to reassure her, "It's okay, because you are a genius. Julia, from now on, you're going to have to get used to being stared at like that." Lucas continued to soothe his sister, telling her not to worry about what others thought and to just get used to it. Julia took his words to heart and regained her resolve. She firmly asserted, "You're right, brother. I need to become stronger because I'm going to protect you." Lucas thought she was the model little sister. He smiled encouragingly. "That's right, just do your best." However, deep down, he realized he also needed to train Julia to have a steel mind and the courage to face public opinion. At the same time, malicious whispers started echoing from behind them. With talent like that, I initially thought she had royal blood, but since her brother is such a loser, that's probably not it. When someone asked about Lucas's compatibility, the answer they got was pure sarcasm. "I bet it's a big fat 0. Haha. Indeed. As soon as Lucas walked by, the elemental spirits scattered in every direction to avoid him. The crowd, witnessing the scene, could only shake their heads in contempt, assuming that even the spirits felt disgusted being near him. Among the crowd, whispers about Lucas began to swell. A candidate was murmuring to their friend about a strange phenomenon that occurred right after the second round. They insisted that the moment Lucas walked out, the arm of a fire spirit was torn off, leaving them so terrified they couldn't even speak. Even though their friend claimed that spirits were tiny and they probably misidentified what happened, Lucas heard everything as he walked past. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect there to be witnesses." During that second round, memories came flooding back to Lucas. He realized that perhaps because he was rejected by the fire god, the fire spirit's attitude toward him was extremely hostile. They constantly made faces and mocked him. Even when the round ended and Lucas turned his back to leave, one fire spirit went as far as breathing fire on him. Always holding a grudge against anyone who dared to mess with him, Lucas coldly picked up a small stone. He channeled his strength into his fingertips and flicked the stone with blinding speed, directly shattering the arm of that insolent fire spirit. Deep down, he affirmed, "A servant of the fire, God has no right to act so arrogantly in front of me." Back in reality, Lucas gently grabbed his sister's hand and urged, "Julia, let's go to the final test." Julia mischievously asked if he planned to take the number 1 spot again. Lucas smiled and replied. He even joked that he planned to let his little sister protect him, so he wouldn't need to show off too much. They both headed toward the destruction power test area, where metal training dolls were already lined up. Seeing Julia shine, a student from the magic class gritted their teeth in frustration and looked to take it out on a training doll. When someone worried that the genius of the Horian Ryan family might destroy the target, another male student immediately dismissed it, saying it was impossible. He explained that these dolls were made of a special metal and reinforced with defensive magic, capable of withstanding attacks below the curse level. He insisted that at Julia's age, she definitely couldn't unleash a curse-level attack. Lucas stood watching the sturdy dolls ahead. He tightened his fist, his eyes sparkling with determination, as he realized this was a great opportunity to test his level 6 skills. Lucas thought to himself that school wasn't so bad when he could access such expensive equipment. While he was standing in line with Julia, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Hey, don't cut the line, wait for your turn." A girl with shoulder-length hair walked up, pointing her finger arrogantly. "The rule here is that those without talent must stand at the back." The person being criticized was a girl with long black hair. Suddenly, her eyes glowed with intense pressure, causing the other girl to jump in fear, unable to say another word. She was terrified, feeling as if her heart was being squeezed by something. Then, the girl's gaze shifted to Lucas and his sister. She looked down at Julia and questioned, "So, you're Julia? The one who got a perfect score on the compatibility test?" Faced with the girl's overwhelming aura, Julia nervously hid behind her brother and trembled. "Brother, this woman is so scary." Lucas calmly stepped up to shield his sister and coldly asked, "And who are you?" The girl proudly lifted her head and introduced herself. "I am Iwa Miranda, granddaughter of Duke Miranda." The name Miranda immediately made Lucas pause to reflect on the family. One of the three most powerful noble families in the north, known for producing legendary mages. He quickly realized the blood connection. In other words, this girl was the daughter of his uncle Sen, his mother's younger brother. Lucas smiled slightly and asked a familiar question. "Iwa, how old are you this year?" "I'm 15, Iwa replied with a look of extreme annoyance. Lucas remained relaxed. He advised her not to look at him with such sharp eyes since they were actually cousins. This claim made Iwa Miranda furious. She shouted, "How rude, I've never heard of having any cousins." To punish the person who dared to impersonate her family, Iwa Miranda immediately activated a glowing hexagonal magic circle that enveloped Lucas. She gritted her teeth and cruelly ordered, "Get lost, fire dancer. Let the world see how useless you are." Lucas nonchalantly smiled at Iwa Miranda's attack. He mocked her. "Using psychic magic on your own relative the first time you meet? Is that how the Miranda family teaches their children?" Iwa was shocked that her strongest magic had no effect at all. Deep down, Lucas disdainfully thought that such cheap magic couldn't control a martial artist with a will as firm as his. Just as the loudspeaker called the name Lucas Rian to take his turn, he walked off leisurely. "Too bad. I have to go." Unwilling to let it go, Iwa Miranda pointed at Julia and snapped, "Julia, don't get cocky. I will take the #1 spot in this test." Looking at the scoreboard where Julia was first and Iwa Miranda was second, Lucas understood that she had come looking for him to declare war. He told himself, for the sake of his own peace, he couldn't let his sister lose the lead. Lucas took out a pill and asked, "Julia, want some candy?" Julia innocently put it in her mouth and chewed, but immediately she coughed and sputtered, shouting, "You tricked me! What kind of candy is as bitter as poison?" Lucas laughed and apologized. He explained that it was a special magic potion, made from rare ingredients, and she would soon realize its effects. As the judge urged them to enter the arena, Lucas waved goodbye. "I'll improve the flavor next time. I'm off." Julia could only glare at him, no longer trusting her brother's promises. Lucas stepped decisively into the arena under the judge's watchful eye. He demanded, "Attack this training doll with your full magical strength. We will evaluate your destructive power to determine your final score." He demanded that you attack this test dummy with your full magical strength. We'll be evaluating the destructive power to give a final score. The trial began. Lucas calmly replied, "I don't know how to use magic." Seeing the judge's blank expression, Lucas clenched his fist and asked, "Can I use a physical attack instead?" As Lucas prepared to take the destructive power test with just a physical punch, the crowd around them started whispering and mocking. Is he trying to brute force it? He's going to break his arm for sure. Typical, barbaric martial artist. He'll be crippled in no time. Hearing the insults, Julia gritted her teeth in anger. She thought to herself, if her brother hadn't told her to behave at school, she would have beaten them all up for looking down on him. Standing nearby, Mina asked quietly, "Is it true that your brother really can't use magic at all?" Even though her psychic magic didn't work on Lucas, Mina still couldn't believe someone with zero magic power could do anything impressive. She pitied Julia, thinking the poor girl had been fooled by her brother. Because in her eyes, a martial artist couldn't amount to anything. Yet, Julia proudly insisted that he really couldn't use magic, but he was amazing. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a terrifying shockwave that scattered everything and shook the entire plaza in a cloud of dust. Mina stared in shock at the shattered target, gasping. What just happened? Flashing back 2 minutes, Lucas had carefully asked the judge if he could use a physical attack. Upon receiving a nod that the method didn't matter, he calmly replied, "All right, let me clear this pile of junk in a heartbeat." Lucas calculated that his martial arts skills would increase significantly every 3 levels. With his strongest move, the instant flash, already accelerated to maximum speed at level 3. He believed that once he reached level 6, its power would reach a whole new level. Lucas's entire body began to emit a brilliant golden aura. He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. He closed in on the target in a flash, concentrating all his energy into a fist glowing like a fireball. Lucas unleashed a direct punch into the giant sandbag. The strike carried terrifying destructive power, piercing through the target, creating a massive shockwave and leaving a deep dent right in the chest of the test dummy. Watching from afar, Mina was stunned through her glowing magic eyes. She marveled. Is this speed a cheat? Even high-level wind magic only goes this far. The dummy glowed gold, meaning the strike carried curse-level power. While the students around were still confused, debating whether this incompetent martial artist had just punched the target away, Mina had already realized the truth. It seemed she was the only one who noticed Lucas's real strength. She continued to watch Lucas through the surveillance screen and concluded that he was intentionally hiding his power, a truly terrifying individual. At the scene, the judge still believed this was just a freak accident. You're very lucky. This is the first time in over a decade that this dummy has broken. I'll give you a perfect score. The judge is so naive. Lucas is hacking the game, guys. Lucas replied calmly. Thank you, sir. Do I need to clean up this broken dummy? The judge waved him off, telling him to move on, saying he would use magic to move it later since it was too heavy. Lucas smiled and signaled victory to Julia before walking away. He thought to himself that not only did he avoid failing, he also kept his strength hidden. He should really thank those who looked down on him. As time went on, people's attention toward Lucas faded, exactly as he wanted. However, the center of attention for the entire ceremony shifted to Julia and her astonishing innate talent. She stood in the center of the magic circle, her platinum hair flowing in a brilliant purple energy field. Lightning began to surround Julia's body, creating a terrifying pressure that left surrounding contestants stunned and frightened. Julia focused all her magic into her staff and loudly activated the move Thunder God's Descent. A bright red lightning pillar carrying destructive power descended from the sky, swallowing the test dummy in blinding light. The crowd exploded in amazement. Red lightning? Really? Someone unplug him! They began to praise lightning magic as the most powerful attack and aspired to reach the level of a special student before graduation. However, just as the light faded, everyone was stunned again to see Julia sitting on the ground with a dazed expression. Someone even skeptically asked if she had been stunned by her own magic. Julia stared at her hands in shock. She couldn't believe the scoreboard showed a perfect 9.5. Julia stuttered to her brother that when she used Thunder God's Descent, red lightning suddenly struck, which surprised her. Because before, even when using all her strength, she could only create purple lightning. Sensing a much more violent power than usual, Julia couldn't help but wonder about this strange change. Lucas, standing beside her, just smiled secretly. He knew the reason was the magic potion he had given her to temporarily boost her power. Lucas told himself, better keep it quiet, or she'll ask for more candy. He explained that in this world, both mages and martial artists had their own pharmaceutical skills. But while mages used catalysts to refine poisons, martial artists used alchemy to create pills that could be directly absorbed by the body. However, as martial arts declined, alchemy had become a nearly lost art. For a martial artist to be able to create magic-enhancing pills to boost others, as Lucas did, was extremely rare in this era. The simple reason is that to refine such a potion, the practitioner must reach level 6 in alchemy. Currently, only Duke Ruzan in the entire empire, the Minister of Martial Affairs, a level 9 martial artist, could do it, making even the greatest mages bow to ask him for medicine. Understanding that revealing this ability would bring massive trouble, Lucas told himself to keep his level 6 proficiency a secret. A while later, while waiting on a stone bench, Julia impatiently asked if everything was done. Lucas kindly reassured her, "Be patient for a little longer, little sister, because after the class assignment list is posted, we will have time to rest at the dormitory." Just then, Mina appeared and headed toward the two siblings with a folder in her hand. Mina smiled, announcing she was there to post the class list, and didn't forget to send her warm congratulations. "Congratulations to you both. You both took first place in the elite class and the martial arts class." Julia jumped for joy, not expecting to rank first in the elite class. Mina turned to ask Julia regarding her preference for which department to join next year among Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, and the Special Department. She suggested that, with the Thunder God's blessing, Julia would be a perfect fit for the Wind Department. Before the girl could even react, Mina excitedly grabbed Julia's hand, pulled her along, and insisted she'd be waiting for her at the Wind Department. Watching this unfold, Lucas just broke into a cold sweat, realizing how desperate the academy was to snag top talents like his sister. After entrusting his sister to Mina to be taken to the girls' dorm, Lucas waved goodbye to Julia and headed toward the martial arts dormitory alone. Passing by a crowded notice board, he overheard whispers of jealousy regarding Julia Rian's first-place ranking. Students were complaining that it seemed like all the freshmen this year were just there to be background characters for the genius from the Rian family. However, in a corner under a tree, a mysterious black-haired girl with eyes burning with hatred was staring at the list. Lucas stood frozen in front of the martial arts dorm building. He knew it wasn't a highly regarded department, but the reality was far worse than he imagined. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he wonderingly asked himself, can we really live in this thing? It looks like it's about to collapse any second. Still, Lucas quickly calmed himself down, comforting himself that at least here he would have a peaceful school life without anyone bothering him. Right then, a tall young man with silver hair suddenly appeared from behind and greeted him. Yo, Lucas, the one who wrecked the martial arts department entrance, right? The guy warmly introduced himself. Great to meet you. I'm Kai Taroy, also in the martial arts department. As they shook hands, Kai didn't stop praising him for that punch that sent the dummy flying. You're seriously incredible. Lucas signed the register and humbly replied, I just got lucky. After finishing the procedure, the manager handed them the keys and announced that their room was on the second floor. Here, take your keys. Seeing room number 205 inches, Lucas's hand, Kai Taroy exclaimed excitedly, same room, let's head over together. Stopping at the door, Kai Taroy muttered, room 300, here it is. As they opened the door and stepped inside, they bumped into two roommates who had arrived earlier and were waiting. The blue-haired guy smiled and initiated a handshake. Nice to meet you guys. I'm Colin. Looks like we're roommates from today on. The blonde friend standing behind also cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Sap. Great to meet you. But Kai Taroy suddenly turned pale when he saw the scene inside. The room looked like an abandoned warehouse, full of spiderwebs, peeling wallpaper, and old, filthy beds. Kai Taroy grabbed his face and screamed in horror. What the hell is up with this room? It's worse than a pigsty. Kai Taroy was having a major culture shock. He jumped when he saw a spider crawl by and frantically asked, Lucas, how can you stand this dump? Lucas watched his friend's expression and thought to himself, what a germaphobe. Such a pain. Suddenly, Kai pulled out a shiny gold coin, making Colin and Sap stare in amazement. He held the coin high and loudly declared, I'll give this coin to anyone who cleans this room until it's spotless. Colin and Sap immediately agreed to Kai's offer. Lucas stood by, stunned by his friend's extravagance, casually throwing away money worth more than a commoner's monthly salary just to hire someone to clean the room. It turned out Kai Taroy was the young master of the Taroy family, one of the three most powerful noble houses in the north of the empire. While his two roommates started scrubbing away, Kai Taroy didn't stop complaining. I didn't enroll here to live in a dump like this. Lucas tried to reassure him that this is the prestigious Allen Magic Academy, and the living conditions would surely improve soon. But as soon as he saw a black spider crawling on the wall, Kai screamed in terror. Seriously, this is a prison cell. Lucas just had to remind his friend to watch his mouth if he didn't want the student council members to drag him off for insulting the academy. Before long, thanks to the power of money, the room became clean and shiny like new. Kai Taroy excitedly handed the shiny gold coins to Colin and Sap as promised, then loudly declared, Don't worry, with a big spender like me here, who's gonna mess with you guys? He even confidently claimed he was quite famous in this town, leaving his two roommates in awe. Observing that scene, Lucas thought to himself that even though Kai Taroy was a bit arrogant, he was truly generous and hard to dislike. Just then, an older man knocked and entered, carrying new uniforms. He announced he was there to deliver their gear and requested the group to change quickly so they could attend the opening ceremony at the main hall. Just picking up the outfit, Kai Taroy panicked again and yelled, What is this cheap, raggedy uniform? If I wear this, I'll look like a total loser. While Colin and Sap thought it wasn't that bad, Lucas started reflecting on what he had heard before. He knew the academy had a system for student requests, so he came up with an idea and told Kai, if we demand better treatment at the ceremony, maybe they'll swap us for nicer uniforms. Kai Taroy immediately believed it completely and urged the group to rush to the hall, leaving Lucas to sigh. What a naive little chick, he believes anything. The group left the dorm together, heading toward the majestic main hall building with a giant statue of a wizard riding a broom in front. Lucas put on the new uniform and walked inside. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the splendor and scale of the academy's hall, where bright, glittering chandeliers lit up the vast space with hundreds of students gathered. Lucas silently marveled. What a luxurious hall. Hearing that, Kai Taroy, standing nearby, kept his arrogant expression, thinking this place was nothing compared to his family's mansion. Lucas started searching around and worriedly asked, Where's Julia? Kai Taroy quickly caught on and pointed toward the front rows. Looking for your sister? The elite class is always prioritized to sit in the front rows. Elite class uniforms are indeed different. They look really high class. He also reminded Lucas that martial arts students had to sit in the back rows, so if he wanted to talk to his sister, he had to do it now. Lucas looked at Julia and smiled, thinking to himself, My sister looks great in anything. She's the best. The group trudged toward the back of the hall. Kaitaroy didn't stop grumbling about the martial arts department being discriminated against for having to sit so far away. Lucas quietly settled into his seat next to his new friends, getting ready for the ceremony to begin. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted high above, tension of every freshman. A powerful level 6 fire spell called Phi Mon flared up, engulfing the grand hall as the crowd gasped in amazement. Amidst the sea of fire, a young man with brilliant red hair appeared with an air of authority and declared clearly, "You freshmen should feel honored." He slowly landed on the stage and introduced himself. "I am Theodore Foramel, the Student Council President. Today, I will explain our Academy's point system to you." Witnessing a level 6 magic display before even graduating, the students below couldn't stop showering him with praise. How amazing! His aura is overwhelming. He's a true genius. While everyone else was excited, Lucas kept a calm expression, observing the president on stage. Theo continued to explain that at the Allen Magic Academy, the point system is the foundation of everything. Any learning resource, from magical skills, rare books, and precious materials to tamed magical beasts and direct guidance from great masters, can all be exchanged for points. Theo began listing ways to earn points. The first is through manual labor, like mining, gathering minerals, or cooking. But this only yields 1 to 5 points per hour, an extremely meager amount. This academy exploits its students too much, Lucas thought. Theo emphasized that, instead of labor, participating in departmental events is far more efficient. Even today's orientation session is a golden opportunity for upperclassmen to earn points. Another way to get a steady monthly income is by joining the student council, with a salary of 500 points for the president, 200 for the vice president, and 100 for regular members. Finally, there is a rather risky method to earn points: hunting monsters. He explained that behind the school lies a range of magical mountains, famous for the countless ferocious beasts hiding there. If students can hunt them and submit the collected materials, they will receive corresponding points. Hearing this, Lucas didn't feel afraid. Instead, a smug smile appeared on his face. The Mathu, a mountain range. That place is my personal playground. A few hours later, when night had fallen, Lucas began his plan. Thanks to the effects of the calming incense, his roommates had all fallen into a deep sleep. Lucas snuck out of the dormitory, thinking that the martial arts department being located at the far end of the campus was a huge advantage for him to act undetected. Standing behind the building block, Lucas looked up at the towering wall that separated them from the outside world. He knew that once he crossed this wall, he would set foot in the dangerous magical mountain range. Without a hint of hesitation, Lucas stomped hard to gain momentum and leaped high into the air. He soared over the sturdy wall like a phantom in the night, diving straight into the old forest where magical beasts were lurking. As soon as he landed, a giant magical beast with purple skin suddenly lunged out to attack. Lucas nimbly dodged his opponent's swipe and spun around to unleash a thunderous strike. The powerful blow slammed right into the monster's head, crushing it into the ground with such force that it created a deep, shattered crater. Looking at the defeated beast, Lucas realized it was a massive black-horned frog. He knew well that the horns of this poisonous frog were valuable ingredients for crafting magic potions and would surely fetch a lot of points. Lucas's real goal for coming here was to accumulate enough points to possess the legendary martial arts techniques of the martial god kept at Allen Academy. Standing on a cliff under the crescent moon, he quickly scanned the surroundings to pinpoint the locations of the next monsters. Lucas covered his eyes, activating his ocular technique, causing his pupils to glow with a pressurized golden light. A wave of spiritual energy rippled from his body throughout the forest like radar to detect targets. Immediately, a level 1 shell-clad mouse with rugged skin and sharp teeth lunged to attack. Lucas didn't flinch, landing a powerful direct punch that knocked the monster out instantly. He coldly uttered, "Sleep tight. Don't be a mouse in your next life." The night hunt continued with intense action. He confronted a level 3 phantom leopard, unleashing an attack so strong it shattered the ground and defeated it in a split second. Lucas smiled in satisfaction, looking at the full sack on his shoulder. "A great harvest today. Besides materials to trade for points, I even have ingredients for alchemy." However, he suddenly noticed something unusual when the forest went strangely silent. Kneeling to check the ground, Lucas realized that the traces of other magical beasts had almost completely vanished. He quietly suspected the presence of an incredibly powerful creature dominating this area, one that made other monsters flee in terror. Lucas focused his mind, activating his spiritual energy wave once more to seek an answer. From deep within a dark cave, a dense, dark, purple-blue, resentful aura began to emanate, full of menace. A pair of glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp fangs filled with killing intent appeared in the shadows. Lucas curled his lip with confidence. Found you. He dashed through the canopy at extreme speed, realizing that the opponent had also detected his presence, even though they were still a kilometer away. Landing in a clearing, Lucas stood face to face with a giant creature with white-gray fur, a level 6 icefire wolf. A top-tier predator growling with drool-filled fangs, ready to tear apart anyone daring to invade its territory. Lucas smiled, realizing, I see. Being a wolf, its instinct to protect its territory is very strong. The monster immediately lunged to attack, but Lucas was ready. Bring it on. Instantly, the wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a bone-chilling blast of cold air, but Lucas bravely dashed straight through the icy mist. Lucas's hand was covered in a thin layer of ice from the effect of his opponent's attack. The wolf was astonished to see its enemy unharmed. Seizing the opening, Lucas delivered a powerful punch to the creature's side. The collision was so strong that it knocked the giant wolf's body, sending it crashing to the ground in pain. Looking at his opponent lying motionless, Lucas whispered with regret, If I had trained more, I could have blown its leg off. He calmly shook off the remaining ice shards on his hand and coldly ordered, Get up. You're not done yet, are you? As if responding to his challenge, the wolf struggled to its feet, with blood dripping from its mouth, its eyes burning with resentment. Fire began to accumulate in its throat, erupting into a massive, furious pillar of flame, incinerating everything around it with terrible heat. The wolf stood in the center of the fire, its entire body now wrapped in a powerful layer of flame. The ice-fire wolf roared, its whole body ablaze, as intense as if it wanted to burn anyone standing in its way. Lucas didn't flinch. He clenched his fist, gathering brilliant magical energy, preparing for the finishing blow. As the monster lunged, Lucas moved with lightning speed, landing a thunderous punch directly into the center of its sharp teeth. The sheer force sent the giant beast flying dozens of meters away, crashing into a cliff face and kicking up a cloud of dust. The wolf collapsed, its breathing becoming rapid and weak after such a devastating attack. Watching the defeated creature from a distance, Lucas chuckled to himself. Using both fire and ice, huh? And yet, you still got beaten to a pulp by me. The magical beast lay slumped on the ground, its purple eyes dimming from exhaustion. The wolf's pupils trembled in sheer terror as it saw Lucas's shadow looming over it. With eyes glowing with intense pressure, Lucas remarked coldly, What a rare magical beast. Instantly, the ice-fire wolf launched a counterattack by spitting out two powerful streams of ice and fire energy simultaneously. Seeing the white mist covering the area, Lucas realized, Is this steam? Taking advantage of the thick smoke obscuring his vision, the wolf quickly turned and fled deep into the darkness. Not letting his target escape, Lucas immediately gave chase and shouted, I won't let you get away. He leaped forward, grabbed the massive body of the magical beast, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Staring at his defeated foe, Lucas thought with satisfaction, A sun boss like this is worth every bit of effort. Time to collect those points. However, he suddenly froze, alert as he saw the monster unexpectedly struggle to rise. Lucas agilely jumped back to dodge a terrifying firespell explosion. The ice-fire wolf was furiously spitting out giant pillars of flame, incinerating everything around it in a fit of rage. He dashed through the heat waves while the monster roared continuously, unleashing all its fire magic to burn its enemy alive. Lucas descended from the sky like a god. Stand still and behave, he commanded. Stop acting up. A giant pillar of golden light, carrying destructive power, slammed straight into the ground, creating a horrifying explosion that sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. The ice-fire wolf lay flattened in a deep crater, its body shattered, and its breath failing. In utter desperation, it wondered if it was going to die right there. Realizing there was no way out against Lucas's overwhelming power, the monster decided to use a desperate last resort to save its life. Instead of continuing to fight back, it suddenly curled up, emitting pathetic whining sounds, its eyes clearly revealing complete submission to the conqueror. Two brilliant energy spheres, one icy blue and one fiery red, suddenly floated up and settled into Lucas's palm. He was surprised to realize these were magic cores, a type of extremely rare magical material and the life source of powerful magical beasts. According to what he knew, if a drop of human blood touched a magic core, that magical beast would forever become a loyal subordinate to that person. Looking at the wolf, whining at his feet, Lucas asked coldly, Do you want to become a beast under my command? Lucas smiled with satisfaction. All right, I accept you. He thought to himself that this was truly an unexpected harvest, because even for high-level mages, taming a level 6 magical beast as a subordinate was extremely rare. Am I hacking the game or something? Why is this so easy? Even though he felt this wolf didn't seem very bright for so easily abandoning its pride, Lucas still took out a small knife and decisively made a shallow cut on his finger. As soon as his fresh blood touched the two energy spheres, a brilliant light burst forth, officially sealing a soul contract between them. The moment it swallowed the two energy spheres, the Icefire wolf suddenly radiated a strange aura. Lucas was stunned when he heard a voice resonate in his head. "Master, it is me." He was amazed to realize that after the contract, he could understand its language. Lucas smiled, patted the monster's head, and gave it a new name. "Good job. From now on, I will call you Uru." The wolf bowed its head in respectful submission. "Understood, master." Lucas pondered. If Uru was now his subordinate, this entire territory was also now under his ownership. He wondered curiously if the wolf had collected any valuable loot from its hunts. As if understanding his master's intention, it nudged Lucas's hand with its snout and excitedly led the way. "My treasure is this way. Please follow me, master." Lucas followed with a smile. "Oh, you are quite thoughtful." The two crossed rugged cliffs to venture deep into the monster's lair. Entering inside, Lucas couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the massive pile of loot, including level 6 beast hides, iron arm monkey bones, and countless brilliant gemstones. He drooled with joy at the prospect of trading it all for tons of points. "Points are here. I'm going to be rich, guys." But Uru looked confused. "Master, what are you doing? My treasure isn't this pile of stuff. It's over here." Lucas turned and was stunned to see a bag full of magical beast crystals from level 3 and up, and there were even 2 incredibly precious level 6 ones. Uru explained that those were the water and fire attribute magic cores it had been hoarding, because to level up, it had to eat the cores of opponents with equal or greater strength. Lucas was silently impressed because that meant Uru had defeated at least 2 extremely powerful enemies. He took out a medicinal pill to reward it. "Eat this and keep up the good work." The boss felt the attractive scent, and Uru immediately swallowed it, feeling its body bursting with vitality. Its wounds healed rapidly. Lucas gave a firm order. "This is recovery medicine for magical beasts. While you recover, stay here and guard this treasure for me." Uru excitedly accepted the order. "Leave it to me." Lucas stood before the cave entrance with a confident look. "Now, what's next?" He flashed a mysterious smile, seemingly ready for his upcoming plans at the academy. The next morning, bright sunlight blanketed the majestic academy building. Inside the classroom, the freshmen of the martial arts department had gathered in full force to begin their first day of classes. Sitting in class, Lucas couldn't help but yawn from sleepiness. He told himself that even though he had stayed up all night, thanks to the spirit-calming incense, his fatigue had completely vanished. He recalled the funny scene from last night when he was busy counting the loot and was constantly disturbed by Uru's affectionate face-licking. The clock struck 9 in the morning, but the classroom remained strangely silent. Colin looked around, confused, and asked, "Where's the teacher?" Because logically, the teacher should have been waiting in the classroom for the first lesson of the freshmen, not letting the students wait like this. Kai Taroi couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Forget the teacher? How does this academy even run?" Lucas calmly replied that such a thing definitely could not happen. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, thundering down the hallway. He cursed, regretting that he'd had one too many drinks last night. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open violently, startling everyone. A man with a scruffy beard stood there. He leaned against the doorframe and announced loudly, "I'm Sigan, your martial arts homeroom teacher. The lesson starts now." Lucas silently watched the disheveled professor with a skeptical gaze. Sigan walked over to the chalkboard, lazily wrote his name, and let out a tired yawn while still holding the attendance sheet. Kai looked at the sloppy professor with clear disdain. He leaned over to Lucas and whispered, "What kind of teacher looks like that? Just looking at him is annoying." Immediately, a piece of chalk flew like a bullet, hitting Kai square in the forehead, making him cry out in pain. Lucas watched Sigan's swift movements in astonishment, silently sizing him up. "A 6th-tier martial artist? This guy is no pushover," Sigan coldly declared. "From now on, speaking without my permission is strictly forbidden. Now, I'll take attendance." He started calling names. A girl with short hair named Tacy answered clearly. Then it was Lucas's turn. Looking at Tacy, Lucas remembered seeing her at the opening ceremony. She really stood out because of the calm demeanor that set her apart from the noisy crowd. After calling everyone's name, including Colin and Sap, Sigan shut his book firmly and announced, "Good. Everyone is here. Let's see, today's lesson is, oh, I forgot to bring the textbook. Tacy, I'm appointing you class president. Go to my office and bring it here." Tacy looked confused, pointing at herself, and asked, "Me, sir?" Sigan replied bluntly. That's right. Seeing this, Kai Taroi slammed the table, jumped up, and protested vehemently. Wait a minute. The class president should be decided fairly through competition. He began to arrogantly boast about his wealthy background and his own abilities, insisting that he was the only one worthy of the position. But before he could finish, another piece of chalk flew at blinding speed, striking him right in the face, sending him reeling backward until he fell over. Sigan coldly reminded him, I said no talking. After instructing Tacy to distribute the books and telling the class to study on their own, the disheveled professor casually turned and walked out. Tacy answered clearly, a fierce determination rising in her heart. She told herself she would seize this opportunity as class president to change her own destiny. Meanwhile, Kai rubbed his swollen head, whining about the violent teacher. Lucas kept observing and realized there was something very wrong with this man. As Kai resentfully tried to convince him to go to the administration and get the teacher fired, Lucas kept his eyes on Sigan's retreating back. Watching how he stepped, he noticed how the man shifted his weight, a sign that he had suffered extremely serious injuries in the past. Lucas was inwardly stunned, wondering, if he's this terrifying now, just how strong was he before he got hurt? He believed that having such a powerful teacher would make his school life full of promise. A few hours later, the group was at the academy cafeteria. Along the way, Kai didn't stop complaining about the damn teacher who made them study alone all morning. He angrily called Sigan a terrible teacher, both irresponsible and arbitrary in his choice of class president. Just then, Julia came running over excitedly from a distance. Lucas affectionately patted his sister's head and asked about her first class. Julia happily bragged that her homeroom teacher, Linda, was incredibly kind. She even encouraged Julia to try her best to become class president next week. Hearing this, Kai trembled with frustration, realizing other classes actually had proper election processes after a week, unlike his dictatorial class. Julia curiously asked if her brother had been chosen as class president for the martial arts department. Lucas smiled and replied that it wasn't him, then quickly changed the subject to lighten the mood. More importantly, let's go eat lunch. I heard the food here is great. Lucas dodged the drama as quickly as he dodged boss attacks. Julia excitedly grabbed her brother's hand and pulled him along, leaving a grumbling Kai trailing behind. At the Allen Academy of Magic, even eating followed a strict point exchange system. Freshmen who just enrolled with no points were only allowed to exchange cash for points once at the very beginning. However, the exchange rate varied significantly depending on the department the student was in. On the table, plates of sweet cakes and rolled omelets gave off an enticing aroma that made Julia extremely excited. She ate while happily offering, "It's so good. Brother, you should have some too." In stark contrast to the elite class's feast, Kai was sitting there gnawing on a dry piece of bread in deep frustration. He bitterly realized the ridiculous unfairness of the academy. With the same amount of money, the elite class got 100 points, but the martial arts department only got a measly 10 points? This was outrageous. Kai Taroi even rushed to the front desk to complain, but only received a cold response from the staff. Those are the rules. If you don't like it, feel free to leave. He could only bow his head, helpless against the open discrimination toward martial arts students, even from the faculty. The female clerk with glasses added more harsh words, asserting that in this place, noble status or commoner background didn't matter. Students without magical talent had to accept accumulating points the hard way. Kai Taroi chewed his dry bread, tears welling up in his eyes from self-pity. He felt that enrolling here was no different from having his human rights stripped away. Seeing that pathetic scene, Julia gently pushed a tray of grilled meat toward Kai and said, "Brother Kai, you should eat this too." This warm gesture moved Kai deeply. He sobbed with gratitude. "Julia, you're such a kind girl." Standing nearby, Lucas could only sigh at his new friend's over-the-top reaction. Right then, a familiar figure headed toward their table. Maya Rasta appeared with a radiant smile. She greeted them gently. "Hello, Lucas." "Hello, Julia. We meet again." Julia cheered happily and immediately invited Maya Rasta to sit and eat with them. Maya Rasta politely declined since she had already eaten, but she took out a small bag of cookies and said softly, "I baked some cookies to thank you for the other day. Would you like to try them?" Julia excitedly took them, praising the delicious taste and the hot coffee. "Wow, these are amazing. Thank you so much." Even Lucas was drawn in by the wonderful flavor, while Julia continued to rave about Maya's cooking skills. Seeing the delicious food, Kai immediately rushed over to ask for a bite and didn't hold back his praise. "So good. The quality is easily on par with the special sweets from the Taroi family. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kai Taroi." Maya Rasta blushed slightly and replied modestly, "I'm Maya Rasta. I'm honored to receive your praise. Kai quickly turned and nudged Lucas, teasing him. Not bad, huh? Getting to know such a beauty? Lucas could only offer a strained smile, thinking to himself that he absolutely couldn't let them know Maya Rasta was his former fiancée. After saying goodbye and watching her walk away, Lucas let out a weary sigh. He realized that the odds of running into acquaintances in this cafeteria were disturbingly high. He remembered the time before, when Mina approached their table to ask how the food was. Suddenly, murmurs erupted as Theo appeared, floating on a balcony using fire magic. Look, it's Senior Theo, so cool. Lucas silently judged that the student council president really loved showing off, hovering around with magic even in public. However, the secret behind that aura was accidentally discovered by Lucas, who caught Theo exhausted in a hidden corner. He had just chugged a potion and was muttering, "That was close. I almost couldn't use level 6 magic. Thank goodness for the potion, or I wouldn't have been able to keep up my cool act for the new students." Lucas chewed his donut, deep in thought. He had actually believed Theo was amazing until he heard that confession after the opening ceremony. While he was lost in thought, the sound of a rolling wine bottle caught Lucas's attention. He recognized the familiar back of Professor Sigan, stumbling along with a bottle in his hand. Lucas wondered curiously where his homeroom teacher was going in such a drunken state. Sigan swayed beneath the clock tower, his face flushed red as he muttered endlessly in his drunken stupor. Sigan pushed open the door to the academy's conference room to the annoyance of his colleagues. One teacher sighed, "It's old man Sigan again. He's always making everyone wait." Others were disappointed, having hoped he would change after becoming the head of the martial arts department. They understood that after everything that had happened in the past, it was hard for Sigan to go back to his old self. Ignoring the scrutinizing stares, Sigan casually sat down in his chair and let out a long, weary yawn. A blonde teacher sitting opposite him just watched her colleague in silent, thoughtful contemplation. The headmaster tapped the table to restore order and announced clearly, "Everyone is here. Let's begin the meeting." With a stern expression, he got straight to the point. The topic of the meeting was the beast taming tournament. In the Kamina Empire, which is frequently attacked by hordes of magical beasts, the ability to tame multiple monsters at once is a mandatory requirement for every mage. Therefore, by annual tradition, freshmen of the Allen Magic Academy must participate in the beast taming tournament to hone their skills. The school has prepared over 2,000 level 1 beasts for the competition, which will take place in 6 days. However, Professor Gregg spoke up with a look of disdain. "Just let the martial arts department sit this one out. What do they know about magical beasts? They can't fight them anyway. Letting them in is just a waste of time." A sharp thud on the table cut Gregg off. Sigan, his gaze dark and oppressive, declared clearly, "I disagree." Gregg stammered, trying to justify himself by saying he was just thinking of the students' safety. But Professor Linda immediately spoke up in support. "Professor Sigan is right. They are freshmen of this academy. The martial arts department must participate." Even Mina nodded in agreement, stating that every student deserved to be treated fairly. Gregg gritted his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe there were still teachers standing up for Sigan, especially Linda. He wondered to himself, does she still think that guy is an level 8 master? Stop being delusional. Finally, Gregg gave in. "If everyone is so insistent, fine. But I'm sure those kids will only be crying in fear." The headmaster made the final decision. "It's decided. The martial arts department will participate." The meeting ended, and the teachers left the room one by one in a tense atmosphere. A male teacher nervously asked Linda if she was really okay with this decision, since Gregg had a point about the tournament being too harsh for martial artists. La Martial. Linda smiled softly, looking out the window, remembering what someone had taught her a long time ago. A coward who lacks the will to overcome hardship has no right to call himself a martial artist. That was exactly why Sigan decided that any student who refused to participate in the tournament would be immediately expelled from the martial arts department by his own hand. Sigan announced clearly that the beast taming tournament would officially take place in 6 days. Right after this class, he demanded that the whole group go outside for practical training to ensure everyone had the strength needed to take down the beasts. Kai Taroy immediately asked, "Isn't that event just to elect the class representative? And since we already have a class rep, is participating really necessary?" Before he could finish, a loud sound echoed as Sigan punished the talkative student with a stinging knock to the head. Looking at Kai with the huge lump on his head, Lucas just sighed, tired of his friend's spoiled habit of provoking teachers. Lucas fell into deep thought about the upcoming practical training. He reminded himself to hold back. One slight mistake, and he'd end up sending his friends to the afterlife. At the training ground outside the academy, the atmosphere became incredibly lively as the students began to spar. Lucas observed his surroundings and realized that those who passed the entrance exam for the martial arts department had impressive practical skills, especially Tacy. Lucas estimated that Tacy's strength was perhaps only second to his own. He silently acknowledged that Sigon really had a keen eye for talent when he chose her as the class representative. Meanwhile, Lucas easily defeated his opponent with a gentle flick, not wasting any effort. The practice session ended when Sigon stumbled over, wine bottle in hand, to announce that time was up. Kai Taroi collapsed onto the grass, panting, groaning with joy that the challenge was finally over. Colin and Sap approached, saying they were heading to the cafeteria and promised to bring food back for Kai, as previously agreed. Seeing this, Lucas curiously asked if Kai had just made another deal. Kai Taroi explained smugly that he had hired Colin to buy food for 2 points in exchange for 2 gold coins. He'd be rich if he went into business. According to him, it was a win-win deal. Colin got extra pocket money, and he saved his precious points for other things. Seeing Sap looking jealous about missing out on the deal, Kai quickly promised to let him handle the next order. Watching this, Lucas inwardly admired how smart Colin was, knowing both how to make money and keep good relationships with his roommates. Kai raised his chin, asking Lucas proudly if he thought he was smart, then excitedly told him to learn a thing or two from him without having to pay any tuition. He slung an arm around Lucas's shoulder intimately before they left the training ground. At Kai's suggestion, Lucas just smiled and refused. "Thanks, but I'll pass. I can't keep up with that." Kai Taroi watched him with envy, thinking that since Lucas had a sister in the elite class, he definitely never had to worry about grades or food. But Kai was completely wrong. That night, under the crescent moon, Lucas stood towering over the carcass of a giant magical beast that had just been taken down. He told himself that even without Julia, he wouldn't have any trouble with food. After all, he was enjoying the bounties of nature like this. In the quiet night by the cliff, a large piece of meat was roasting to a golden brown over a hot fire, giving off a rich, savory scent. Lucas sat alone by the campfire, deep in thought, wishing that if it weren't for needing to accompany Julia, he could have used his dinner time to train more. But the image of Mina deliberately approaching his sister during the afternoon meal came back, making him unable to stop worrying. Lucas narrowed his eyes coldly, telling himself he would never let his guard down, and if she really had bad intentions, he would definitely make her regret it. Suddenly, a white tail wagging caught Lucas's attention. Uru was staring at the roasted meat with sparkling eyes and a drooling mouth. Lucas smiled, held out the piece of meat, and said, "Here, eat up." Uru was the happiest, having such a dedicated master. Looking at the wolf's happy expression, he inwardly thought Uru was actually quite cute, and having a magical beast subordinate to find free food wasn't bad at all. But as soon as Uru finished eating, Lucas stood up and cracked his knuckles threateningly. "Right, now that you're done eating, stay and train with me. I promise I won't hurt you." It's true that being a junior who eats a piece of the leader's meat isn't easy to swallow. At the same time, at the Rian mansion, Lady Catherine was sitting quietly in the garden under the moonlight with a thoughtful expression. Hearing slow footsteps approaching, she remained motionless in the silent space. Lord Horian walked over, placed a hand on his wife's shoulder, and asked kindly, "Catherine, are you worried about the kids again?" Catherine Rian bowed her head slightly and replied sadly, "Yes, I can't hide anything from you." Lord Horian looked at Catherine Rian tenderly and mused. Surely they had started their lessons by now. If you miss them so much, why don't we go visit them? Seeing his wife still tearing up from missing the children, he gently comforted her, saying that he had business passing through the town of Dak anyway, so he would take her along. Catherine Rian burst into happiness and exclaimed, "Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see the children again." Meanwhile, at the estate of Count Green, a bizarre ceremony was taking place in a gloomy atmosphere. The masked figures respectfully welcomed the mysterious woman who had just appeared. She held up her hand with dark purple nails, introducing a new type of drug called Jade Dream. To prove it, she casually wounded herself, letting drops of dark red blood flow into the wine glasses, calling it the final touch so everyone could enjoy the fun to the fullest. The blue-haired woman turned around to reveal a ghostly glowing mark on her back and declared, "Now, let the games begin." The mysterious figures began discussing how an 11-year-old girl had wiped out the Black Wind Gang. After the ceremony, the blue-haired woman lay beside Jessica and stated that Julia had received a level 7 blessing. It turned out Catherine Rian's child had inherited the Miranda family's talent. However, she sneered and insisted. Level 7 thinking they can take down a number 4? They're dreaming in broad daylight. She continued to pour bitter words into Jessica's ear, mocking that no matter how much her daughter tried, she would never achieve the desired results. With an evil glint in her eyes, she asked bluntly, You want to kill Catherine Rian and her daughter to become the Countess, right? Jessica admitted without hesitation. That's right. What should I do? The blue-haired woman smiled with satisfaction. She touched a glowing magic circle and whispered to herself that the moment a budding flower withered was truly a beautiful sight. The next morning, combat training resumed, leaving the students exhausted. While Tacy loudly announced the training plan, the students below complained incessantly. No way. My whole body is aching. Last night it hurt so much I couldn't sleep. Master Sigon really is a devil. Witnessing that, Tacy was secretly surprised by everyone's exhaustion. As for Lucas, he realized that he and his roommates were still completely fine. He wondered to himself if his group's bodies were just more resilient than others. Kai Taroi immediately became smug and arrogant, convinced it was because he was just too badass. If he wasn't the strongest in the class, who was? Lucas just smiled secretly because he knew the group's alertness was actually due to the calming incense he had used since the night before. Observing from afar, Tacy inwardly valued the stamina of Lucas's group and believed that with this foundation, they could withstand tougher training and become promising martial artists. Immediately after, Kai Taroi shouted excitedly, "Let's go!" Then suddenly lunged at Lucas to start the sparring session. Kai Taroi threw punches full of speed, but Lucas remained calm and observed, easily deflecting them. To avoid revealing too much of his true strength, Lucas secretly activated a level 5 restriction to keep his power at a minimum. The two engaged in a dramatic exchange of blows. Kai grinned excitedly at his opponent's toughness, admitting, "Not bad." If Kai knew Lucas was holding back, he would be shocked. Lucas also curled his lips slightly and replied, "You too." However, right in the middle of the match, his sharp senses made Lucas suddenly freeze because he felt a strange presence watching him from afar. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the old tree at the edge of the training field, where an old man with white hair and a beard was sitting in mysterious meditation, watching his every move. Seeing Lucas suddenly lose focus, Kai curiously looked over and asked, "That old guy over there?" Kai Taroi lunged forward and yelled, "How rude, take this." But Lucas quickly sidestepped, causing Kai Taroi to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Kai Taroi got up, annoyed, his eyes burning with determination. "Don't look away. Today we'll fight until we find a winner." Lucas just replied calmly, "Fine, suit yourself," and returned to his defensive stance. From afar, the old man Otani smiled mysteriously and quietly left. A girl approached and asked if she should take him back to the library, but Otani refused and wanted to take his time walking back alone. In his heart, he couldn't stop marveling at Lucas, such a fascinating guy, concealing his true strength so well that even a veteran like him couldn't see through it. He made a mental note to remember the name Lucas. A few hours after training ended, Master Sigan gathered the class to teach them the MAS technique, insisting they memorize it perfectly since it was incredibly important. The effectiveness of the MAS exercise was truly staggering, clearing away every bit of muscle fatigue for the students in the blink of an eye. Lucas thought to himself that this would surely make his classmates quickly forget that his group of 4 was the only one still full of energy since early that morning. After school, he decided to go buy the necessary materials to build his own private training ground. Lucas went to the Allen Academy Magic Supplies store, a massive, luxurious place that felt just like a shopping mall, filled with countless rare items that ordinary people would never have the chance to touch. Just like everywhere else in the academy, all payments here had to be made in points. Looking at the price tag of 30 points for a high-end practice doll, Lucas grumbled to himself that everything was just too expensive for his budget. He made a rough calculation that he might end up spending up to 100 points a month on training needs. Although he knew Julia had plenty of points, Lucas told himself he couldn't keep relying on his younger sister forever, as it would be pitiful if she spent all her allowance on food. In the end, he decided to only buy magic potion to mix into his bathwater today. As for other things, he would wait until next time when he could take the materials he'd stored in Uru's cave to trade for points. On the other side of the room, a girl was falling asleep beside piles of books and a cold cup of coffee. Lucas placed a heavy sack on the counter. He casually held out his card and said clearly, "Pack all of this up for me. No need to look at the prices." After checking, she announced that it came to a total of 5 points. As soon as Lucas swiped his card, the magic orb immediately displayed the number 5 in a bright glow. The clerk was secretly astonished when she looked at his uniform. It was a martial arts department uniform. Students in this department were initially only given 10 points to exchange, yet he dared to spend half of that at once? After confirming the payment was successful, Lucas happily took the large sack and didn't forget to offer his thanks. "Thank you so much." Seeing him turn to leave, the clerk couldn't help but worry and warned him, "Hey, buying that much? Aren't you afraid of wasting money? Don't come crying later?" Lucas looked back with a confident smile. I actually think this isn't enough, so I'll be back to buy more later. His attitude made her grit her teeth, thinking, the martial arts department doesn't even have a medicinal herb class. What on earth does he plan to do with all that? This way of spending money, he must be a noble. She sighed in exasperation, watching Lucas's retreating back. Honestly, that's why I hate nobles. Night fell at his secret cave, and Lucas was enjoying the relaxation as he soaked in a hot bath filled with rising steam. He casually dropped the medicinal herbs he had just bought into the tub. Lucas mused that even when mixed into bath water, the effects of the herbs wouldn't be lost. It would be such a waste to throw them away. Looking at the medicated water, he laughed to himself. But I can't really make someone else drink my bath water, can I? Lucas stepped out of the medicated bath, feeling refreshed. He said to himself, ah, so refreshing. Should I go get some more materials to trade for points now? To avoid attracting too much attention, he decided to only bring common Tier 2 materials instead of anything too rare. Suddenly, a strange noise behind him made Lucas startle and turn around. He was stunned to see Uru casually licking up all the bathwater from the tub. Lucas panicked and shouted, Uru, what the heck are you doing? You drank up all the bathwater I just soaked in? Facing the wolf's guilty look, Lucas could only sigh helplessly. However, he soon realized this wasn't bad, as the medicated water would help make Uru's body stronger. The greedy wolf didn't even forget to ask for more. Thanks, master, she seemed to say. But can I also have a piece of beef? Lucas smiled and scolded her playfully. You're such a glutton. But at least this solves the problem of wasting the medicated water. He began to plan to secretly transport these materials to trade for points during quiet hours over the next 3 days to avoid suspicion. Late at night, as Lucas was carrying the heavy equipment he bought from the store toward the dormitory, Mina suddenly appeared from behind. She offered to help using magic. That looks heavy. Let me use magic to carry it for you. Lucas quickly declined. It's fine. I'm okay. I can carry it myself. Lucas thought to himself how fortunate it was that she assumed the materials were sent by his family. This helped him hide the fact that he frequently went in and out of the monster mountain range. Time passed quickly, and the monster taming competition was drawing near. At the training ground, Master Segan was furious with his students. Do you guys even have any motivation at all? The competition is tomorrow. Don't be lazy just because you hate training. If you don't want to do it, go home. He continuously pointed out the fatal flaws in everyone's techniques, from Sap bringing his foot up too high to Kai's wobbling. You're so weak. You couldn't even catch a bird, let alone fight a monster. Kai Taroi immediately protested out of pride. I don't accept that. I've actually defeated Lucas, Sap, and Colin. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was taken down by the master with just one strike. He turned to the other three and asked, did the three of you really lose to this guy? Even with different reasons like not wanting to offend a noble or simply wanting to avoid trouble, all three nodded in agreement. Yes. Segan held his head in frustration. Those troublesome nobles really can't do anything useful. To test their strength, he ordered Tacy to spar with Kai. Kai eagerly got into stance, confidently asserting that he wouldn't hold back and would prove with his strength that he was the most deserving of being class president. Tacy stepped into a defensive stance, smiling modestly. Please go easy on me. Immediately, Kai Taroi lunged forward to attack with amazing speed, accompanied by a shout, take this. However, Tacy's agility far exceeded his expectations, leaving Kai Taroi stunned. So fast. Before his opponent could regain his composure, Tacy continued to close the distance with graceful but deadly movements. Ending the match decisively, Kai Taroi was sent flying backward, crashing into the fence in pain. The surrounding students couldn't help but whisper in shock. Did Kai Taroi really lose? He's so big, and he still got trashed. Witnessing this, Lucas understood why Master Segan chose Tacy as class president. Master Segan warned with an ice-cold, intense gaze, monsters will never go easy on you, everyone. Give it your all. Lucas realized Kai's mistake was being too obsessed with attacking while forgetting his defense, creating an opening for Tacy to finish him. Tacy gently walked over to ask, are you okay? But Kai Taroi just stood there, stunned into silence. Segan announced clearly, listen up. Starting tomorrow, everyone is required to tame at least one magical beast. Segan's next threat sent chills down the entire class's spines. If they failed, they would be expelled from the martial arts department immediately. Kai Taroi shivered with fear. Meanwhile, the sloppy professor turned his back and walked away, ordering the class to keep training until nightfall. Seeing Kai sitting there blankly, Lucas approached to point out his weakness. His defense was completely wide open. He told him that if he fixed that habit and targeted the enemy's weak points, he'd be fine. However, Kai Taroi turned beet red and shouted a shocking truth. No, that's not it. I think I've fallen for Tacy. Lucas froze at this unexpected confession. Kai dreamily recounted that it was the first time in his life he'd been kicked by a girl, and that Tacy's moves looked so cool. He even excitedly bragged that he had already thought of names for their future children. Lucas was left speechless, silently wondering if this guy was a masochist. Does Kai have a thing for getting beat up? The next day, the official taming tournament took place in a massive arena, where the loudspeaker announced for students to prepare to enter. Standing before the grandeur of the arena, Kai Taroi started trembling when he heard the roars of the beasts echoing from below. It's huge! Just how many of them are in there? Thinking about those monsters roaring right beneath his feet was terrifying. At the same time, the magic department students standing above didn't stop mocking them. The martial arts department is actually participating? Are they here to be beast food? Suddenly, Sigan appeared from behind with such a menacing aura that the arrogant crowd went silent. He coldly threatened them. If you have the time to think about such useless things, you'd better stuff the competition rules into your heads. The magic students panicked, mumbled their apologies, and scurried away. Lucas was quite surprised to see Professor Sigan standing up for his students. However, Kai kept trembling with anxiety as the life-or-death moment approached. To reassure his friend, Lucas gently advised, "Just imagine they're Professor Sigan and fight with everything you've got. What's there to worry about?" Imagining himself punching a super-weak version of Professor Sigan, Kai Taroi laughed triumphantly. "That's amazing. I'm getting fired up now." Witnessing his friend's excitement, Lucas could only play along. "I heard that, you little brats." Soon after, Lucas started giving practical tactical advice to Kai. "You remember what we talked about yesterday, right? Low-level magical beasts can't break through your defense, so if you focus on defense, you'll definitely win." Kai Taroi clearly asserted that he wouldn't repeat yesterday's mistakes, causing even Sigan to silently acknowledge that Lucas was truly a source of quality advice. On the arena's big screen, the judge clearly announced the competition rules. In this tournament, those who tame 10 magical beasts will receive a perfect score. Points will be deducted for those who accidentally end a beast's life. The time limit is 10 minutes. If you are injured, call out loudly for the teachers standing outside the arena. Right after that, Julia stepped out confidently. She was one of the first contestants to enter the challenge area. Stepping through the magic gate, Julia was amazed to find herself in a vast boundary space. Is this a boundary space? So that's how it is. I was wondering how they managed to fit 50 magical beasts into a small building like this. From the shadows, 2 giant magical bears with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared. Instead of being scared, Julia flashed a bright smile and casually remarked, "These guys are so small and cute. My treat." She raised her staff, activated a brilliant purple magic circle, and unleashed a thundering technique. Intense bolts of lightning erupted, engulfing the beasts and making them howl in pain. According to the rules, the beasts in the tournament are covered in a special magic potion, so when they are tamed, a thick purple smoke rises from their bodies. Outside the barrier, the teachers used magic circles to sense the situation inside, helping them monitor exactly how many beasts each student had tamed to grade them as fairly as possible. The judge standing outside couldn't help but sweat when seeing the signal from Sector 5. Is the counter broken? How did she finish so fast? The announcement echoed throughout the arena. Sector 5, mission complete. Exam over. Next contestants, please prepare. Julia walked out of the barrier leisurely as everyone watched in amazement. The blonde female teacher praised her endlessly. Finished in just 3 minutes. What an incredible result. Julia thanked her politely and quickly asked about her brother's situation. Upon learning that the martial arts students in Sector 10 would be the last to enter, she decided to go buy some snacks while waiting. However, behind the dark gate, a mysterious shadow was silently watching Julia's every step with calculated eyes. She silently wondered if this teenager from the martial arts department could create a world-shaking miracle like he did at the opening ceremony. 2 hours passed, and the atmosphere in the arena became gloomy as contestants walked out one by one. It seemed this exam was quite difficult. Kai Taroi also began to tremble, doubting the group's ability to stay in the martial arts department amidst the harshness of the tournament. Lucas reassured his friend, "Don't worry. In terms of strength, we martial artists are not inferior to those mages at all." Professor Sigan suddenly spoke up, shattering the students' self-doubt. "Why are you being so insecure? If you can't even handle a level 1 beast, you might as well quit now." He emphasized that martial artists are always superior to low-level mages in both physique and close-quarters combat, and demanded that the class be more confident in themselves. This rare encouragement stunned Kai and Colin, as Professor Sigan was famously grumpy. Just then, Tacy returned after having secretly scouted the situation. She reported that most of the other contestants were just exhausted from overusing magic, not in any real danger. Tacy also collected important information about how the beast's movement range was limited by the barrier for safety. She pointed out that if they encountered an opponent too strong, everyone could absolutely retreat to find an easier target, and that managing stamina would guarantee them points. The runaway strategy is the best move. Tacy's heartfelt sharing made the whole class very excited, and they chanted their great class leader's name in unison. Professor Segon was also secretly pleased that he had placed his trust in the right person to lead them. However, a sarcastic laugh and a voice full of contempt suddenly rang out. Well, no wonder I kept seeing someone eavesdropping. So, he's from the martial arts department. Greg appeared with an arrogant look. He assumed that because they were incompetent, Segan and his students had to resort to cowardly eavesdropping tricks to earn points. Greg coldly announced that it was now the martial arts department's turn to prepare to enter the arena. He didn't forget to issue a threat that if they didn't do well, the martial arts department would soon be wiped out from the academy. And honestly, a place like that shouldn't have been established in the first place. Watching Greg's back as he left with an arrogant laugh, Lucas's eyes darkened with killing intent. He reminded him of the people who used to bully him in his previous life, people who always looked down on others just because of their own status. Lucas stepped forward decisively, asking to confirm his priority. After this, I'll be the first one to enter the arena, because I ranked first in the entrance ceremony, right? Seeing the serious expression and the pressure radiating from his student, Segan offered to let someone else take his place if he felt worried. Lucas's eyes suddenly glowed with a powerful golden light. He coldly declined the offer. No need to switch, just let me go in and take care of them all. He told himself he would definitely achieve excellent results to put those who dared to look down on the martial arts department in their place. Seeing his confidence, Kai, Teroy, and Sap also got fired up and cheered. That's right. Let's show them our true strength. Instructor Sigan, standing behind, couldn't help but be surprised to see his students' attitudes change so drastically. Kai didn't forget to remind everyone not to forget what Lady Tacy had instructed, leaving Lucas speechless at the simplicity of his roommates. 10 minutes later, in Competition Zone 10, Lucas dashed into the thick fog. He realized that if he dodged these traps, he could perform to his heart's content, without anyone knowing. When a magical beast acknowledges a master, their souls connect, allowing that person to temporarily use their abilities. Uru, who was gnawing on a bone, asked in confusion, "Master, you're already so strong, why go to the trouble of using my power?" Lucas didn't answer but immediately activated the power. A giant phantom wolf paw covered his leg, enhancing his speed and explosive force. Using force to suppress these low-level magical beasts was far too easy. The surrounding magical beasts were terrified and fled before the arrival of a high-level predator. However, instead of attacking directly, Lucas realized that cornering the beasts psychologically to crush their will to fight would be much more effective. The presence of a high-level magical beast phantom like Uru easily made the weaklings tremble in fear. Lucas was secretly satisfied to see the magical owl quickly submit, but he also reminded himself to be careful, not to let the magical potion smoke leak out of the barrier too early before he made all the magical beasts in the arena submit. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the digital board still displayed a perfect 0 next to Lucas Rian's name, even though half the competition time had passed. Witnessing that poor result, Greg didn't miss the chance to mock him. Not scoring any points meant he couldn't even defeat the lowest-level magical beasts. This was the vast difference between a martial artist and a mage. These words made Julia extremely angry. She shouted to defend her brother, "Don't mock my brother. Even though he can't use magic, he's actually amazing." Greg just sneered in contempt. He thought she had lost her judgment, just like Linda, and asserted that the actual results on the scoreboard would say it all. But just as Greg finished speaking, the speaker suddenly blared that a point had been scored. Lucas Rian's friends cheered joyfully, because at least Lucas had scored points to stay in the martial arts department. Greg still kept an arrogant expression, thinking 1 point was nothing when his class's best student had already reached 5 points. But his smile soon faded when the number on the scoreboard kept jumping up 2, 3, and stopped at 5. Greg was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe a piece of trash martial artist could achieve a score equal to his class's highest record. Greg's face right now must look pretty hilarious, folks. Inside the barrier, Lucas stood casually on the head of a giant snake that had been completely subdued. He calculated that after he cleared the area and terrified the magical beasts, his classmates could now easily score points without any obstacles. Now was the time for Lucas to decide to end his performance and leave. He darted away like a bolt of lightning, knocking out his 6th, 7th, and 8th targets in just a few seconds. Lucas continued to score his 9th point by defeating a demonic bat right in midair. That owl from earlier was unlucky enough to fall into Lucas's sights one more time. It wept silently as it saw the Grim Reaper suddenly return for a 10th finishing blow. Lucas officially completed the test, leaving Greg frozen in shock. The loudspeaker announced clearly across the arena, "Lucas Rian, perfect score of 10. Julia looked up at the screen with sparkling eyes full of pride and cheered. "My brother is the best. No one can beat him." Lucas walked out of the arena, amidst the stunned crowd whispering to each other. "A martial arts student got a perfect score? Are you kidding?" Julia happily rushed over and hugged her brother tightly. "I knew my brother would be fine." While Lucas gently patted his sister's head, Greg still couldn't accept the truth. He yelled in anger, "No way a freshman, in martial arts, could make 10 magical beasts submit. Sigan, you must have used a body double, or some trick, right?" Immediately, the judge standing next to them spoke up to put Greg in his place. "Are you implying that I am a person who takes bribes and covers up cheating?" Greg went pale, realizing he had just accidentally offended someone in power. He trembled with regret. "Damn it, I completely forgot about the judge's presence. Making enemies with people of this caliber is terrible." He hurriedly waved his hands to make excuses, claiming he was suspicious because Lucas had broken a test dummy during the entrance exam. The judge made a firm decision. "Then let's go inside and check the barrier space." Sigan looked annoyed that the martial arts department was being doubted so unreasonably. Just because they got a perfect score, they had to be re-examined. "What an insult," Lucas replied calmly. "Ignore them. Let them do whatever they want." 10 minutes later, inside the barrier, the magical owl opened its eyes as the magical gate began to open. Seeing the exit, it realized the terrifying guy was gone and immediately signaled its companions. "We're free! That scary guy is gone. Run, brothers." Just as the magical beasts were about to escape, the judges quickly used their authority to activate golden magic circles. Chains of light bound the owl in midair, leaving it unable to move. The judges determined the magical beasts were quite agitated, but not to the point where they needed to change the competition venue. One judge still couldn't help but wonder if those points were truly earned fairly. The head judge watched in contemplation, silently concluding, "I haven't found any evidence, but something definitely happened to these magical beasts." The judges decided to let the tournament continue, while the 10 magical beasts Lucas had just faced were taken away for a detailed inspection. Soon after, an announcement boomed clearly across the arena, stating that no issues were found with the test results. "Next contestant, please prepare." Lucas stood with his arms crossed, appearing calm. He thought to himself that even though they hadn't found any flaws, they clearly still didn't trust his abilities. He glanced toward Tacy and gave a faint smirk. Interesting, but the real surprises are just getting started. When it was her turn, Tacy charged into the arena with fierce determination. She told herself she absolutely could not let herself lose to Lucas. As soon as she entered the barrier, she quickly devised a strategy. If she couldn't make her opponent surrender within 30 seconds, she would immediately change targets to save time. However, the magical beast suddenly froze, its eyes wide with terror as it looked at Tacy. It trembled, realizing that the breath and scent of this girl were very similar to the monster that had tormented its peers earlier, leaving it panicking as it wondered if that terrifying entity was still lurking nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Tacy unleashed a powerful punch, forcing the Tier 3 Shadow Wolf to whine and immediately bow in submission. She couldn't help but be surprised. A Tier 3 wolf? Down that fast? Something feels off, right? Looking at her own hand, Tacy's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. She wondered if perhaps the martial arts students weren't actually as weak as everyone thought. With her momentum building, Tacy consecutively took down a giant lizard and a ferocious wild boar, causing the scoreboard to jump repeatedly. High up in the stands, Kai Taroi cheered enthusiastically for his goddess. Meanwhile, Master Sigan kept a contemplative look while observing. Tacy's score climbed steadily from 3 or 4 to 5 points. She unleashed powerful blows, conquering the 6th and then the 7th targets in the blink of an eye. Right after that, she finished off the 10th target, officially completing the exam with a perfect score. The entire arena erupted in utter astonishment. Another perfect score? Tacy's completion time was even faster than Lucas's, which left Kai Taroi cheering in excitement. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the judges were once again thrown into a state of confusion. What is going on? Another technical glitch? They hurriedly ordered the group of magical beasts to be taken for an immediate technical inspection. Amidst the murmurs, Tacy stood proudly, looking at Lucas with a radiant smile. She reaffirmed to herself that just as Lucas had said, these magical beasts weren't as scary as she had thought, and martial artists definitely weren't inferior to mages. The third match ended quickly when a magical beast was knocked back by a powerful wave of energy. Sap smiled brightly, easily earning his place among those who achieved a perfect score of 10. The martial arts department is literally hacking the game, guys. Shortly after, in the fourth match, Colin unleashed a lightning-fast kick that took down a giant ape, continuing to bring in another perfect 10 for the martial arts department. By the fifth match, Kai Taroi put all his strength into his fist, causing a saber-toothed tiger to cry in terror before being completely subdued. Kai Taroi stood arrogantly over the defeated monster, making a contemptuous gesture while receiving the notification of his perfect score. On the leaderboard, martial arts students like Julia, Lucas, and Tai continuously occupied the top positions, creating a real earthquake that left the entire academy in shock. Witnessing the martial arts department's performance beyond expectations, Sigan smiled faintly, feeling extremely satisfied. He quietly slipped into a corner and took a long, refreshing swig of alcohol to celebrate his students' victory. After putting the magical beasts in cages for a thorough examination, the judges were shocked to confirm that there were absolutely no abnormalities with the barrier or the beasts' physical conditions. Regarding the confusion over the martial arts department's stellar results, they assumed that the magical beasts must have been terrified by the attacks from the magic classes that had competed before. It was the intense close-quarters combat style of the martial artists that had pushed the magical beasts' fear to the extreme during this first time the department had participated in the tournament. The long-bearded headmaster thoughtfully made a final decision. I understand. Starting from next year, let the martial arts department compete first, but this year's results will remain as they are. This announcement left Gray so shocked that he blurted out, "What?" He couldn't accept that the martial arts department could surpass the magic classes and stand equal to the elite class at the top. Facing the headmaster's cold glare and the question, "That is correct. Do you have an opinion on this?" Gray could only stammer, "No. I have no objections, sir." However, he was still bitter, believing that the martial arts department taking first place was just luck and not real skill. Headmaster Otani coldly dismissed him. Luck is also a part of ability. Since this is not the students' fault, we cannot cancel their results. The other teachers agreed that the headmaster's opinion was completely correct. Gray could only grit his teeth, obey, and stomp away. Looking at Master Sigan's back, he harbored a bitter desire for revenge. "Sigan, I will remember this well." At the magical beast pen area, a high-ranking official approached Headmaster Otani and asked seriously, "This is a matter of life and death for the martial arts department. As a Tier 9 martial artist, you must have realized the true cause, haven't you?" The headmaster replied contemplatively, "It is not convenient to speak of this, but the school can rest assured there is no harm done." Looking toward the academy tower, he told himself he would keep the secret of Lucas's true power just as the young man wished. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kai was grinning proudly because he had achieved a perfect score. "I can't believe it. I have to tell my father this right away." He excitedly claimed that taming magical beasts wasn't as difficult as the rumors said, and he believed the whole group had improved significantly since the entrance exam. Lucas sighed in relief that no one suspected him. He smiled and chimed in, "That's thanks to Master Sigan's special training." Kai Taroi sat down and excitedly asked the group, "Hey guys, what are you planning to do with the 20 bonus points for the top spot?" Colin and Sap intended to save the points for emergencies or to treat the group to a meal. But Kai immediately brushed that off, saying points were meant for buying top-tier gear for real combat training. Hearing the phrase real combat training, Lucas couldn't help but be curious. That was the challenge at the Allen Tower, a unique training location of the Magic Academy. Inside the tower was an illusionary world with countless races, from magical beasts and beastkin to giants. Since it was all just an illusion, participants wouldn't lose their lives. This was a great opportunity to learn how to fight various opponents and hone real combat strength. However, Colin is worried that only 100 freshmen are allowed into the tower, and since the 12 elite class students are guaranteed spots, the chances for the others to secure the remaining positions are incredibly slim. Kai Taroi confidently throws an arm around Lucas, insisting that participants are usually chosen based on the annual tournament rankings, and since their whole group achieved perfect scores, they are guaranteed a spot on the list. Just then, Colin and Sap excitedly rush off to the material shop to buy training equipment. Watching the two friends hurry away, Lucas sighs to himself, seeing them rush off to train. They really do have an intense hunger for power. Lucas tells himself that helping everyone achieve perfect scores in the tournament was the right decision. Lost in thought, he is suddenly tackled into a hug by Kai Taroi, who nags him to go to the shop. Lucas firmly refuses because he has something more important to do. He takes out a pendant shaped like a sharp animal fang, intricately carved. This is the item Professor Segan gave him earlier. Lucas narrows his eyes at the strange object, silently resolving to find out the real secret behind the messy professor's gift. It's a precious reward that only the top 3 scorers in the tournament had a chance to receive. He clicks his tongue with regret when thinking about the rankings. If I had ranked just 1 spot lower, this would have belonged to Tacy. Seeing Kai looking at him, Lucas tucks the item away and smiles. My only strength is just pure luck. Kai Taroi sighs and waves goodbye. Never mind then. I'm heading to the shop to catch up with Anto and the others. Lucas nods in response. Yeah, see you later. News that the entire martial arts department achieved perfect scores, posted prominently on the big bulletin board, leaves the entire academy in shock, mixed with jealousy. Lila, a female student from the magic class and a pupil of Professor Greg, is so furious that she kicks the wall hard. She grits her teeth and screams in frustration. We were supposed to have the best results for 3 consecutive years and become the top class after the elite program. With hateful eyes, Lila cannot accept that her father's 10 years of hard work are being ruined by a bunch of martial artists. Lila's anger flares even more when she realizes the martial arts department has taken 20 precious spots to enter the Allen Tower. A male student standing nearby chimes in, full of resentment. Those tower spots belong to the mages. Those martial artists stole them. Even though someone speaks up to remind them that the teachers at the monster base confirmed the martial arts department didn't cheat, it only makes the magic students even more agitated. Another student from Professor Greg's faction coldly declares, the martial arts department obviously bribed the teachers at the monster base. He argues that it's completely possible because the wealthy Taroi family's son in the martial arts department could easily buy anything. Andre pushes up his glasses, his eyes flashing with calculation, as he reveals he saw 2 of Taroi's lackeys wiping out the last of the training equipment at the school's supply shop. Andre worries that when the martial arts department gets their 20 bonus points tomorrow, they will continue to snatch up all the precious materials. Lila coldly grips her magic staff. She maliciously brings up the fact that the meridians of martial artists are more fragile than glass. Laughing cruelly, she demands to go and break the limbs of the martial arts students to keep them in check. That very afternoon, they plot to take down the students of the martial arts department. The first 2 victims they ambush are Anto and Decio. Decio screams, questioning why they were attacked so suddenly. Anto is already badly injured, with a large slash on his back, groaning in pain. Decio panics, realizing the wound is poisoned and that he needs to get his friend treated immediately. But the mages from the magic class don't let up. They mock them, saying if they want points, they will be happy to grant them. Lila activates a magic circle and unleashes a brutal attack straight at the 2 wounded students. Heart-wrenching screams echo out as Decio and Anto are tortured by monstrous vines and ice magic, leaving them unable to resist. Lila stands there with a blank expression, coldly declaring, "Shut up. I don't need your points." Anto trembles, asking why they are being treated so cruelly. She coldly states that her request is actually very simple. Lila holds a potion bottle in her hand, her face twisting into a terrifying, devilish mask. She orders them to crawl back and insult the martial arts department, saying they are nothing but trash. A few hours later, when it is pitch black, other students from the martial arts department hold lanterns, panicking as they search for their teammates. They call out Decio and Anto's names in vain amidst the silent night. Kai Taroi wonders why Lucas is so panicked, since it's normal for their friends to come back late from their part-time jobs. But Lucas knows clearly that today is completely different, as this is the first time he has smelled such a strong scent of blood on this path. As soon as he senses the trail, Lucas bolts off, leaving Kai confused. Chasing after him, Kai complains about Lucas running off suddenly, but he quickly freezes when he sees a bloodied hand reaching out from the grass. A horrific scene unfolds before their eyes as 2 classmates lie motionless in a pool of blood. Kai Taroi screams in shock, "Who on earth did this?" Lucas immediately kneels down, quickly checking the victim's conditions. The injured friend gasps, revealing that the person behind this was Lila from Professor Greg's class, and that she cruelly severed their meridians. Witnessing his friends being harmed, a dark and icy aura erupts violently, enveloping Lucas. Lucas quickly reassures them. They're still alive, just unconscious. He immediately delegates tasks. "I'll stop the bleeding. Kai, go find medicine." As soon as he leaves, Lucas focuses his spiritual energy into his hands, performing emergency first aid to prevent the wounds from worsening. Upon touching the victim's body, Lucas is horrified by the severity of the wounds. They were cursed, and their bones had been crushed into pieces, This is clearly the bone-crushing technique, a method usually used by black market assassins. He clenches his fists, veins bulging in anger as he thinks to himself, hurting both of them with such a cruel technique, I'll destroy them. This isn't bullying, this is attempted murder. Below him, the injured friend moans in a delirious state. Mom, Dad, it hurts. Lucas looks at his suffering friend and firmly asserts, don't worry, I'll take care of them and get revenge for you. Deep in the dark forest, Lucas persists in caring for them until Kai returns with Tacy. Seeing the gruesome scene, Tacy gasps in horror. Anto and Decio were attacked? Kai explains that he ran into Tacy on his way to find medicine. Lucas updates them on the situation. Their lives aren't in danger, but they'll need to rest for a few days. Kai handed the pouch of medicine to Lucas, silently thanking him for the quick first aid, then gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, I will never forgive those bastards. Kai Taroi, I've decided I'm going to the student council tomorrow. However, Tacy looked pessimistic, believing the teachers were targeting. The student council ignored it, so they didn't care about the martial arts department's affairs either. Lucas cut them off sharply. I don't care. His terrifying expression left Tacy stunned in shock. A burst of dark, murderous aura erupted, enveloping Lucas's entire body and making him look like a completely different person compared to his usual gentle self. Lucas gritted his teeth in bitter resentment, silently resolving, I will settle this grudge at any cost. At the student council office, the atmosphere turned tense as they listened to Lucas's group's request. He smirked and asked back, I see. So you're trying to pick a fight with Professor Greg's class? Lucas clearly asserted that if they won, he demanded a formal apology from the ones who attacked the two members of the martial arts department. In exchange, Lucas was willing to bet his S-rank reward for Greg's class if he lost. However, Theo flashed a sinister smile, claiming there was no evidence that Greg's students were the culprits. Then, he picked up a beast-tooth pendant and asked, Are you talking about this as the S-rank reward? Suddenly, Theo let go, dropping the pendant to the floor in front of everyone's shocked eyes, and he casually muttered a fake apology. Oops, my hand just slipped. Theo continued to sneer with utter contempt. For a serious duel? Don't you think betting something as cheap as this is inappropriate? Witnessing Theo's insulting actions, Kai Taroi gritted his teeth in anger and prepared to lunge, but Lucas reached out to stop him just in time. Lucas looked straight at the student council president and asked, Then what would be considered appropriate? Theo acted thoughtful for a moment before slowly suggesting they choose something unique and iconic to this school. He gave a calculating smile and made a shocking offer. The loser would be permanently banned from entering the Allen Tower for training. Despite Kai and Tacy's shock, Lucas remained frighteningly calm. He decisively accepted this risky challenge. See above. You're on. The announcement of the duel between the martial arts department and Greg's class was quickly posted on the bulletin board, drawing the attention of every student in the school to the event happening in 2 days. The news of the match delighted the freshmen who were dissatisfied with the martial arts department. They wouldn't stop cheering for Professor Greg's class. Old Man Greg even shamelessly praised the three who attacked Anto's group right in front of everyone. In contrast to that noise, Professor Sigan didn't make a single comment. He just silently increased the intensity of the combat training for his students under heavy pressure. Among the trainees, Lucas practiced quietly, with eyes burning with indignation. He was ready to claim justice for the comrades who had fallen. And then, the day of the duel finally arrived. The atmosphere at the arena was hotter than ever, with thousands of spectators waiting to see a good show. The cheering roared across the stands. Those three are fighting for the martial arts department. Support them with everything you've got. Standing opposite Lucas's group, Leela smiled smugly and continued with her condescending sarcasm. With so many people watching, if you apologize right now, I might consider forgiving you. Lucas kept a frighteningly calm face. He stared straight at his opponent and replied coldly, We don't know how this match will end just yet. When the referee ordered both sides to get into position, Kai Taroi bravely stepped forward with a glowing greatsword in his hand. He firmly declared, Let's end this quickly. His opponent was a bespectacled male student holding a scepter. He casually adjusted his glasses and replied arrogantly, Go ahead. The match officially started. The magic class student activated a huge, glowing magic circle under his feet and shouted, Blizzard! Sharp shards of ice, like a torrential rain carrying destructive power, flew straight toward Kai Taroi, but he left everyone stunned when he used extreme speed to swat away every attack. In the blink of an eye, the bespectacled mage turned pale, dripping with sweat in astonishment. What? He deflected everything? Amidst the shattering ice shards, Kai Taroi stood tall with a look of disdain and issued a challenge. Is that all you've got? How weak. Kai Taroi swung his sword, clearing away the sharp ice fragments, and scoffed. Humph, is that really all you have? However, the bespectacled mage, Andre, kept his smug smile. He thought to himself, gotcha, you sucker. Martial artists are so easy to trick. Immediately, Andre activated a magic prison. Sharp ice pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, locking Kai Taroi's feet in place. He adjusted his glasses arrogantly. Just lie there and die, you half-baked noble. Andre swung his scepter, channeling all his ice magic to finish the match. Kai Taroi was crushed under massive ice blocks, his body battered and severely injured in the middle of the tragic scene. Heh, do you understand now? This is the price for daring to provoke a mage. He pretended to put his hand to his ear to listen and sneered. What did you say? If you want to surrender, speak up. In the stands, Lila laughed triumphantly. Just as expected, trash will always be trash. If you admit defeat right now, I'll spare your pathetic lives. Watching his comrade being humiliated, Lucas's eyes suddenly turned cold and oppressive. He gritted his teeth. How long are you going to spew that garbage before you feel satisfied? Suddenly, Kai Taroi flashed a mysterious smile, his eyes burning with bright orange flames, radiating an overwhelming aura. He clenched a ball of energy as hot as lava in his hand, and coldly asked back, Can your ice magic even freeze the lava flows in the Beast Mountain Horian Riange? Lila screamed from above in a panic. You idiot! Run! Andre was stunned as he realized what Kai was holding was a lava slime. A cataclysmic explosion erupted on the spot. Dust and hot fire engulfed both contestants in the middle of the arena. Andre trembled as he questioned in horror, detonating at such close range. Do you not care about your own life anymore? But amidst the thick smoke, Kai Taroi suddenly charged out, with eyes burning with murderous intent. Regardless of his injuries, Kai Taroi launched an attack that pierced Andre's magical defense, making him bleed. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. A martial artist defeating a mage? Am I dreaming? Looking at Kai's legs, which were completely scorched black, Lucas silently marveled at his friend's iron will for daring to blow up his own legs to escape the cruel ice prison. Kai smiled arrogantly through his bleeding wounds. He remembered Lucas's advice. The moment the opponent breaks their magic with the most confidence is exactly when their opening is revealed to attack. Andre screamed frantically in humiliation. Being injured by a low-life martial artist, but with those crippled legs, you can't dodge anymore. Die. He focused all his ice magic into an energy sphere, but Kai Taroi was already prepared with another blazing attack in his hand. A blinding explosion erupted in the center of the arena. Andre cried out in horror. That guy is insane! Kai stubbornly pushed forward and coldly taunted him. I hate people who use ice. Andre scrambled back in a panic and shouted, Stay away from me! But it was too late. Kai Taroi landed a direct headbutt that shattered Andre's glasses. He let out a miserable scream and collapsed instantly, his face covered in injuries. Andre lay motionless on the ground. He still couldn't believe that his ice shield had been broken by pure physical strength. The referee clearly announced that the martial arts department had won the first match. Kai Taroi excitedly held his weapon high, showing off his victory to Lucas. He felt his body was in its peak state, completely unaware that someone had secretly slipped performance enhancers into his breakfast. The next match between Tacy and Lila was about to begin. Lucas confidently asserted that with Tacy's real ability, everything would be just fine. The battle began. Giant vines suddenly erupted from the ground. The class president nimbly dodged the treacherous strike, shivering as she had nearly been crushed in the first few seconds. Lila began to mock the hollow moral principles of the martial artists. She loudly insisted that mages only cared about the final result, then activated a glowing blue magic circle in her hand. Spectral tentacles frantically surrounded the arena, but Tacy displayed incredible speed to close the distance, leaving Lila terrified and unable to react in time. A devastating punch slammed straight into her stomach, making her cough up blood. Lila stumbled back in utter shock, unable to understand how someone at only level 1 could possess such terrifying speed. Tacy locked her opponent's arms, and clearly declared that a martial artist's morality is the teaching of valuing human life. Lila frantically tried to use plant magic to counter. Attack in desperation, but Tacy unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Lucas stood by, watching in awe as he realized she was attacking directly at magic pressure points with absolute precision. Lucas silently acknowledged that her keen eyes and decisiveness had secured a convincing victory for Tacy, while Kai remained stunned by her speed. Tacy coldly reminded her opponent never to trample on a martial artist's pride again. The referee clearly declared the second consecutive victory for the martial arts department as Lila lay completely motionless on the ground. Poisonous needles fell from her sleeves onto the floor, causing Mina, who was watching from afar, to be extremely indignant. She immediately questioned why such dangerous weapons were allowed in a match, but he only calmly sipped his tea and dismissed it, claiming she was overreacting because, in reality, nothing bad had happened. Witnessing the class president's victory, Kai Taroi cheered excitedly. "Well done, Tacy. No wonder Teacher Segan chose you as class president." This result was like a slap in the face to those who dared to call martial artists trash. On the other side, the magic class teacher gritted his teeth in resentment as his plan to seize the spot at Allen Tower wavered. He muttered to himself, "I still have a trump card. I must win this match." The third match officially began. Lucas stepped into the arena, facing an enemy wielding a magic scimitar glowing with purple light. As soon as the bell rang, the smug mage assumed that guys like Lucas also practiced martial arts, and that Lucas would be completely helpless against his high-speed after-image technique. Standing outside, Tacy worried as she saw Lucas only focusing on defense and keeping his distance instead of attacking. Lucas thought to himself that he didn't need to show his full strength, but he still needed to probe his opponent a bit. He stomped his foot, deciding to close in using only 5% of his power. Lucas's sudden speed made the mage cry out in horror, "Impossible!" But Lucas didn't want to end the match too quickly, so he pretended to miss. However, taking advantage of the moment Lucas stood still, the mage smirked. "Too bad for you." He then suddenly thrust his magic scimitar into Lucas's shoulder, drawing blood. Lucas bowed his head and endured the strike in silence. The mage laughed triumphantly, claiming no one could resist his bone-crushing technique. He frantically poured in his power, swearing to crush every bone in Lucas's body. However, his smile faded when he realized something was wrong. Even though he had used all his strength, the bone-breaking technique that was his pride was completely useless against his opponent's steel-like body. Watching Lucas being overwhelmed, Kai screamed in worry, not understanding what was happening. The mage smugly assumed that Lucas was just trying to look dangerous, but was actually all bluff. He roared, preparing to unleash the final blow to end the match, but a dry sound echoed as Lucas gently blocked the strike with his bare hand. He quietly uttered, "I think that's enough." Lucas stomped his foot hard on the arena floor, creating an overwhelming force that shattered the ground into pieces. His opponent was stunned and shocked by this irrational strength. Level 1? And this strong? That's ridiculous. Lucas looked at him coldly, his eyes glowing with intensity. "Now I don't have to worry about anyone seeing what's about to happen. Are you ready?" The mage's magic sword was snapped to pieces instantly, causing him to panic and scream. Lucas Rian lunged like a whirlwind, launching an attack that left his opponent only able to let out a miserable wail. He stepped hard on him and mocked, "This looks familiar, doesn't it?" Despite using only 2% of his power, Lucas still made his enemy feel extreme pain as he asked, "How does it feel to be pierced through your hand by the very shards of the weapon you used to stab Anto?" Lucas continued to launch a kick that made the mage scream in agony from the heavy injury. He realized in a panic that he had completely lost the ability to resist. "I can't use magic. Did that last attack sever my magic meridians?" Seeing his student completely overwhelmed, Old Man Greg jumped up from the stands and yelled, "Stop right there!" Ignoring the interference, Lucas still put all his strength into his fist, preparing to deliver a lethal blow straight to his opponent's face. In desperation, the mage gasped, "I surrender." Lucas stopped, quietly looking at the defeated opponent under his feet. Old Man Greg was still screaming wildly from afar. "What the hell are you talking about? With your ability, you could have easily won." Lucas felt silent contempt as he realized the old man even unable to see through the severe injuries of his own student. Master Segan watched pensively, worried that this victory might bring significant trouble to the martial arts department. However, the atmosphere below was incredibly lively as Kai Taroi cheered excitedly. "Great job! Our martial arts department has won all 3 matches." Everyone used to look down on martial artists. Murmurs rippled through the stands. Some began to believe that martial artists could absolutely defeat mages in duels. Just as Lucas turned his back to leave, his opponent suddenly lunged at him with a sharp broadsword. A female student screamed in terror, "Lucas! Look out!" But Lucas was lightning fast. He closed the distance behind him and said coldly, "I've been waiting for you to show your true colors." He struck directly at his opponent's nape without holding back. Blake felt the power inside his body fading away with agonizing clarity. He realized in horror that his entire magical meridian system was being torn apart and wondered what on earth Lucas had done. Blake collapsed instantly with dead, desperate eyes. Lucas stood tall, looking down at the defeated foe, and coldly remarked, "When using the bone-crushing technique, didn't you think you'd get a taste of your own medicine?" The loudspeaker clearly declared a total victory for Lucas of the martial arts department. Up in the stands, Iwa Miranda was so stunned she couldn't believe her eyes. She was completely crushed by this unimaginable result. Seeing her strange behavior, Julia asked her worriedly what was wrong. Iwa didn't answer. Deep down, she was deeply shaken, realizing the strike he just used was the meridian severing technique, a high-level skill that had been lost for 100 years. Her eyes burned with suspicion as she secretly wondered who Lucas really was to possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, everyone else was excitedly celebrating the win. Iwa excitedly claimed that the mages were just cowards who specialized in sneak attacks, and she declared that she would challenge anyone who dared to look down on her. TC modestly suggested that the group simply did better than usual today. The joy didn't last long, however, as Professor Segan suddenly appeared from behind with a murderous look. He coldly intimidated them. "Won a little, and you're already on cloud 9? Delusional, aren't you?" Segan roared, demanding the class not be arrogant just because of a few initial victories. Although Iwa Miranda tried to bring up that they had also won at the taming tournament, the disheveled professor firmly dismissed it. He asserted that the victory at the tournament was purely due to luck, as the magical beasts were already exhausted beforehand. Segan turned his back and coldly stated that in the entire martial arts department, only Lucas, Kai, and Tai truly possessed real talent. Standing under a tree, Segan asked, "I'm asking you all seriously. Do you intend to spend your whole lives as parasites, living off the strong?" He emphasized that even after being attacked unreasonably and nearly losing their lives like Colin and Sap, if they still resigned themselves to letting others handle their revenge and survival for them, they would never become strong. Segan walked away coldly, leaving a final warning. "If you really think that way of living is acceptable, then you should leave the martial arts department immediately." These words stung like salt in the student's pride. Lucas looked pensively at the teacher's retreating figure. He silently acknowledged that everything Segan said was completely accurate. Martial artists need confidence, but without hard training, if they let arrogance take over, they will remain stuck in place forever. Behind the tree, Professor Linda suddenly appeared and teased Segan, saying he was starting to act like a real homeroom teacher. Segan just sighed wearily, admitting that he just didn't want the kids to make the same mistakes and end up as miserably as he did. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Blake's condition was becoming extremely dire. Pitch-black cracks spread across his hand like a spiderweb, a terrifying phenomenon similar to an ancient forbidden art called meridian severing. Blake slumped on the hospital bed, his entire body covered in a black, evil aura. He growled in pain, as the agony from his destroyed meridians constantly tortured his body. In the middle of the quiet night, a carriage rushed into the academy grounds amidst a tense atmosphere. Inside the room, Blake's father slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, "How did a match between freshmen turn into this? My son's magical meridians have been completely destroyed, and he can never use magic again." He frantically demanded blind justice. "Punish that brat, and dissolve the martial arts department right now." Just then, a bottle of alcohol shattered on the floor. Segan strode in with cold eyes. "A severe punishment for the vicious culprit, you say?" "You're absolutely right," he said. "The magic the trio used in the match matches the magic used on Sap and Colin. It's clear those three are the culprits who severely injured our students. Principal, handle them according to the rules." Greg, standing nearby, was shocked and thought, "Those guys, were they planning to finish off their opponent right in the match? But why is he bringing this up right now?" "Don't try to change the subject. We are discussing who is responsible for Blake being hit by a forbidden art." Segan remained calm. He asserted that Blake being hit by a forbidden art had not been confirmed yet, and the meridian severing technique was definitely not something a novice martial artist could use. Hearing this, Blake's father had to nod in agreement, believing that the talentless, heaven-forsaken eldest son of the Horian Rian family could never have the level to control an ancient forbidden art like that. Greg clicked his tongue sarcastically. Only a high-level martial artist could cast a forbidden art, but the only high-level martial artist present at the competition site at that time was Professor Segan. He stepped closer, leaning his face near Segan's with a sinister smile. "Suspecting you used the forbidden art? Or did you actually do it?" Segan replied coldly, "If I could use a forbidden art, I would have used it on you a long time ago." The principal sat majestically in his chair, looked straight at Segan, and questioned, "Professor Segan, you seem to think student Blake wasn't hit by a forbidden art. Then how do you explain his current condition?" "Perhaps this is karma." Segan coldly stated his opinion on Blake's condition. He recounted that he had questioned Lucas afterward. The boy asserted he didn't know how to use a forbidden art, but offered a convincing theory. Lucas suggested that Blake was an unruly noble child who had spent a large sum of money to learn tricks to torture others from black market assassins. Therefore, It's very likely a master from the underworld feared information might leak and used this match to strike silently. Hearing this, Dean Otani fell into deep thought, while Blake's father screamed furiously. Are you trying to use these ridiculous rumors to cover everything up? Greg, standing by, also thought this was baseless speculation. Sigan immediately countered. He asserted that this theory was far more credible than a novice martial artist being able to use an ancient forbidden art. He emphasized that there was clearly someone behind this possessing terrifying power was present there, warning that if they provoked that master, they would learn a lesson. The meridian severing technique was truly a cruel method that could destroy even the most talented mages in an instant. That night, at the Allen Academy Library, Principal Otani held a lantern, searching for clues all by himself. He stopped in front of an ancient bookshelf and exclaimed, "Found it." Observing closely, he realized the dust on the book about meridians had been wiped away. This proved someone had just held it not long ago. Flipping through the pages, his eyes stopped at a drawing of a special hand seal glowing under the light. "Just as I thought," the principal whispered with an enigmatic smile in the quiet space. At the same time, at a secret hot spring in the Beast Mountain range, Lucas was preparing to perform the final step of the treatment for Anto and Dacio. He poured a bottle of sparkling medicine into the water and announced, "Your final treatment session begins now." The water steamed heavily, enveloping the bodies of the two friends, soaking in the spring. Anto and Dacio gritted their teeth, enduring it as glowing blue spiritual energy began to weave into every fiber of their muscles, powerfully regenerating the devastated meridians. Witnessing his comrades' pain, Lucas stood by, observing with focus and reassuring them kindly. "It's going to hurt, but please, just hold on a little longer." He stated clearly a truth that the magic world had long forgotten. A martial arts healer is even more impressive than a bunch of mages, you know. A few days later, in the town of Dak, the luxurious carriage of the Horian Rian family finally stopped before the majestic academy gates. "Mr. Horian kindly held his wife's hand and smiled. "We'll see the kids soon." Catherine nodded gently in response. "Yes, it's been a long time." Looking up at the towering walls, she reminisced, feeling that this place hadn't changed at all since the old days. Seeing his wife looking pensive, "Mr. Horian worriedly called her name. Catherine smiled to reassure her husband that she was just remembering some old stories, so he shouldn't worry too much. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves rang out. Catherine was stunned to recognize a familiar face and exclaimed. The person who had just arrived was Sen Miranda. He was Catherine Rian's younger brother, and also the father of Awa Miranda. He dismounted, smiling as he greeted, "Sister, long time no see." This unexpected meeting brought back memories. From 10 years ago, when the beast tribes launched large-scale attacks on the Empire's borders. Brutal wars broke out continuously, causing the sky to be constantly covered in smoke, fire, and the shrieks of monsters. Facing the invasion of the ferocious beast army, humans had to unite to fight back. After 3 days and nights of relentless fighting, both sides suffered extremely heavy losses. Amidst that fierce battlefield, a young female mage stood on the verge of life and death as a giant monster closed in on her. At that hair-raising moment, a young knight charged in like a god, swinging his sword to strike down the monster and catching her just in time. That was the fateful moment when young knight commander Horian and the mage Catherine Rian Miranda first met. Having gone through life and death moments together on the battlefield, the two vowed to bind their lives together forever. Catherine Rian's father, Duke Miranda, had fiercely opposed this marriage, leading her to cut off all contact with her family. Sen Miranda looked at his sister pensively. He hadn't expected the children of both families to meet for the first time at this very Allen Magic Academy. Time flies so fast. Sen Miranda smiled, noting that Julia was very much like Catherine Rian in the old days, and suggested, "Are you not planning to come home? Father is still waiting for you." Catherine Rian asked back joyfully, but her smile faded when she heard Sen Miranda confirm it. "That's right, but only you." She was shocked to realize her father still hadn't accepted Horian. Understanding his wife's situation, Horian took the initiative. "You should go. Besides, I have to go to the front lines right now," he kindly advised. "At least I'm glad they are letting you go home alone. I will come to pick you up when the campaign ends." Watching Horian's back as he left, Catherine Rian felt grateful that her husband had set aside his pride to secretly ask Sen Miranda to help her reconcile with her family. However, Sen Miranda was still troubled because their father hadn't forgiven a noble mage for marrying a martial artist. He secretly hoped that one day, someone would appear to erase the social prejudice against those who practice martial arts. At the same time, at the academy, Lucas suddenly sneezed. He wondered if he had caught a cold from training too much. Julia stood nearby, teasing him when she saw Kai carrying a large bag of food. Rare to see Kai buy food for others, huh? Kai Taroi retorted angrily. Mind your own business. You're too meddlesome. He grumbled that after Anto and the others recovered, he would definitely make them treat him to a feast to pay him back. Lucas just smiled helplessly in response. I think that's fine. But malicious whispers from the magic students began to spread. They called Lucas the lucky king of the martial arts department and claimed he only defeated Blake because an outside assassin had acted first. Hearing those rumors, Julia radiated a menacing, pitch-black aura that terrified those students. At the cafeteria, Lucas noticed his sister's new hair clip and asked, "Is that new?" Julia happily boasted that it was a gift from Iwa of the Miranda family. Lucas was secretly surprised to see the Miranda family actively reaching out to his sister. He realized that with Julia's talent, it was understandable that they wanted to recruit her. Because Lucas's mother had told Julia to try to get along with Iwa, Julia excitedly added, "I'm the class president now. I have to tell Mom right away." Mina suddenly appeared from behind. She set her food tray down and sent warm congratulations to Julia. Mina confidently affirmed, "In the future, you will definitely become a pillar of this school. I will always support you." Julia repeated, confused. "A pillar of the school?" Suddenly, a silent figure glided past, catching the girl's attention. It was a female student with long black hair and a sorrowful face, walking in silence through the crowded hallway. Going back in time a little, inside the faculty office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The teacher sitting behind the desk coldly delivered the decision. Although your spiritual magic ability is on par with Julia's, in every other aspect, Julia is far ahead of you. That is why I think Julia is more suitable for the class president position. Iwa stood there, her face bowed in humiliation and resentment. As she walked out of the room, she gritted her teeth with eyes burning with hatred. She secretly resolved, "Just you wait. I'll show everyone who the real best is." Back at the cafeteria, Julia anxiously watched Iwa Miranda walk away and whispered to herself, "She's gone." She looked really furious. She didn't even eat properly. I should buy some lunch and take it to Iwa. Seeing this, Mina curiously asked if Julia was close with Iwa. The girl excitedly confirmed that they were roommates and couldn't stop praising her. Yes, Iwa Miranda's spirit magic is truly amazing. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. Lucas thoughtfully remarked that spirit magic is indeed a rare ability. While Mina secretly evaluated the sharpness of Julia's brother, suddenly, Mina tapped her finger on the table, activating a glowing magic circle that enveloped the whole group. Lucas immediately realized something was wrong. A sound-dampening barrier? What kind of shady business is this? Mina pressed a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it a secret with a calculated smile. She thought to herself, people who are too smart are usually hard to deal with. Then, she casually suggested, "My wind magic is quite interesting too, if you're interested." Julia happily handed her remaining food to her brother, but Lucas had already seen through the vice president's intentions. He coldly set his fork down and asked directly, "Mina, you didn't just come here to chat, did you?" Mina adjusted her glasses, silently acknowledging that Julia's brother was extremely vigilant, but she believed that as long as she gained Julia's affection, this interference wouldn't matter much. Mina cut straight to the point. "You're sharp. All right, I'll be direct. You know about the dangerous Magic Beast mountain range behind the school, right?" Mina started quickly, without beating around the bush. She revealed that there had been abnormal ecological changes there recently. The number of low-level magic beasts was dropping drastically. Even the phantom leopards, which used to be common, had completely vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Lucas froze, remembering the scene when he rode Uru through the forest that night. Mina continued, revealing that 3 days ago, the Imperial investigation team discovered the lair of a high-level magic beast. Lucas was startled and dropped his spoon on the table, unable to help but worry. "Don't tell me that's Uru's lair." He quickly regained his composure and asked about the difficulty of the field mission the student council wanted to assign. Mina covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling mysteriously, as she offered a reward of 100 points. Both siblings were stunned by this massive reward. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the prize. Lucas told himself that with his and Julia's current strength, everything would be easily resolved. Meanwhile, at the Miranda estate, a luxurious but stifling dinner party was underway. Soa Miranda, the duke and head of the family, was calmly enjoying his meal. Sen looked at his father and sighed internally. He realized his father's stubbornness in keeping his older sister, Catherine Rian, in the living room, even though her old room had been cleaned out long ago. Catherine Rian sat quietly opposite him. She didn't even touch a single bite of food, making the atmosphere as heavy as a funeral. Suddenly, Duke Soa called his daughter's name. He tapped his fork on the table and declared clearly, Regarding Julia, a child with the potential to become a saint mage, I am willing to acknowledge her as a granddaughter of the Miranda family. Catherine Rian emotionally thanked him, but just as she was about to mention that Lucas was also an excellent martial artist who just received a perfect score, Duke Soa bluntly dismissed it. He firmly asserted that no matter how good of a martial artist one is, it is completely meaningless to this family. Duke Soa wiped his mouth and emphasized that the Miranda family only seeks geniuses capable of becoming saint mages. Catherine Rian felt sad because her father's prejudice against martial arts hadn't changed after all these years. Just then, a servant entered and presented an urgent letter from the Magic Beast Mountain investigation team. The content of the letter made Duke Soa frown in thought. A new area had been discovered beneath the lair, with an undetermined threat level. This news made Catherine Rian and Sen extremely worried. They feared that the incidents at the mountain range would threaten the safety of the students at Allen Academy. Duke Soa stood up and argued that with the protection of the teachers and his subordinates at the school, the children would be safe if they stayed inside the academy. He ordered Catherine Rian to wait until the situation stabilized before visiting the children. Catherine Rian could only bow her head in sadness. She looked down with sorrowful eyes and whispered to herself, "Lucas, Julia, please be patient and wait for me a little longer." Back at the academy, Mina was shocked to hear from a student council staff member that to accept this mission, a minimum of 5 people is required, and one of them must be a student council member. She shouted in anger, as clearly there had been no such rule about the number of participants the day before. The staff member explained nervously that the president himself had changed the requirements due to the discovery of anomalies in the mountain caves. Mina gritted her teeth in frustration. "Trying to make things difficult for me? You think I can't pull it off?" Lucas silently assessed the situation. It turned out the vice president was so isolated that she couldn't even find 5 people to go with her. No wonder she deliberately approached Julia during the entrance exam. Seeing Mina about to give up in disappointment, Lucas stepped forward decisively. "The remaining members, leave that to us." Julia excitedly supported him. "That's right. We'll help you." Mina was moved and thanked them. But immediately after, she thought, "These kids are so kind that it makes me feel a bit guilty for using them as pawns." Just then, Kai Taroi appeared majestically in shiny iron armor and declared loudly, "Greetings, seniors. Where my best friend Lucas goes, I go." He was excited to show off the high-end equipment his parents had just bought him. Right after, Maya Rasta also appeared with a magic book in hand and introduced herself politely. "Nice to meet you all. I specialize in water attribute healing magic. I hope I can be of some help." Seeing a team full of rookies, Mina was speechless and silently took back her earlier praise. She feared these kids would only be a burden for this mission. Lucas curiously asked his sister why she called Maya Rasta instead of Iwa Miranda. Julia just sighed, saying Iwa Miranda wouldn't even listen to her. Mina held her head in exhaustion, reassuring herself that at least they had enough people to fill the spots, and the main mission would be handled by her and Julia. She ordered them to move out immediately before they missed their chance. Mina activated speed-up magic, informing them that even with magic assistance, it would take half a day to reach the beast lair. A few hours later, the group raced through the forest at lightning speed and finally stopped in front of a dark, gloomy cave. Mina announced coldly, "We've arrived." Standing before the cave entrance, Mina realized the area was already being investigated by the Imperial Survey team. Looking at the flag embroidered with a thorned rose fluttering in the wind, she confirmed that the crest belonged to the Miranda family. While Mina and Kai were examining the combat traces left on the ground, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief, glad they hadn't found Uru's hideout. Suddenly, a murderous aura washed over him, causing his expression to shift. He shouted a warning as the enemy struck from above. A ferocious winged creature with burning red eyes dove straight down. Without a second thought, Mina waved her hand to activate a magic circle. "Oh, raging winds, become a sharp blade." But the attack didn't stop there, as swarms of other monsters began to surround the group. Mina quickly shouted for a magic shield. Meanwhile, Kai Taroi bravely used his own shield to block the creature's icy, razor-sharp claws. Kai Taroi loudly declared, "Leave the close combat to us. Just step back and let us handle it." Lucas charged into the fray with a lightning-fast kick, smirking playfully. "Don't go hogging all the spotlight now." Kai Taroi wouldn't back down, taunting him while they fought. "You think you can keep up with my speed?" Behind them, Maya Rasta gave everything she had to support the team. "Water spirit barrier. Just keep fighting. I've got your back on the healing." The group coordinated perfectly amidst the swarm of flying monsters circling above. Mina watched the scene, silently moved. It had been so long since she felt such seamless teamwork in battle. She quickly identified the enemy's weakness and gave the order. "These monsters are terrified of wind and lightning magic. It's your turn now. Julia focused all her mana into her staff and clearly activated a magic barrier. Massive bursts of purple lightning erupted, wiping out the swarm in a blinding flash accompanied by agonizing screeches. Witnessing this destructive power, both Lucas and Kai were secretly stunned by the terrifying potency of Julia's lightning magic. Mina stood there, stunned, watching the enemy's ashes fade away into gray smoke. Seeing Mina staring at her, Julia innocently asked, "Did you say something, sister?" Mina jumped, sweating and trembling as she replied, "No, nothing at all." She turned away with a complex expression, silently admitting a shocking truth to herself. She had completely underestimated the potential of these newcomers. Maya began casting healing magic on Kai's arm, making his wounds vanish in a heartbeat. Kai Taroi exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's healed already. You really are a goddess." Maya Rasta blushed and replied, "No, I'm not. Calling me a goddess is a bit much." Yet, deep down, she started daydreaming about Lucas, gently holding her hand and saying, "Thank you for healing me, my goddess." The thought made her face turn bright red with embarrassment. Lucas stood nearby, watching Maya Rasta's strange expression, unable to help but wonder. She quickly brushed off those silly thoughts and told herself that the best strategy was simply not to let anyone get hurt in the first place. The group ventured deeper inside, and they were all stunned by the sheer scale of the cavern. Julia exclaimed excitedly, "It's so incredibly wide inside." Kai Teroi was also awestruck, realizing it was large enough to house an entire small army comfortably. Lucas observed the cliff walls and silently concluded that this didn't look like a natural cave. It seemed like it had been excavated. This place must be crawling with monsters. Mina nodded in agreement, warning that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would become, so they had to stay extremely alert. Suddenly, a group of goblins brandishing axes charged out from the shadows. Julia swung her staff decisively, unleashing purple lightning that sent the monsters shrieking in pain. Mina explained that these goblins had lived underground for so long that their eyesight had deteriorated. They relied primarily on their hearing to hunt. By using that thunderous blast, she had destroyed their hearing to ensure the group's safety. However, Lucas noticed that the number of monsters seemed infinite, and if they kept fighting so passively, it would be too exhausting. A moment later, Kai Taroi suddenly sprinted through the cave, waving his arms and shouting, "Hey, come and catch me if you can." Julia and Maya Rasta immediately combined their magic to finish off the targets. Julia's purple lightning merged with Maya Rasta's wind vortex to create a massive energy storm, wiping out all the goblins and slimes in an instant. Seeing this, Lucas inwardly praised the efficiency of the area of effect strategy. Kai Taroi lay amidst the rubble, boastfully showing off, "I lured them all into one spot. You guys just had to finish them off. See? Isn't my plan brilliant?" He even claimed this technique was only possible because of the high-end gear he was wearing, teasing, "Lucas, sorry for stealing the spotlight." Lucas could only sigh. "Don't act like everyone is as fame-hungry as you." After getting his wounds healed by Maya Rasta, the group continued deeper into the cave. They neared the center and found a treasure chest overflowing with gold, silver, and glowing ancient weapons. Seeing that Julia and the others were exhausted, Lucas suggested, "Let's take a break." Julia and everyone looked worn out, but Kai Taroi pretended not to hear. He kept charging forward with his sword, yelling, "Come out, you monsters." Kai Taroi was acting fearless and loud. Julia remarked, "He's totally pretending not to hear us, isn't he?" Just a moment later, Kai Taroi came sprinting back, frantic, followed by a pack of lizard monsters. "I brought them here. The rest is up to you guys." But he looked confused when he realized the area was empty. "Huh? Where did everyone go?" Hiding behind a rock, Lucas joked that the group had to sacrifice a comrade, while Julia folded her hands in prayer. "Rest in peace, Kai Taroi." Maya Rasta panicked. "If he still has even one breath left, I'll definitely save him." Suddenly, a low, heavy rumble echoed from the cave ceiling, causing Maya Rasta to look up in terror. Lucas stated, "No, it's coming from the center of the cave." The reconnaissance team must have found the boss of this place. The group decided to head toward the sound to check the situation. As they got closer, the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, making Lucas frown. Mina handed everyone a potion and instructed, "First, take the recovery medicine I brought from home." She figured that with the reconnaissance team's ability, they shouldn't need interference, but they should check just to be sure. However, the sight before them left everyone horrified. The entire reconnaissance team had been brutally murdered amidst the glowing red smoke. Mina trembled as she gave the order, "No way, the entire team is dead? Something is wrong here. Abort the mission and retreat immediately." A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, and from the rubble, A massive entity with the form of a minotaur, its blue eyes burning with killing intent, emerged. The monster roared madly, swinging a giant axe imbued with destructive power, aiming straight for Mina's position. She asked in shock how a minotaur, a creature of disaster-level strength, could possibly appear here. Lucas immediately realized the anomaly, thinking to himself, a monster this strong should never appear in a school mission. Something has definitely gone wrong. This terrifyingly familiar feeling made him suspect he had encountered this aura somewhere before. "Watch out!" Lucas shouted. A sudden ice shield appeared, blocking the Minotaur's bone-crushing strike, only to shatter instantly under the immense pressure. A panicked Julia ran over, checking on her brother and Mina. When Lucas wondered if Mina had created the ice shield, she could only shake her head in denial. Lucas's gaze immediately snapped toward the monster's hand. He realized the one who had just saved their lives was the man being crushed in its grip. The Minotaur growled in fury, glaring at the captive in its hand. "Daring to stand in my way, huh? Die." Even while severely injured, the soldier urged them desperately. "Hurry, go call for reinforcements from the Imperial Army." The soldier groaned in pain, warning that the ancient seal here had been completely broken. The monster tightened its grip cruelly, glaring at the group with a savage roar. "You pathetic fools, I'll devour every single one of you." Witnessing such brutality, Julia and Maya could only scream in outrage. Amidst the debris, a small vial suddenly tumbled and rolled onto the ground. Yet, despite his critical wounds, the brave soldier gritted his teeth, activated a massive magic circle, and bellowed, "Enough talk, get out of here." A massive ice pillar erupted, piercing through the monster's arm as it stood there in shock. The soldier collapsed, exhausted, only able to gasp out his final words, "Go. Hurry, report what's happening here." Mina hurriedly grabbed Julia to run, responding firmly to the soldier's plea. Lucas looked at the man sacrificing himself with a pained expression. He silently promised, "I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'll be back soon to avenge you." From behind, the soldier continued to yell, urging the group, "Run while you still can. I've done everything I possibly could." But the Minotaur frantically smashed through the ice covering it. It roared with rage, furious that a creature it considered an insect had dared to ambush it. The Minotaur opened its fangs wide, intending to swallow the soldier whole, ready for a quick appetizer. Just in the nick of time, a powerful bolt of purple lightning struck the monster right in the face, causing it to scream in agony. Julia stood her ground, shield raised, her eyes glowing with indignation as she clearly declared, "He's not an insect, he's a great warrior." While the monster was stunned by the surprise attack, Mina immediately used wind magic to rescue the soldier as he fell through the air. Mina unleashed a wind bomb, creating a pressure wave to displace the air and catch the soldier safely. She frantically shouted at Lucas, demanding to know why he had stopped instead of running away when the soldier had traded his life to buy them time. Lucas silently stepped forward. "I'll hold this monster off here. Mina, hurry and get out to report the situation." Mina screamed in terror, trying to stop him, as this was a disaster-class creature that a first-year student could never handle. He coldly admitted, "You're right, this won't be easy at all." The monster roared in fury, creating a terrifying tremor that shook the entire cave. Just as Lucas prepared to shoulder the burden alone, so the others could escape, Mina suddenly swung her staff, activating a magic circle and stepping forward. She shouted clearly, "Back off. As the vice president, my duty is to protect everyone." This brave act made Lucas change his view of her. He silently thought that Mina was actually much more courageous than her usual calculating demeanor suggested. Not only Mina, but Julia and Maya also refused to leave. Julia insisted she would never leave her brother and Mina behind. While Maya quickly sent a distress signal to Kai at the cave entrance and called for everyone to fight together, Mina could only sigh, thinking that if Maya Rasta knew how to use communication magic, she should have said so earlier to clear the way. The Minotaur roared violently, but was immediately struck by another purple lightning bolt from Julia. Even so, Mina remained worried that even by joining forces, the group would struggle to defeat this terrifying creature. Just then, his hand glowed with golden spiritual energy, accompanied by a confident affirmation, "Please, trust in everyone." Lucas channeled all his power, his fist glowing like the sun, radiating an intimidating pressure. He charged straight at the giant Minotaur and roared with determination, "There's no way we're losing to a monster like this." The Minotaur bellowed madly, swinging its massive axe down with terrifying force. Lucas didn't flinch, pouring all his spirit into his glowing golden fist. He unleashed a full-power punch, the impact so strong it made the monster's eyes widen in shock. Mina shouted, "Lucas, keep up the pressure. I'll attack while you hold its attention." Lucas replied firmly. Got it. Having been attacked by a creature it considered an insect, the Minotaur screamed in indignant rage. You lowly insects, you dare? Mina quickly activated a massive, glowing magic circle under her feet. It looked like she was ready. Immediately, Julia also poured all her thunder magic into her staff, which began to glow intensely, and yelled, Daring to bully my brother, huh? Eat lightning! A powerful purple lightning bolt struck down from above, engulfing the Minotaur in a chorus of agonized roars. Seizing the moment while the opponent was paralyzed by the electricity, Lucas rained down heavy, crushing blows onto the monster's weak points, shattering the surrounding rock. The Minotaur let out a piercing scream amidst the thick smoke and dust. Lucas narrowed his eyes with determination. Realizing his chance had come, he had hit the weak point and locked it in place. Right now, Julia immediately activated her Thunder Arrowbell skill, while Mina focused all her wind darts into her palms, creating sharp blades of air called Winkter. Both poured in all their strength, shouting in unison as they launched a powerful combo attack straight at their foe. A destructive combo, the combination of Julia's thunder and Mina's wind arts created a terrifying explosion, striking the Minotaur directly and making it howl in pain. Despite being heavily wounded, the monster gritted its teeth in deep hatred. Damn it. The moment these legs recover, I'll rip every one of you to shreds. Facing that threat, Maya Rasta stepped forward decisively, her eyes glowing with resolve. I won't let that happen. Take this. She activated a water-based spell called Waterphone, pouring a massive torrent of water that engulfed the monster's entire body. Maya panted, exhausted after putting all her magic into the attack. However, Mina was horrified to notice something wrong and gasped, Its legs have already recovered? Does this final boss have a healing hack? Too naive. The Minotaur casually swung its giant axe, brushing the water away, and laughed arrogantly. That cheap water doesn't do a thing. I'll tear you to shreds. It lunged straight at Maya Rasta with terrifying speed and bloodthirsty intent. Just as things hung in the balance, Julia shouted clearly, "What happens when something wet gets hit by electricity? Try it, and find out." She focused all of her lightning magic into her staff, which was glowing with powerful purple bolts of lightning. Julia roared, "You'll pay with your life for killing those soldiers." A massive, destructive surge of lightning struck straight, down onto the soaked Minotaur, causing it to shriek in agonizing pain as electricity coursed through its entire body. Lucas stood watching, quietly marveling at his younger sister's sharp instincts. She used the water to amplify the power of her lightning attack. To be able to come up with a strategy like that on the spot, she truly deserves to be the top student. The monster collapsed, its whole body smoking black as it lay motionless amidst the rubble. Lucas stepped closer, cold and composed. His hand glowed with intense, golden spiritual energy. "Let me finish this." However, Mina suddenly noticed something wrong and gasped. "Huh?" A wave of evil, black and red malice suddenly erupted violently from the Minotaur's corpse. Mina trembled in terror at the terrifying pressure engulfing the entire space. What the hell is this? Lucas also froze, as he saw a ghostly shadow slowly emerging from within the monster's body, radiating a malevolent power beyond imagination. From the rubble, a massive, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth appeared, emitting savage, chilling laughter. Heh heh heh. At the same time, the ground outside the cave began to shake violently. Kai Taroi, who was standing guard, panicked, wondering if this was an earthquake. Realizing the danger was escalating, he quickly made a decision. "I've got to go get help. Everyone, hold on." Kai turned and sprinted into the night to find reinforcements. The monster roared crazily, its sharp fangs bared through the pitch-black smoke, while a crimson-red aura of malice covered its body. A massive explosion erupted from its roar, creating a shockwave that sent everything around it flying. Lucas was blown far back, tumbling across the ground under the overwhelming force. The Minotaur now stood tall, with glowing red eyes, its entire body shrouded in powerful dark energy. Lucas reached up to his ears, horrified to realize that just the sound waves from its roar were enough to injure him and cause him to bleed. He thought to himself, "This thing has really become so much stronger than before." As he forced himself up, Lucas asked frantically, "Is everyone okay?" The situation turned dire as Mina, Maya, and Julia were all unable to fight back, lying motionless on the ground with severe injuries. Seeing his sister lying among the rubble with blood on the corner of her mouth, Lucas's eyes suddenly went blank and were filled with icy killing intent. Extreme rage exploded within him. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his body, preparing for a devastating attack. The monster roared in defiance, and he closed the distance with impossible speed. Lucas's eyes glowed with golden light, filled with resentment. He shouted decisively, "I will kill you!" The monster roared frantically, but Lucas did not back down. A terrifying surge of power erupted, sending everything around it flying and leaving a massive wound on the evil creature's body. Lucas landed, his sharp gaze never leaving his opponent for even a second. However, his expression quickly turned to shock when he realized the monster didn't seem to feel any pain. He thought to himself, "What the hell? Why doesn't it feel pain?" As Lucas backed away to keep his distance, a pitch-black aura began to swirl around the Minoto's wound. He was shocked to realize its shattered arm was regenerating at an impossible speed. The monster swung its massive axe down into the ground, creating a violent tremor that shattered the rocks. Even though he managed to dodge in time, the pressure from the swing was so strong it made Lucas cough up blood. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he chided himself. "Just the wind pressure and I'm already coughing up blood? I was careless." Facing Lucas's tenacity, the monster began to radiate even more intense killing intent. It felt a thrill, sensing the blood of a true warrior beginning to boil. Another explosion erupted, shaking the entire cave and forcing Lucas to slide across the floor to avoid the strike. The Minoto didn't give him a moment to rest. It lunged with terrifying speed, its glowing red eyes leaving light trails in the dark space. The force of the earth-shattering impacts caused the cave ceiling to crack violently. Massive boulders fell as if to bury everything. Lucas realized the danger was imminent and thought, "This is bad. The rocks are falling right on everyone." Amidst the thick dust, Lucas dashed forward frantically. A huge boulder plummeted right where Julia lay motionless, but Lucas shielded her just in time, protecting his sister from the lethal impact. He glanced back at his comrades with a worried look, while the Minoto continued to roar madly in a red aura of malice. The evil entity opened its fangs wide, and its brutal roar created shockwaves of energy that attacked Lucas's hearing and internal organs directly. He realized the situation was worse than ever. The roar was echoing off the collapsing stone walls and growing even stronger. The pressure from the resonant sound made it impossible for Lucas to stand. He collapsed, breathing heavily and coughing up blood from his severe injuries. But the Minoto had no intention of letting him go. It swung its massive arm, covered in pitch-black smoke, delivering a lethal blow from above. With glowing red eyes full of bloodlust, it roared, "Go to hell." But the massive axe blade was suddenly blocked by Lucas with just one hand. His body was surrounded by blazing golden spiritual energy. Lucas couldn't retreat, because behind him were the people he needed to protect. Lucas's eyes glowed with steady blue light, and he roared with all his fury, "As long as I'm alive, I will never let you touch Julia or the others." While it was caught off guard, he quickly seized the axe from the monster's grip. Lucas channeled all his spiritual energy and slammed the blade down onto the monster's body, causing it to let out a cry of pain. Lucas's eyes flared with orange light, his facial muscles twitching violently as his frenzy reached its peak. He unleashed a lightning-fast punch, instantly crushing the Minoto's jaw without a second's hesitation. Lucas closed in, using his bare hands to grab the monster's massive body, and slammed it hard into the rubble. The battle turned into a one-sided slaughter as the monster was sent flying, letting out a desperate scream. Amidst the dust, Lucas emerged with his chest bleeding. The crisscrossing scars on his body glowed under the intense pressure of his spiritual power. His eyes are now glowing blood red, radiating the aura of a true monster as he stands tall amidst the shards of his opponent's skin. The Minoto lets out a frenzied roar, swinging its massive fist directly at the small shadow before it. Even though he is well aware of the size difference, Lucas courageously meets it head-on, triggering a world-shaking blast of energy that rocks the entire cave. Closing in, right in the monster's face, Lucas coldly passes a death sentence in a deep, gravelly voice. "It's time to send you to the afterlife." Surrounding him, thick, murderous intent manifests into countless glowing red characters, enveloping the space like a deadly curse. The monster gasps in utter astonishment at the sudden outburst of power. Lucas's eyes blaze with bloodlust, and he pours all his rage into a final, destructive attack. A massive pillar of energy descends, piercing through the Minoto's body, in a shocking explosion that shakes the entire mountain range. Outside, the violent tremors from within the cave continue to ripple through the torrential rain. Julia moans softly and slowly regains consciousness after her faint. She asks in shock, "Are we still alive? Where is my brother?" The battle is over, and Lucas stands towering among the ruins. The monster has been completely destroyed, leaving behind a chilling silence. Amidst the glowing red dust of the cave, Julia looks toward the distance in shock and calls out through her tears, "Brother!" But at this moment, Lucas no longer seems like himself. Crimson streams of energy, like bizarre blood vessels, begin to emerge, covering his entire body. Lucas screams in extreme agony as a dark power madly takes control of his mind. Right on his chest, a demonic sigil featuring a goat head inside a pentagram suddenly flares with light. The space shifts, transporting us to a burning place known as the Temple of Wrath. In the middle of an immense sea of fire, the silhouette of a war god appears dimly through the smoke and flames, seemingly imprisoned by some evil force. From within the molten lava, a giant hand of fire emerges, dragging a powerful entity out from the shadows. A demon with long horns and bulging muscles stomps on the ground, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. Looking at the violently fluctuating aura, he growls a name filled with resentment. The war god, this terrifying entity is none other than Vansaba, the demon king of wrath. He grinds his teeth and declares viciously, "I will tear you to pieces." Just then, a seductive voice echoes, "Oh, how interesting." Appearing alongside a giant snake is Jensita, a high-ranking demon king, with long, captivating, yet treacherous blue hair. She smiles, and reveals that Vansaba's awakening is thanks to the rage of the key they had painstakingly chosen. Vansaba scoffs in contempt, looking into the distance and wondering if that person truly possesses enough hidden potential. Jensita smiles meaningfully as she witnesses Lucas's transformation. From his flaming throne, Vansaba smugly asserts that, at this very moment, the young man is breaking through all restraints to unleash his true power. Lucas has completely lost his mind, screaming in a frenzy, "I will kill you!" Amidst the black smoke, Julia ignores the danger and rushes forward, hugging her brother tightly. She sobs and begs, "Brother, stop, please, come back to your senses." Mina screams in shock, "Julia, get back now." Julia's heartbreaking call to her brother strikes deep into Lucas's soul, which is being obscured by darkness. A tear falls, creating ripples that spread through the mind, drowning in the deep abyss. Within that void, his sister's desperate call becomes a guiding light, helping Lucas find himself again and gradually escape the control of the evil magic. The dust begins to settle. Julia looks anxiously toward the figure, standing among the ruins, and calls out softly, "Brother." The glowing red marks on Lucas's body begin to fade. He slowly regains his consciousness. Lucas turns back to look at his sister with a gentle gaze, and says softly, "I'm back to my senses. I'm sorry, please step back a little." Julia cheers happily, and immediately obeys her brother. Lucas takes a deep breath, trying to regulate his breathing to pull back the spiritual energy that was erupting violently. The pitch-black veins on his body slowly fade as a brilliant golden aura covers the entire space before vanishing completely. The demonic sigil on Lucas's chest also slowly sinks away, returning peace to the ruined cave. After the terrifying battle, seeing that her brother has calmed down, Mina and Julia rush over from behind. Julia asks anxiously, "Brother Lucas, are you okay?" Lucas sits wearily on the ground amidst the rubble, replying softly to reassure everyone, "I'm fine." Julia lunges into his arms, holding onto Lucas tightly. She cries and sobs out of fear. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. I'm sorry. I promise from now on I'll never do anything to make you worry like that again." Meanwhile, in the gloomy demon realm, the demon king Vansaba still sits nonchalantly on his throne amidst the burning sea of fire. Jensita licks her lips with a malicious glint in her eyes. She asserts that the key, named Lucas, still needs to undergo many more cruel trials to truly awaken. For example, by making him experience the pain of losing his family and much more. Images of Julia appear as an omen of a catastrophic tragedy about to befall the Horian Ryan family. Switching to another scene, voices continuously echo. "Lucas, wake up." In his stupor, Lucas mumbles, "Who?" Images of his parents and Julia suddenly appear in his mind, but they are surrounded by bizarre red spots. Lucas blankly calls out the names of his loved ones, Mom, Dad, and Julia. Julia cheers joyfully when she sees him move. He opened his eyes. Thank heavens. But the space around him suddenly goes dark, and an intense pain strikes, causing his eyes to blaze with terrifying bloodshot veins. Lucas realizes in a panic that his body is moving on its own, beyond his control. He whispers the names of his parents and Julia in vain as the darkness slowly consumes his last shred of reason. Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Hey Lucas, are you crazy? Why are you casting a spell at me?" Lucas wakes up with a start in the infirmary of the Allen Magic Academy, finding himself bandaged all over, while Kai Taroy is holding his bleeding nose in frustration. Kai Taroy growls, "Are you still half asleep or what? If you weren't injured, I would have punched you back." Lucas can only mumble, I'm sorry. Kai Taroy leaves the room in a huff, his nose still throbbing with pain. Lucas sits alone on the hospital bed, bringing his hand to his face, deep in thought about the terrifying dream. He wonders if it's the bizarre power inside the cave that is messing with his mind. Lucas recalls the moment he went mad with the glowing sigil on his chest. He realized he had never lost his cool so badly before. Wait, was that rage? Lucas questioned whether his mind had been tainted by letting fury take control during the fight. But in a life-or-death battle, can anyone really keep their anger in check? He looked at the glass of water beside him and thought about needing someone nearby to stop him whenever he entered battle. But Lucas immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea, because those who accompanied him on missions or during training were just students. He realized it would be too dangerous to force them to try and stop him when he was in that berserk state. Lucas rested his hand on his face, lost in thought. He had made a bold decision to keep himself in check. That's right. I'll just have to stop myself. At the same time, in the hospital hallway, the nurses were whispering about the condition of the patients who had just been brought back from the field mission. One breathed a sigh of relief that they had passed the critical stage, but the other wondered, even as seniors, how did they get so badly injured just from a school mission? In the distance, Segan was stumbling along with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. The whispering continued. I heard they got hurt trying to protect their juniors. I heard they even had 2 dead weights from the martial arts department with them. No wonder they got so badly injured. Mina lay motionless in her hospital bed with thick white bandages wrapped around her head and face. It seemed she was the one who had paid the heaviest price to protect the younger students. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted. The nurses clung to each other in terror as the wind surged. The doors were tightly shut, so where was such a strong gust coming from? Segan was so stunned that he dropped his bottle of alcohol, and it shattered on the floor. His eyes widened in horror as he sensed the familiar aura. This aura, a high-level martial arts master? You've got to be kidding me. Inside the closed room, Lucas was focusing all his spiritual energy to perform an ancient technique. He smirked, feeling satisfied. Excellent. The shadow clone technique was a success. Instantly, 2 figures identical to Lucas appeared, standing tall beside him in a burst of radiant energy. Lucas began to analyze it based on the knowledge from the old book in the library. The power of a single clone is at most half that of the original. If split into 3, the power would be divided equally. That meant each clone only possessed 1/6 of his true power. He looked at his palm, silently evaluating the effectiveness of this technique. It was a bit weak to stop him if he truly went berserk and lost control, but at least it would be enough to buy some time for everyone to escape. While lost in his calculations, his ears twitched as he sensed someone approaching. He turned his head and realized his homeroom teacher was standing at the door. Mr. Sigan. Sigan stepped into the room with a stern expression, unlike his usual self. His eyes glared fixedly at Lucas. He spoke in a low voice. Lucas, from the entrance exam to the magical beast taming tournament, and now, this mission. Strange things always happen wherever you are. Sigan stepped closer. What exactly are you? Why did you enroll in this academy? Faced with the pressurized questioning and the teacher's eyes glowing with a golden light, Lucas could only lower his head in silence, leaving the air heavy and suffocating. Lucas broke into a cold sweat, trying to brush off his teacher's suspicions. I honestly don't know what you're talking about, sir. The reason I came to Allen Magic Academy is, of course, to study martial arts and become stronger. Instantly, Sigan closed the distance to stand right behind Lucas, with such terrifying speed that the boy couldn't even react. Sigan whispered with heavy pressure, "Become stronger, you say? Then show me what your true strength is first." Lucas brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He silently acknowledged that Mr. Sigan was very sharp. If someone like him were watching over him, school life would be quite safe. But he still felt a bit uneasy. Suddenly, the door opened, and a noble-looking woman appeared, asking, "And who might you be?" Lucas gasped in surprise. "Mother." Lucas hurriedly introduced her to ease the tension. "This is Mr. Sigan, my martial arts homeroom teacher. He was just visiting and giving me some pointers on my techniques." He then cheekily added that the teacher advised him not to confront strong enemies directly, which made Sigan sweat, realizing Lucas had already known his mother was coming just by the sound of her footsteps. Catherine Rian smiled. "I see, but today is a day off. Shouldn't you let the boy rest? You think so too, right?" Sigan sighed, realizing he was being politely shown the door. He insisted that he wouldn't let Lucas cause any trouble as long as he was the homeroom teacher, then asked to take his leave. Catherine Rian sat down by the hospital bed and told her son not to make selfish demands that would anger his teachers. She revealed that because she was worried about them after the cave incident, she had stayed at the Miranda estate waiting for things to stabilize before coming to visit immediately. Julia welled up with tears. "So Mother has been nearby for the past few days? If only I could have seen you sooner, Mom." With that, she threw herself into her mother's arms and sobbed. Lucas looked toward the door and asked curiously, "Isn't father coming with you?" Catherine Rian explained that the situation at the front lines was taking a turn for the worse. So, right after dropping her off at the Miranda estate, father had to head out to battle immediately. Lucas pondered the stubbornness of the Miranda family, who were willing to welcome his mother, but still absolutely refused to acknowledge his father. Right after, Catherine Rian pulled out a magnificent wooden box and announced that it was a gift father had sent to Lucas to congratulate him on placing first in the entrance exam. It was the sacred sword passed down through generations of the Horian Rian family. Even though it had been heavily damaged in the war against the Beast Army decades ago and no longer had much practical use, it remained an invaluable memento and a powerful symbol of their lineage. Holding the sword in his hand, Lucas clearly felt the weight of the expectations his father had placed upon his shoulders. He stared at the worn blade, his eyes becoming sharp and determined as he silently promised to do his best not to let his father down. Seeing this, Julia pouted. "Ugh, what a suck-up," Lucas gently rubbed his younger sister's head and teased that mother was still the one who doted on Julia the most. Indeed, Catherine Rian had prepared a box of Beast Essence pills along with many sweet cakes and donuts specifically for her. Julia cheered with joy. "Wow, I love you the most in the whole world, Mom." Watching his sister excitedly enjoying her treats, Lucas felt the warmth of the family atmosphere. Suddenly, Catherine Rian took out another item and asked Julia to bring it to Jeremy later. Lucas asked curiously, "What is this?" Catherine Rian explained that this was also a Beast Essence pill that father had prepared for Jeremy. Since Lady Jessica couldn't make it, she had accepted it on her behalf to pass it on to him. Even though she wasn't particularly fond of Jeremy, Julia reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I don't really like him either, but I'll deliver it." After saying goodbye to her mother, Julia headed to the male dormitory to drop off the items. The arrival of the genius at the top of the elite class immediately drew every eye. The students couldn't help but whisper, gossiping and curious about his goal. Julia searched for her half-brother, Jeremy. His friends were thrilled to see her. They couldn't stop showering her with praise and suggesting that she absolutely had to join their next mission as their genius little sister. But those compliments unknowingly struck a nerve, wounding Jeremy's pride. He suddenly snapped, unleashing thorny vine magic against his own friends, leaving everyone terrified. Jeremy stormed off, wreathed in a blazing green aura, his face twisted with resentment as he thought about how his parents had never once visited him at the academy. Jeremy gritted his teeth, clutching his medicine kit, his envy burning white-hot whenever he saw that all the attention and even the family's sacred sword was given to Lucas. He couldn't stand the fact that someone he deemed a loser received everyone's love. In a fit of pure rage, Jeremy swore, "Everything that belongs to him should be mine. All good things must come to an end," and Catherine Rian had to return to the Miranda estate to handle family matters. Though they couldn't see each other every day, the fact that their mother was staying in the town for a while made Lucas and Julia incredibly happy, knowing she was nearby. Meanwhile, Lucas began crafting a new medicinal elixir alongside Uru to help Mina recover quickly from her severe injuries. To avoid raising suspicion about his alchemy skills, Lucas asked Julia to deliver the medicine to Mina, lying that it was a gift from the Miranda family. Mina was astounded by its miraculous effects and secretly praised the caliber of such a prestigious family. Half a month passed, and the academy atmosphere exploded with the opening ceremony of the Allen Tower, brilliant in the glow of fireworks. Kai Taroi excitedly claimed the iconic tower was shining just like his own aura, making Lucas just manage a bitter smile at his friend's delusion regarding something that had been standing there since their first day. Kai Taroi was truly shameless. The team quickly settled into formation for the class, but the imposing arrival of Instructor Sigan silenced everyone instantly. With a piercing gaze, he coldly reminded them that this was part of their curriculum, not a place for play, and ordered everyone to take their assigned positions immediately. Immediately, malicious whispers erupted from the magic students. They mocked the martial arts department as a bunch of losers chasing dreams beyond their reach. Kai Taroi gritted his teeth in anger at the insults aimed at their department, but Lucas placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Stay calm, my friend." Just as predicted, the martial arts department securing 20 spots in Allen Tower had made the magic department teachers incredibly envious, causing them to pressure the principal to revoke those spots. Watching them endlessly rant that martial artists were useless to the Empire, Lucas could only coldly judge them. What a bunch of shameless, thick-skinned idiots. Meanwhile, Instructor Sigan just casually turned and walked away, seemingly unconcerned that his students' spots would be taken away. "Listen up," he announced. "Every year, the third-year students are the first to enter the Allen Tower to set an example for the freshmen." The clear announcement rang out. ordering the upperclassmen to get ready. Jeremy tightened his grip on his weapon, sweating with a mix of nerves and excitement. After 3 years of hard work since enrolling, he finally had the chance to enter this legendary tower. His friends teased him relentlessly about how he had only just scraped into the top 100 to qualify for the first time. "Jeremy!" Julia's voice rang out from behind, making the whole group turn around. Jeremy's friends immediately recognized the genius girl from the Rian family and were left speechless. Julia waved brightly, cheering him on. "Do your best, brother." Jeremy hung his head, embarrassed by his friends, teasing that he shouldn't let his sister down. In reality, Julia was only doing this because of their mother's orders. She secretly thought, if things get bad, he should just retreat early. Julia told herself she had finished the task her mother had assigned. Meanwhile, Jeremy was fueling a burning resolve. He promised himself, "Just you wait. In this Allen Tower, I will definitely surpass Lucas." The group headed toward the glowing portal to begin the true trial. Just as they entered, an imposing voice echoed, ordering everyone to place their magic staves in front of them and close their eyes. Jeremy hesitated in suspicion, feeling the voice was incredibly familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. A magic screen appeared, tracking the students' meditation inside the tower. Behind it, Principal Otani, with his long white beard, was silently watching and whispering to himself, "So, it finally begins." He placed his hand on the ancient mechanical dial, pouring in all his strength, causing it to emit a brilliant golden aura. His eyes shone with power. He unleashed a massive source of energy that engulfed the entire research room. The majestic tower was now covered in a sea of soulfire, shining across the entire academy. Standing below, Lucas stood stunned, wondering, is there really a martial artist in this school who possesses power far beyond even Instructor Sigan? Lucas suddenly realized the real reason Instructor Sigan was so confident that the martial artists would enter the Allen Tower. It was because the one holding the key and the authority to open the gate of this tower was the strongest martial artist in the academy. Inside the Allen Tower, a realistic illusionary space began to open. Jeremy emerged from a swirling vortex of brilliant green magic. He was amazed to find that even though only his consciousness had entered, every sensation was no different from reality. Even his magic staff carried the familiar weight he always used. Seeing the rookie's shock, an upperclassman spoke up. "Surprised? Is this your first time?" The best thing about Allen Tower is its incredible realism. However, the conversation was quickly cut short by the shouting of another member. "Stop chatting and hurry up to assemble with your team." Jeremy could only click his tongue, annoyed by the arrogant attitude of the upperclassmen, and trudged toward the tower looming in the middle of the illusionary forest. Meanwhile, outside, Lucas was intently watching all the events inside the tower through a glowing magic screen. His eyes flashed with gold as he realized something interesting. "So, even from out here, if I can sense the mental energy waves, can I still see what the students are doing inside?" Seeing Jeremy being ostracized by the upperclassmen right from the start, Lucas couldn't help but smile enigmatically. Poor Jeremy, he's already being shunned right at the opening. Standing next to him, Instructor Sigan also spoke up, confirming that anyone with enough ability could monitor what was happening inside by sensing the spiritual energy. "Before that, let me give you all a quick explanation." Instructor Sigan explained that when the challenge begins, students will be teleported to random locations around the central tower. Everyone can decide whether to go alone or form a team, but the maximum number per group is only 3 people. He advised that if they want to reach the higher floors of the tower, teamwork is absolutely essential. Kai immediately and excitedly asked Lucas to team up with him, but Lucas flatly refused because he planned to go with Anto and Decio. Lucas explained that based on the tournament rankings, the 3 of them would definitely be placed in different groups to ensure balance. Kai Taroy was so shocked he turned to stone, whining to himself that maybe he was just too good and got left out. Sigan quietly observed with a meaningful look. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed from the tower gate, grabbing everyone's attention. Someone had been eliminated and was stepping out amidst the smoke and dust. It was a group of students from Class 53, but they were defeated way too quickly. Instructor Sigan explained that the phantom enemies inside Allen Tower automatically adjust their power based on the students' actual abilities. Every year, there are always those who are too arrogant, underestimate their opponents, and get kicked out immediately. Lucas stood watching the majestic, glowing tower. He secretly wondered how Jeremy was doing inside. Inside the tower, Jeremy had been lucky enough to regroup with his teammates, and the group was quickly advancing to the second floor. Through the magic screen, Lucas mused to himself, talk about a lucky break, meeting his team right after entering. Jeremy's group stepped out of the teleportation gate, officially setting foot on the second floor of Allen Tower. It was a surreal cave, filled with massive, glowing red crystals. The team carefully pushed deeper inside without realizing that from high above, giant black shadows with glowing red eyes were silently watching them. Jeremy suddenly felt a killing intent. Blue monsters with ferocious faces suddenly lunged down from above with guttural growls. Jeremy reacted quickly. He swung his fist, activating his plant magic to create glowing green vines that tightly bound the enemies in midair. The monsters shrieked in pain as the vines tightened around them. Immediately, another member of the team channeled magic power into their palms, unleashing an earth wave technique that created a massive cloud of dust to attack the controlled monsters directly. Jeremy's thorny vines surged wildly, binding and crushing the monsters in an instant. Notifications popped up one after another, confirming the successful elimination of the elite bone warrior, earning Jeremy 10 precious points. Standing amidst the debris, the team sighed in relief, realizing the second floor was indeed as dangerous as the rumors said. But they decided to move up quickly, while their mana and stamina were still high. In the central area of the second floor, Jeremy continued to show off his strength, easily taking down another Beastman scout to rack up more points. His teammates were no slouches either, using water blades to tear through the ranks of the skeleton warriors. Fire and water magic attacks were launched in rapid succession, wiping out every obstacle in their path. Finishing the challenge, the group left the tower in high spirits. One member teased their friend about being eliminated so early, but the other remained optimistic because, at least this time, they didn't end up at the bottom of the leaderboard. Noticing Jeremy had been silent the whole way, a friend curiously asked, "You've been quiet for a while now. Not happy, Jeremy?" Jeremy smiled faintly and affirmed, "Of course I'm happy." Looking up at the majestic tower, he thought to himself, so this was the kind of terrifying enemy his father had to face, every single day, and he felt that he had finally taken one step closer to his father's great shadow. A few hours later, Allen Tower glowed brightly in the middle of the academy sky. Observing from afar, Lucas realized that by sensing spiritual energy, he could clearly grasp every body, development happening all the way up to the third floor of the tower. In these challenges, phantom enemies with various characteristics appear, and their difficulty increases as the students climb each floor. Lucas secretly wondered if these phantoms were simulated from creatures that actually existed in the world. If that were true, the combat experience of the martial artist who opened Allen Tower was truly terrifying. He glanced at Instructor Segan and told himself that perhaps he had already realized his true strength, but for now, everyone was just silently observing, without interfering. Lucas wondered, is he showing me favoritism? Suddenly, a notification rang out, requiring the final group to quickly gather at the entrance to begin the challenge. Finally, the crucial moment had arrived. While the leading group had reached the entrance to the fourth floor, Mina and her team, who had previously achieved the best results in the taming competition, were also full of confidence to catch up. Seeing Mina about to enter the tower, Julia excitedly cheered from behind. "Go for it, Mina!" Responding to the young girl's enthusiasm, Mina turned her head and gave a gentle smile. "Thank you, Julia." A male student walked over, kindly asking if Mina's wounds had fully healed yet. She confidently asserted that she had fully recovered and received words of encouragement to give it her all. Behind her back, whispers about her becoming the vice president in her second year and her close relationship with the genius freshman started up again. Mina clicked her tongue at being badmouthed behind her back, but she quickly brushed off the annoyance to focus on her goal of reaching the 6th floor and breaking Theodore Foremel's record from back in the day. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of Allen Tower, a space filled with fire and flowing lava awaited the contestants. Surrounded by aggressive purple monsters swinging maces, Mina ordered her team, "Forget the small fry, use acceleration to head straight to the 4th floor." The whole team immediately turned into streaks of light, zooming toward the central tower amidst the sea of fire. In just 30 minutes, Mina's group officially set foot on the 4th floor, an achievement worthy of the title of the strongest group in Class 53. They suddenly faced a giant elite beastman radiating purple malice, its size twice as large as the monsters on the lower floors. This was the place that caused most students to give up. A lightning-fast attack helped the group score another 80 points by taking down Beastman instantly. Seeing Mina's incredible progress after the recent field mission, her teammates couldn't help but be amazed. For Mina, finishing things off quickly was the best way to save time. After all, these monsters were nothing compared to the terrifying Minotaur she had faced before. She decisively left the cleanup to her two friends and dashed off alone to find the stairs to the 5th floor, taking down Scout Beast kin, one after another to rack up points. Mina became a whirlwind of wind magic, sweeping away every obstacle in her path and constantly receiving notifications of added points as she headed toward the tower, emitting a glowing red aura. Mina and her team finally set foot on the 5th floor of the Allen Tower. Even though her face was smudged with dirt, she still wore a look of satisfaction. We finally made it to the 5th floor. Outside, Professor Segan observed the monitor and noted that 3 people had reached the 5th floor. This result was much better than last year. Hearing that, Kai Taroi couldn't help but feel pressured when looking at his own abilities. The 5th floor? Huh? When will I ever be able to reach that point? Professor Segan sensed his student's anxiety and offered reassurance. There is no need to rush. For a freshman, reaching the 3rd floor is already more than enough. If you keep improving your skills, the monsters on the 5th floor won't be scary anymore. Observing the professor's attitude, Lucas secretly realized something. Professor Segan must have been a top-tier master of this tower. A moment later, the door slowly opened. Mina's group had finished the challenge, but it seemed she hadn't reached her goal. Mina lowered her head, her eyes welling up with disappointment and humiliation for failing to break her predecessor's record. Meanwhile, in the student council room, Julia was lounging with her feet up on the desk, sipping tea and watching Mina through a magic orb. She smirked triumphantly. "Do you understand now?" Julia stared at Mina's suffering face shining in the orb and muttered a condescending, sarcastic remark. "You want to surpass a genius like me? Dream on, sweetie." Julia excitedly shot fireworks from her fingertips to celebrate Mina securing the top spot in the 3rd-year exam. Lucas also couldn't stop praising her when he found out she had climbed to the 5th floor, but Mina only offered a sad smile and admitted she still couldn't beat the record set by the legendary Theodore. Seeing her senior feeling insecure, Julia quickly comforted her, saying that since they both stopped at the 5th floor, it was a draw. However, Mina shook her head, explaining that reality was completely different. At the moment she saw the stairs to the 6th floor, she no longer had the strength to stand. Whereas Theodore back in the day had climbed to the very last steps and almost opened the door to the 6th floor, she admitted she was still far behind Theodore in terms of physical strength, tactics, and magic control in every aspect. Afterward, Mina put aside her sadness to ask about the team-forming situation for the 2 brothers. Julia radiantly announced she would be on a team with Iwa. Although the young lady was crossing her arms, looking quite reluctant because she claimed it was an order from her father and she had no other choice. Lucas secretly realized that the news of the Miranda family recognizing Julia had already reached Iwa. He said he would form a team with his 2 roommates, Anto and Decio. Hearing Julia ask if they had any conflict since they weren't teaming up, Lucas explained that because their rankings were too far apart, they were forced to be split into different groups. Kai Taroi heard this and lunged at Lucas, hugging him and wailing tragically. "You cold-blooded traitor, how could you abandon me to go with someone else?" Sob, sob. While Kai was panicking, not knowing who to join, Tacy suddenly appeared and proactively invited him to join her team. Tacy smiled, saying her group really needed a strong vanguard like Kai. As soon as he heard the offer from the class president, Kai's attitude changed 180 degrees. He brushed his hair back confidently and loudly declared that he would join, since everyone was so insistent. Witnessing his friend's lightning-fast flip-flop, Lucas could only be speechless at Kai's fickle personality. Right after that, Professor Segan appeared at the training ground. He was pleased to see everyone had found partners. Segan glared at the class and roared, demanding everyone show some fire because he understood all the insults others had been throwing at the martial arts department behind their backs. The magic students didn't stop mocking them, claiming the martial arts department would soon be eliminated and that giving them a spot in the tower was a total waste. Professor Segan looked straight at the students with cold, piercing eyes and asked, "Do you want them to keep looking down on you forever? Nobody wants that, right?" Tacy clearly asserted. "We will train hard so things don't go the way they expect. We will prove we deserve to be in the Allen Tower through our real strength." The whole class roared with spirit, determined to take the top spot. Professor Segan had cleverly turned the taunts into motivation to fuel the fighting spirit of the entire martial arts department instead of letting them be discouraged. His plan was a huge success. To prepare for dealing with the diverse and intelligent illusionary enemies inside the tower, the class began intense group training sessions to build perfect coordination. During breaks, Professor Segan patiently explained the characteristics of different races they would encounter, especially the terrifying muscle power of the beast kin. He even personally wore a monster mask to play the enemy and spar with the students, requiring them to truly focus as if they were facing a real beastkin. Even though every day passed in extreme exhaustion, no one complained. Everyone was focused on the common goal, conquering the Allen Tower and making a name for themselves. "Let's go, guys." And then, the entrance exam day for freshmen officially arrived. An important notice was posted, confirming the results of the martial arts department were completely valid, and they were officially allowed to participate in the challenge. Under the brilliant sunshine, the Allen Tower radiated a majestic golden glow, waiting for the candidates. The magic students kept watching with prejudiced eyes. Before entering the tower, Professor Segan gave thorough instructions. When inside, gather with your team at the central staircase. If you can run, run without hesitation. But if you cannot run, fight as if your life depends on it, and at least take down one enemy. These words were again taken by the magic students as a joke. They mocked that even. Their own homeroom teacher didn't trust his students' strength. Some even bet that the entire martial arts department would be wiped out in less than 3 minutes. Hearing those words, Kai Taroi just sneered in contempt. Listen to them barking. What a bunch of morons. Lucas maintained a cold and terrifyingly calm expression, secretly noting his friend Kai's maturity. Just then, a judge approached and commanded, "You all, follow me." Lucas led the group of recruits, marching forward with an aura that felt completely different. Dean Otani watched Lucas quietly through the magic screen. He marveled to himself that it had been many years since so many martial artists had entered the Allen Tower. He believed the legacy left by the martial god could finally fulfill its purpose. Lucas narrowed his eyes with determination, ready to enter the battle within the tower, while the other students strictly followed their teacher's orders, trying to avoid enemies to head straight for the central staircase. Lucas decided to head in the completely opposite direction. He knew well that most of the tower's first floor was territory for goblins, and they often used magic to create fog to obscure vision before launching an attack. As soon as he spotted the faint white mist, Lucas took action. He told Anto and Decio to wait for him for a moment, because he needed to run a small test before catching up with the group. Deep in the fog, Lucas faced a green goblin breathing out disgusting gray smoke. Just as expected, when Lucas's shadow clone finished off the enemy, no point notification appeared. Lucas realized the energy source creating the phantoms inside Allen Tower felt very familiar. It was exactly the same energy he used to create his own clones. He concluded to himself that these phantoms must have been created by the very same great martial artist who opened this tower. Since Lucas's clones and the illusion monsters shared the same type of energy, his use of the clone skill would surely go unnoticed by anyone. Lucas's plan was perfect. He would leave a clone behind to protect Anto and Decio, while his real body continued to climb to higher floors. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If they shared the same energy source, could he transform his clone into a magic beast? Immediately, Lucas began his experiment. Golden aura enveloped the clones, and in an instant, 2 fierce goblins appeared before him. Lucas smiled with satisfaction, seeing that he could completely change the appearance of his clones however he wanted. Meanwhile, Dean Otani was quietly observing him through the magic screen. He reflected on how he had noticed Lucas frequently sneaking into the library to study martial arts, but he didn't expect him to master the shadow clone technique so impressively fast. The dean pondered whether Lucas would continue to rack up points to help his classmates again. He understood that excessive help sometimes wasn't good for their own development and hoped Lucas understood that too. At the same time, in another area of the tower, the others were in a very dire situation. A giant figure suddenly appeared, causing them to scream in panic. A giant! Don't come near here! A giant green goblin with glowing eyes and its minions were lumbering toward them. They knew well that with their current strength, facing 2 goblins was already their absolute limit. The monster opened its mouth, full of fangs, intending to swallow its prey, causing cries for help to ring out in despair. Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared from above, grabbing everyone's attention. He calmly reminded his teammates to stay calm, because thanks to the thick fog, that giant couldn't see them. That's right, the giants on the first floor had low intelligence and moved very slowly. He decisively ordered them to keep their distance from the boss and finish off the small fry first. The group immediately sped through the thick fog, focusing all their strength on their first real battle inside the tower. Thanks to the timely guidance, they continuously dodged attacks and countered decisively, causing the opponents to start taking damage. Immediately, a mystical notification glowed brightly. Successfully eliminated Goblin Scout, plus 10 points, confirming the group's coordinated efforts were starting to pay off. They looked on in shock as the enemy dissolved into energy fragments. We actually killed it! Another person excitedly realized the teacher wasn't wrong. Teamwork equals victory. Everyone excitedly moved forward to collect more points from the remaining targets. Watching from behind, Lucas thought to himself that, to win, it wasn't just about strength, calm, judgment, and courage were also key factors. He smirked knowingly, wondering if using magic beast clones to train his classmates like this would be considered cheating. He hoped this challenge would help everyone feel the excitement of real combat. At the observation area outside Allen Tower, the magic class teacher smirked triumphantly as he saw Lucas's group surrounded by 3 monsters in the fog. He mocked, "It's pitch black. They're dead for sure." The students standing nearby joined in with contempt. "Even we struggle when facing 3 at once. Those weaklings from the martial arts department definitely don't stand a chance." The teacher confidently asserted that they would soon be defeated and run back out. Truly a bunch of idiots. Even if they get into the tower, they'll only make a mockery of themselves. He glanced at Segan and scoffed at his unmitigated confidence, calling it ridiculous. Segan stood silently with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the screen, whispering to himself, 3 at once? If they keep their cool, there's still a chance to win. Suddenly, the tower shone brightly, and a powerful golden aura made the magic teacher turn pale as he exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" The students outside were confused, not understanding what was happening. "The fog is too thick. Are they trying to run away? What's going on?" Yet the truth was the exact opposite. As monsters fell one by one at the feet of the martial arts recruits. Amidst the white smoke, 3 figures with glowing, murderous eyes emerged, completely turning the tide of the battle. The giant green goblin was shocked to see its accomplices fall. A sharp blade pierced straight into the monster's chest with terrifying power, finishing the target in the blink of an eye. The whole group coordinated seamlessly. A notification for eliminating the goblin scout appeared, awarding 10 bonus points and confirming the overwhelming strength of the martial arts recruits. The magic teacher turned pale, his face twisted in horror as he witnessed the unbelievable scene. It was impossible that those martial artists could take down 2 high-level goblins that quickly, right? Contrary to that panic, Master Segan smiled proudly and complimented them silently. "Well done." Segan loudly announced the first victory to all the students. "A team in our class has already taken down 2 enemies. Just fight exactly as I have taught you." The monsters in Allen Tower aren't scary at all. The martial arts students are fired up, swearing to give their all so they won't fall behind their peers. The magic instructor tries to save face with sarcastic remarks, claiming they're just lucky, but someone immediately calls him out on his own contradictions. However, Segan gazes thoughtfully at the glowing tower. He senses a strange energy signature just vanishing and feels a pang of suspicion. Don't tell me Lucas is pulling another stunt, is he? Hidden in a corner high up in a tree, Lucas suddenly sneezes loudly. In his mind, an image of his little sister cheering him on appears. "You're the best, big brother. You'll definitely make it to the top of the tower." Lucas jumps down and is immediately spotted by Anto and Decio. Seeing their friend safe and sound, the 2 cheer with joy. "Lucas, thank God you're okay. Where on earth have you been? You had us worried sick." Lucas realizes he was teleported quite far away, but luckily, the group managed to find their way back to the rendezvous point. Seeing Lucas appear, a male student cheers excitedly, while his friend sends her congratulations for their safe return. Lucas waves back, secretly breathing a sigh of relief that while everyone is exhausted, no one is seriously injured. He glances into the distance, thinking that Slight's group and the others should be arriving soon as well. Seeing Lucas standing there deep in thought, Anto curiously asks if something is wrong, but he just smiles and says it's nothing. Lucas looks up at the glowing tower, telling himself that as soon as everyone gathers, the whole department will head to the 2nd floor together. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the magic students are huddled together, whispering. They are incredibly surprised that the martial arts department hasn't lost a single team yet. But they quickly sneer that those martial artists must just be good at running away and that they must be panicking inside the tower. A male student from the magic class nervously runs up to ask the instructor about the current status of the martial arts department. Old man Greg grits his teeth in silence, sweat dripping down his face from pure rage. "Damn it, how are they all on the 2nd floor already?" Greg thinks furiously. Even the most outstanding magic freshmen usually have someone eliminated on the 1st floor, so how could those weaklings escape every enemy so spectacularly? He grits his teeth in hatred, realizing that if the martial arts department keeps progressing like this, they will soon snatch up all the resources meant for the magic class and become a real threat. Inside the tower, Lucas hides behind a tree, watching the ghoulish, green-skinned monsters crawling everywhere. He thinks to himself, with this many of them, how are we supposed to fight? Lucas recalls the rules of Allen Tower. From the 2nd floor onwards, teams are teleported randomly based on their performance. The stronger the team, the harder the challenge. He tells himself he needs to have his clones quickly find the other classmates. Lucas immediately activates his spiritual energy, summoning beast-type clones in the shape of wolves glowing with golden light. Returning to his group, Decio asks worriedly, Lucas, how is it on your end? Lucas replies calmly. The enemy is numerous, and they're moving in groups. Anto agrees that avoiding them at this point is completely impossible. Lucas shrugs, remarking, well, the challenge in Allen Tower is meant for us to gain combat experience anyway. Anto nods. True, what's the point of the competition if we just keep running? Suddenly, a monster spots them. Lucas nimbly dodges and reassures them. I'm fine. Decio is shaken because he didn't even realize two enemies had closed in that close. He thinks to himself, if it were him, he might have been eliminated immediately. The giant magic wolf roars, charging straight at Lucas with terrifying pressure. His eyes remain cold and focused, and in a flash, he raises his hand to block the opponent's attack right in midair. Lucas thinks to himself that these monsters are truly cunning, using a feint to immediately call for reinforcements. Lucas shouts a warning to his teammates. This is only the vanguard. If we don't finish them off quickly, we'll be surrounded by reinforcements. Meanwhile, Decio panics, realizing his broadsword has vanished. Anto blankly asks what happened, and Decio can only stutter, admitting he accidentally threw it away while panicking. Lucas immediately senses killing intent from beneath the ground and shouts, another enemy is closing in under our feet. Watch out! A glowing green shadow suddenly erupts, launching a lightning-fast attack straight at Anto. He nimbly dodges, internally admitting that what Instructor Segan said was completely accurate. The monsters on the second Ba are in a completely different league compared to the first. They aren't just stronger, they are smarter, knowing how to ambush and even disarm their opponents. The green wolf triumphantly swings the hammer it just stole, aiming straight at Anto, but he just sneers with confidence. Even if you stole my weapon, you'll regret it soon enough. Anto silently feels lucky that he used his accumulated points to buy Dragonstone gauntlets. He puts all his strength into a finishing blow aimed at the monster's jaw and roars. You want to test strength with me? You've got another thing coming. Anto is fighting fiercely with the magic wolf. He shouts his teammate Decio's name, and Decio immediately rushes in to support him, replying decisively, I'm here. Seizing the moment while the monster is exposed, Anto pours all his strength into his glowing fist and signals. With a determined gaze, he shouts, Eat this, and unleashes a powerful rock dragon strike. A notification confirms the successful elimination of the Beastman scout, adding 10 precious points to the group's total. Witnessing the smooth coordination between his two friends, Lucas smiles in approval. Great teamwork back there. While Anto scratches his head, smiling smugly, Decio can't help but be amazed by Lucas's appearance. Looking at the monster's spirit dissipating behind them, Lucas clearly encourages, let's keep pushing forward for the martial arts department. The progress of the martial arts department leaves the magic class instructors dumbfounded. They wonder why not a single person has been eliminated yet. At that level, they should have been surrounded and wiped out the moment they set foot on the second floor. Some even suspect if Allen Tower automatically lowers the difficulty because the martial arts kids are too weak, but that opinion is immediately dismissed because the instructors would certainly notice such an anomaly immediately. Old man Greg watches with a twisted face of rage. He grits his teeth in hatred, seeing that everything is spiraling out of control. On the second floor of Allen Tower, earth-shattering explosions occur repeatedly, shaking the entire cavern. Anto and Decio are also giving their all, fighting against skeletal warriors. Even with a bruised face and minor injuries, Anto tenaciously swings his sword, hacking apart the skeletons, crazily charging at them. A skeletal creature suddenly ambushed them from behind, but Anto quickly spun around and delivered a finishing blow, shattering it into pieces. Anto panted and asked, How many have we taken down so far? Are you keeping score? Decio replied, Probably 3. Why am I feeling so strong today? Little did they know, Lucas was silently following behind to ensure their safety. Noticing that all the martial arts students had reached the second floor without any injuries, Lucas decided to use a secret support technique of the Horian Rian family called Hero's Blood Battle Cry to help everyone overcome this challenge together. On the magic map, the groups began their tactical movement through Zone B. Suddenly, a beastman riding on the back of a glowing blue speedwolf charged forward with terrifying velocity and a fierce roar. Facing the aggressive wolf pack closing in, Lucas and his teammates quickly took a defensive stance. A blade of light suddenly descended from above, piercing through the magical wolf in a dazzling explosion of spirit power. Behind them, a female student focused her strength into her bow, firing sharp arrows to provide cover for her teammates. The golden wolf that Lucas summoned stood on the mountain peak, silently observing the scene where the speed wolves had been completely wiped out. Notifications kept popping up, confirming that each takedown earned them 10 precious points. At Zone C, the group coordinated smoothly to attack a one-eyed giant, Cyclops, directly taking down the massive creature and earning 25 bonus points. The battle continued to erupt in Zone D, where the young martial artists swung their swords to slash the scouting goblins to pieces as they charged in frantically. A series of notifications for points from eliminating vanguard goblins and scout beastmen appeared brilliantly on the magic screen. Lucas couldn't help but be amazed at the group's explosive power. This is amazing. I never expected us to take down so many enemies. At this rate, we can really make it to the 3rd floor. Lucas's golden wolf silhouette still silently watched his teammates' every move from afar. Through the observation orb, Old Man Gree was so shocked that sweat was pouring down his face as he saw the light dots representing the students surrounding the tower. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? They all made it to the 3rd floor? As the clear notification rang out, all 12 martial arts students had successfully reached the stairs, leading to the 3rd floor. The magic class instructors started to panic. They couldn't believe these freshmen had such terrifying strength and wondered what Sigan had taught them. Old Man Gray gritted his teeth in resentment, but then he suddenly broke into a sinister, calculating smile. He told himself that it definitely wouldn't happen, because some students in the martial arts department seemed to have reached their physical limits. With eyes glowing with evil intent, Gray stated firmly that they would soon be forcibly expelled from the tower immediately. The atmosphere inside Allen Tower became heavy as the members started to get exhausted on the stone steps. Decio stumbled and collapsed, his breath coming in ragged, tired gasps. Lucas quickly rushed over to support his teammate and asked anxiously, "Decio, can you hold on?" With a pale face, Decio weakly admitted that he had reached his limit. He looked at his hand, which was gradually fading in a stream of spirit energy, and urged urgently, "Don't worry about me. Just keep moving forward." Not just Decio. Other members were also exhausted and had to sit down on the stairs. A female student tiredly announced that she had to stop here too. Meanwhile, others still tried to encourage Lucas to move on to the 3rd floor on their behalf. They longed for Lucas to prove the strength of the martial arts department so the magic students would finally see the truth. Lucas gently placed his hand on Decio's shoulder, while Anto gritted his teeth with determination. "We've come this far. We have to make it to the 3rd floor." Seeing the unity of his teammates, Lucas smiled with deep trust. "That's right, we are a team after all. Let's join forces so we can all walk through that 3rd floor door as one unified block." Lucas's call gave the group one final boost of strength. Everyone shouted in unison, determined to pour out their remaining strength to complete the goal. Under the brilliant aura radiating from the top of Allen Tower, all 12 martial arts freshmen stepped forward together amidst the shimmering crystal blocks. A true miracle happened when all 12 students had successfully set foot on the 3rd floor of the legendary tower. The 3rd floor? So this is the 3rd floor of Allen Tower? A real nightmare began, when bizarre purple creatures suddenly rose from a sea of fire and frantically charged to attack. Although they tried to fight back, faced with the siege of the aggressive monsters, the team was soon completely overwhelmed. Outside the tower, the candidates who had been eliminated couldn't help but feel terrified when they remembered, "The 3rd floor is just too brutal. I couldn't even count how many enemies were there. I saw us getting surrounded by 5 of them. I almost got wiped out." Standing and watching from afar, Lucas quietly determined that the 3rd floor was indeed the current limit for the martial arts students. He told himself, "To avoid suspicion, I intentionally had my real body retreat. But my clone is still inside the tower, so by supporting the 2nd martial arts group with the hero's blood battle cry skill, I can lead everyone to the 3rd floor. That way, everyone in the martial arts department gets a better score, and I won't stand out too much." Looking at the scoreboard showing Tacy, Kai, and Linda all reaching 55 points while he only had 43, Lucas smiled subtly. "Our department is going to outshine everyone." This uniform progress caused a real earthquake for the magic classes. The magic students were buzzing in astonishment. No way! How could all the martial arts students reach the 3rd floor? They couldn't believe it, because usually, only the elite class could do such a thing. Witnessing the strong rise of the martial arts department, Old Man Gray gritted his teeth in resentment, sweat dripping down his distorted face. "This is terrible. We have to beat the martial arts department in both points earned and the number of floors reached. The magic class cannot lose to the martial arts department." A magic freshman was thrown out of the tower by a brilliant blue energy wave, while another was struggling against a pack of fire monsters. Dean Otani silently observed through the magic orb and sighed in disappointment. He thought to himself, "Is failure against a martial artist really that hard to accept? You students wasted magic power like water right from the 1st floor. Then what do you intend to do on the 2nd and 3rd floors?" The lack of composure among the magic freshmen left the dean feeling nothing but weary. The notification board continuously displayed miserable numbers. Groups 3 and 4 were wiped out as early as the second floor. Even Group 8, the best of them, was completely wiped out as soon as they touched the third floor. Witnessing the pathetic results, Old Man Gray went crazy, his face distorted in humiliation. He gritted his teeth as he realized not a single student. The freshmen ranked below 40 inches. The magic class managed to reach the third floor, while some teams were wiped out right on the first. Greg grabbed his colleague by the collar in a frenzy, shouting in frustration, "This is completely wrong. This is definitely a trap set for the magic class. The monsters only get more numerous and stronger when it's our turn, right? Losing a match and blaming the game?" Facing Greg's lack of control, Professor Linda coldly stepped forward, reminding him not to deny the reality in front of the students. She mocked him, asking if Professor Greg didn't know the Allen Tower was operating normally, or was he implying that his own ability to sense magic had withered away? Stung by her words, Greg ground his teeth until he drew blood, his eyes staring at Segan and Lucas with extreme resentment. He cursed to himself, finding Segan and that brat eyesores. Meanwhile, Linda smiled and praised the martial arts department for outperforming the magic class, affirming that she always believed in their potential. Professor Segan maintained his composure, humbly stating that this was entirely the result of the students' relentless hard work. Seeing that the elite class's trial was about to start, Segan reminded Linda to return to her post, but she nonchalantly said there was no need to worry about those kids. Linda confidently claimed that she had excellent representatives from her class there. Julia and Iwa Miranda stepped forward heroically to the admiration of everyone. Young Julia beamingly bragged to her friends, "My brother is truly amazing. If he were serious, he could easily climb way higher than the fourth floor." These words made the surrounding freshman magic students feel humiliated and discouraged before even starting their own challenge. When the examiner called Julia's team to enter the tower, from afar, Lucas waved his hand and shouted, "Do your best, Julia. Don't forget to eat the candy I gave you." Julia excitedly replied clearly before heading into the glowing portal with her teammates. The examiner was stunned when he heard Lucas mention candy. He silently wondered why he would intentionally say that at such a moment, but as soon as he saw Julia pop it into her mouth, his eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. It wasn't candy at all, but a high-grade mana recovery elixir that worked with incredible speed. Pills of such quality were extremely expensive, as martial artists capable of crafting them were rare these days. It was incredibly lavish to give such a precious item just for a school trial. Meanwhile, Julia winced at the bitter taste. "Ugh, I got tricked again. Poor little sister, just grit your teeth and take it." Lucas smiled calculatedly. He thought to himself that even though Julia already had plenty of mana, since everyone used performance enhancers before the test, he also wanted her to take it to ensure she gave the best performance possible in Allen Tower. The moment she entered the trial, Julia immediately displayed overwhelming power that terrified everyone. She waved her staff, her eyes glowing with power as she shouted, "Heavenly lightning, descend." Massive bolts of purple lightning descended from the void, directly swallowing the giant one-eyed monsters and grotesque creatures in a blinding light. Watching this scene, Iwa Miranda couldn't help but be shocked by her cousin's innate talent. She marveled to herself, that control to strike the enemies with lightning precisely without harming even a blade of grass. Julia turned back to look at Iwa Miranda with a confident, radiant smile. She excitedly urged, "Iwa, stay close to me. Julia is totally carrying the team, guys." On the third floor of Allen Tower, amidst rivers of molten lava, ruthless bolts of electricity rained down from the sky, instantly crushing every obstacle that dared to lurk nearby. Julia stood proudly in the sea of fire, summoning the powerful lightning bird technique to clear away the enemies. She smiled brightly and urged Iwa Miranda and Derek to quickly keep moving forward. Derek sighed in relief, admitting that without Julia, his fire magic would have had a very difficult time against these fire-resistant lizards. That's what you call a teammate carrying the squad. Julia happily replied that it was all thanks to the team's seamless coordination. Iwa crossed her arms haughtily. She told herself that in the real world, she could have easily controlled the monsters' minds to make them destroy each other. Hearing Julia endlessly praising her skills in real-life combat, Iwa Miranda suddenly grew quiet. She bitterly realized that her spiritual magic was completely useless against the mindless ghosts inside this tower. Iwa gripped her staff tightly, feeling like a burden, only capable of scouting enemy positions. Witnessing Julia's innocence and absolute trust in her, Iwa couldn't help but feel touched. She turned away, blushing, and loudly declared she would let Julia take all the glory this time, before suddenly rushing ahead. Julia was running so fast she crashed into Iwa's back. She rubbed her nose and complained, Why'd you stop so suddenly? Are there enemies? Iwa answered, sounding slightly flustered. No, it must have been my imagination. Yet, deep down, Iwa was full of doubt, constantly feeling a strange presence, not quite an enemy, but not a classmate either. Julia excitedly instructed, Hey Iwa, when we get to the 4th floor, try to find the path with the fewest monsters. A clear announcement echoed throughout the academy. The first 3 students had reached the 4th floor. Quietly watching from afar, Lucas broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, that was close, almost got spotted. Spiritual mages are truly sharp. Outside, the crowd buzzed over the freshman's shocking achievement, the first in 30 long years. Professor Linda proudly claimed this was proof of her excellent teaching, while other colleagues argued that it was thanks to the student's own extraordinary efforts. Lucas smiled silently. He understood that the elixir only helped boost mana. How far they went depended entirely on Julia's own strength. He told himself his task at this moment was just to quietly watch his sister grow. Inside the tower, Julia focused intensely, purple lightning crackling around her staff. Suddenly, Iwa Miranda shouted a warning. Careful! There are 4 enemies behind us on the right. It was a pack of beast archers, monstrous, skeletal, and ferocious archers. A burst of red fire erupted, deflecting the attack. Derek swung his staff and shouted clearly, Fire! He stepped forward to shield Julia, asserting, Julia must be exhausted from the 3rd floor. Let me handle them. Derek continuously unleashed powerful fire magic to face the pack of archers, firing arrows wildly. A giant magic circle glowed beneath his feet, instantly consuming the monsters in a sea of flames. Pleased with his feat, Derek turned back to show off. What do you think? My fire magic is pretty good, right? But nobody paid any attention to his bragging. She coldly warned that many more enemies were closing in and urged everyone to move quickly. Ignored, Derek could only grumble and chase after them, while Julia and Iwa had already run ahead. Iwa nervously announced that about a dozen enemies were charging straight toward them at a terrifying speed. Iwa agilely dodged their deadly blows, but immediately after, heavy iron gates suddenly dropped, sealing off the entire path and forming a cage that trapped the group inside. From the gloomy shadows, a massive entity with the head of a boar and the body of a man loomed into view. Standing beside it was a white wolf with glowing red eyes, growling menacingly. Facing these predatory monsters, little Iwa could only stand frozen in terror. Iwa gritted her teeth in frustration as she stared at the solid iron bars. This is bad. Only a metal attribute mage could break this iron cage. No, there's another way. Instantly, Julia swung her staff to activate her skill, Thunder Shield. Powerful purple-pink electrical currents erupted, striking the wolf that was about to pounce, leaving it completely paralyzed in pain. High-temperature flames can also melt metal. Understanding the plan, Iwa Miranda quickly assigned roles. Everyone else would hold off the enemies, and Derek would focus on breaking the cage. The giant boar roared wildly, and it charged in with the pack of wolves, putting suffocating pressure on their magical defense. In the midst of the chaos, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, reminding them that the 4th one on the left was the fastest and also the weakest. Julia immediately focused her vision and struck down the weakest target. In the pack of monsters charging frantically, Iwa activated her psychic magic with a glowing red circle on her forehead and shouted, There's no time to explain. 3 on the left, 2 on the right, hurry. Julia replied with a confident smile. Understood. Massive bolts of purple lightning erupted, striking the monsters directly and causing them to shriek in agonizing pain. Iwa continued to maintain her psychic pressure to point out targets for her teammates. However, she was shocked to realize that the enemy's durability here was terrifying. If these were the enemies on the 3rd floor, they would have been blown to pieces a long time ago. As expected, the enemies on the 4th floor were in a completely different league. Iwa shouted her orders, Take out the right side first. After successive attacks, Julia began to tire. She panted heavily. I'm running out of mana. I'm sorry. I think I can only seal the giant's movements now. Iwa gritted her teeth with determination. Then watch for an opening and take down the wolf. With her last ounce of strength, a massive wolf-shaped lightning bolt erupted, swallowing the enemy in blinding light. The magical wolf shrieked horribly before vanishing completely amidst the tower's rubble. Standing in the middle of the ruined scene, Iwa let out a sigh of relief. We've defeated them all. The giant still can't move, so we're safe now, right? Man, that was close. I thought it was game over. Julia smiled brightly and asked excitedly, After we get out of here, can I proudly say that I protected my classmates like a real class president? I gently reminded Julia not to get too complacent, causing the girl to just laugh mischievously. But their complacency cost them dearly when a massive purple entity suddenly broke through the barrier and attacked. Iwa Miranda was shocked to realize she had been too careless by not detecting a new group of enemies silently closing in. Amidst Julia's panicked screams, Derek rushed forward in time to shield her, urging everyone to run while they still could. Julia wept in despair as she watched her teammates sacrifice themselves to protect her. Derek poured all his strength into creating a small gap, just large enough for one person to pass through. He fiercely demanded that Julia escape quickly. Despite Julia's insistence on staying to fight, Derek, his face drenched in sweat, firmly blocked her. He didn't want her to waste her precious mana on this floor, so he put his entire being into holding back the evil entity. With eyes blazing with fiery, murderous intent, Derek shouted for Julia to at least be the one to move forward. A cataclysmic fire magic explosion erupted, swallowing the area in a sea of red flames. At Allen Tower, the situation was becoming extremely tense as two group members had just been eliminated, with only one person left standing on the fourth floor. Derek thought to himself that, in that situation, he had instinctively protected Julia because she was the only one who could continue pushing forward. "We did a pretty good job." Iwa walked away coldly. She nonchalantly said, "I was just repaying a debt of gratitude. If this weren't Allen Tower, where psychic mages are at a huge disadvantage, I would never lose to anyone." Iwa glanced back at Julia, who was resting from exhaustion. From the observation room, Principal Otani watched closely through a magic orb and praised them incessantly. A scout to track the ghost's movements, an engineer to dismantle traps, each knows their strengths and weaknesses, and makes the right decisions. Truly impressive. This also applies to the two remaining inside the tower. At that moment, deep within the tower, an ancient library was engulfed in a sea of flames. After clearing all the monsters in the area, Lucas calmly adjusted his sleeves. He looked down at the marks on the ground and secretly concluded that it seemed Julia had already cleared this area too. Julia was giving her all in a race against time. She gritted her teeth, telling herself she had to reach the safe zone before running out of mana. However, a swarm of ant monsters and wild beasts had already surrounded her from all sides. Julia looked at her fallen teammates. "Everyone, wait for me," Julia screamed. "Get out of my way," as she unleashed powerful purple lightning, crushing the swarm of giant scorpions closing in. Standing in the middle of the wreckage with sparks still crackling, she resolved not to let her teammates' efforts go to waste. Suddenly, Julia was surprised to realize that all the fatigue in her body seemed to have vanished completely after a strange energy passed through her. It was because Lucas had secretly activated the hero's battlecry skill, helping to increase his younger sister's attack and defense power by 30% for 10 minutes. Lucas thought to himself that with this, Julia would be able to pass the fourth floor. He realized that when all the students finished the challenge, Allen Tower would close, so this was his last chance to explore the higher floors. As soon as he stepped onto the fifth floor, Lucas was immediately submerged in a vast ocean world. Lucas dove deep to the ocean floor, where giant anglerfish with razor-sharp teeth were gliding through the darkness. He thought to himself that he should avoid unnecessary battles to conserve his strength for the sixth floor. A giant merman, holding a trident, was guarding the area, along with minions with strange, bulging eyes. Realizing the intelligence of these mermen wasn't very high, Lucas used a shadow clone to distract them and quickly found the path to the sixth floor. Just 5 minutes later, Lucas shot up out of the water like a golden bolt of lightning. He launched a crushing strike, stomping the head of a giant sea monster into oblivion. 20 minutes passed before Lucas finally reached an ancient structure. Exhausted from the endless battles, Julia collapsed onto the floor of the safe zone inside the tower. She smiled with satisfaction and whispered, "I did it." Seeing his sister was safe, Lucas gave a look of relief and pride. He stood tall before a portal swirling with intense red energy. He reached out to touch the turbulent dark aura. As he stepped through the gate, he felt as if his body were free-falling through the vast cosmos, surrounded by thousands of shimmering stars. He flew through the endless night and officially set foot on the sixth floor of the Allen Tower. The moment he arrived, Lucas was stunned by the sight of floating rocks suspended in the void, as if he were standing in the middle of space itself. "So, this is the sixth floor?" he exclaimed in awe. Lucas stepped cautiously, feeling the instability as he landed on a drifting meteorite fragment. He looked around, bewildered, realizing the place was completely empty. There wasn't a single monster in sight, and the very concept of space seemed non-existent. The only thing present in this void was a massive, glowing ancient stone tablet. As Lucas approached, he was shocked to realize something strange. The tablet was draining his aura. On the tablet's surface, a circular symbol featuring two crossed weapons suddenly shone brightly. catching the attention of Headmaster Otani in the observation room. He mused to himself, so that kid actually made it all the way to the 6th floor. This must be the legendary legacy of the martial god. However, his gaze turned bitter when he looked at another screen. What a pity. The boy's sister is reaching her limit. Down on the 5th floor, Julia was facing a massive, ferocious sea monster in the depths of the ocean. Headmaster Otani thought to himself, how much she can comprehend before the Allen Tower closes depends entirely on you, kid. Lucas stood frozen before the tablet, which radiated an orange heat like a raging fire. Suddenly, a sharp, imposing gaze flashed into his mind, a dark entity with a glowing red core, screaming in resentment. Martial God, you won this time, but we have already sown our seeds across this world. Even if it takes 10,000 years, we will return. Standing before the endless darkness, the martial god radiated a powerful golden light. He gritted his teeth in annoyance at the enemy's declaration. Damn it, stop running your mouth. The hot-tempered martial god spat. He poured all his spiritual power into a fist, glowing like the sun, and unleashed his ultimate attack, the martial god's destruction technique. A massive surge of power descended, swallowing the evil entity in a blinding explosion. The destructive force of his punch rippled throughout the universe, shattering the enemy's energy core into dust. Lucas woke up in a cold sweat, reeling from the vision. He wondered if those images were memories of the martial god's past battles. He pondered the evil entity's threat regarding the seeds sown across the world, wondering if mutants like the Minotaur he faced earlier were their handiwork. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lucas decided he needed to investigate this thoroughly. He slowly reached out to touch the glowing ancient runes on the tablet. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a massive golden hand emerged from the void, startling him into dodging, thinking he was under attack. But he soon realized the mysterious hand wasn't targeting him. It was aimed directly at the ancient tablet. The giant hand struck, shattering the tablet to pieces. Lucas was horrified to realize the martial god's relic was the true target. He told himself that with the tablet gone, staying in the Allen Tower was pointless. And perhaps Julia had finished her trial as well. Sitting on the floor, Lucas clearly felt a strange change occurring within his body. He wondered if this was the result of witnessing the martial god's technique in that vision. At the same time, the tower's magical gear system officially ground to a halt. Headmaster Otani quietly observed Julia on the 5th floor, silently urging her to keep training to become even stronger. An announcement echoed loudly, declaring the trial over and stating that the Allen Tower would be sealed immediately now that the last participant had finished. Amidst a shower of fireworks and confetti, Julia emerged from the gate with a radiant smile, holding her staff high with pride. The announcement boomed throughout the academy, officially honoring Lucas Rian as the first freshman in history to reach the 5th floor of the Allen Tower. At the quiet Allen Academy library, the headmaster was speaking with someone. The visitor looked displeased, pointing out that the performance of this year's magic class freshman was unusually poor, with 18 students failing to earn a single point. Otani remained calm, suggesting that this number was only slightly worse than last year and fell within an acceptable margin of error. But when the visitor emphasized that the number of students reaching the 2nd floor was only half of last year's, Otani retorted coldly, "You should ask the homeroom teachers of the magic class about that. I, too, want to know what they're teaching them that has them so rattled." He was too focused on the magic class, failing to notice the anomalies in the martial arts department. Since the trial ended, 4 martial artists had broken through their limits and were working to rank up. Master Segan was personally assisting them. Otani was shocked to realize the Allen Tower might possess a special efficiency that boosted the growth of martial artists. The visitor feared that if this leaked to the world, it would cause a massive earthquake, because countless martial artists out there were desperate to find ways to break their own limits. He revealed that if it weren't for the goal of finding a talented martial artist to become the next manager of the Allen Tower, he never would have intended to open the tower again. Otani demanded that this information be kept strictly secret until clearly verified. Outside, the magic students were still cheering excitedly. Ha ha! In the end, the new record holder is still a mage. Freshman Julia is a true magical genius. Jeremy walked by, filled with extreme resentment. He couldn't accept that Julia had an incompetent martial artist brother like Lucas. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in envy. Damn it, even if we have different mothers, I'm Julia's brother too. Why does Lucas get all the attention? Out of everyone, why does someone as useless as Lucas have to be Julia's biological brother? The academy cafeteria suddenly buzzed with energy as Theodore Foramel, the student council president, appeared in a brilliant, dazzling aura. Hearing the cheers, he wore an arrogant smirk, thinking to himself, "Those familiar cheers, even if Julia broke my old record, I'm still the idol of this school." However, Theodore Foromel's smile quickly vanished when he realized the crowd was swarming toward Julia. "Look, the magic prodigy Julia is over there." Julia was currently busy, enjoying delicious food to the admiration of everyone around her. The crowd couldn't stop praising how cute she was. Some even calculated that with the 1,000 reward points she just received for breaking the Allen Tower record, this 500-point meal was nothing. Theodore stood in the distance, watching the scene with a sour look. That girl, Julia. Lucas gently reminded his sister to eat as much as she liked, but suddenly, Theodore appeared, cutting into the siblings' meal. Lucas was startled, alerted by his opponent's terrifying speed. So fast. The student council president, Theodore Foromel. He coldly asked what the guy's intentions were. Theodore looked down at Julia and issued a condescending warning. "Julia, you might be talented, but don't get cocky just because you managed to climb to the 5th floor of the Allen Tower." Yet, Julia kept chewing her food calmly and naively asked back, "Huh? What do you mean?" Theodore was flustered, sweat pouring down his face as he saw Julia's magic power suddenly flare up violently, out of control. He feared that if things escalated further, he would lose face in front of the crowd, so he hurriedly turned and ran, not forgetting to leave a threat. "You will regret this." Julia looked blankly at the back of the president fleeing amidst a cloud of dust. She wondered, is that guy crazy? Lucas calmly wiped his mouth and advised his sister not to mind him and just keep focusing on her meal. In his heart, Lucas secretly mocked Theodore Foromel's foolishness for daring to threaten his sister. In truth, he had secretly used his hero's warcry skill on Julia, helping her boost her attack and defense by 30% and dispelling all fatigue for 10 minutes. Watching his opponent leave without his usual arrogant speech about being number one, Lucas felt something was a bit off. Right then, Julia cheered excitedly as she saw Mina approaching. Mina smiled and congratulated Julia on her outstanding achievement, which far exceeded expectations, but the girl humbly insisted it was thanks to the great support from her two teammates. Mina suddenly asked if the two of them could help out with the Goddess Commemoration Festival, leaving both siblings confused as they had never heard of this event. Seeing their puzzled faces, Mina began to explain the Goddess Commemoration Festival, a place that brings together the 3 largest magic schools in the Kamina Empire, including the Allen Academy, the Kyoto Magic School, and the Holy Magic School. Every year, the 9 most outstanding freshmen are selected from these prestigious schools to compete and find the top prodigy. Mina insisted that with her current ability, Julia would definitely be one of the representatives competing this year. Julia listened with a serious look on her face regarding the information about such a massive competition. Lucas stood by, observing, and secretly felt this event was quite interesting, wondering if his sister would really be excited about this new challenge. At the elite dormitory, the alarm clock rang loudly, shattering the quiet morning air. Julia was still curled up in her blanket with messy hair, muttering in her sleep. Suddenly, she jumped up in shock as she remembered her brother's warning. "From now on, Maya Rasta, look after yourself. I'm done with the alarm duty." Julia's eyes went wide in panic, realizing she had officially been abandoned when it came to waking up on time. She scrambled, throwing off her blanket, biting into a piece of bread while grabbing her pile of books. Julia immediately activated her Thunderdust skill to dash away at lightning speed. But because she was in such a rush, she slammed right into Iwa Miranda, sending books flying everywhere. Iwa Miranda frowned, looking annoyed, and snapped, "Are you blind? Why did you run into me?" Iwa Miranda's sharp gaze made Julia tremble with fear. In the class that followed, the atmosphere around Julia became unusually gloomy when she realized she had forgotten her textbook. Iwa sat next to her, maintaining a cold expression, seemingly not caring at all about her crumbling friend. Suddenly, Iwa slammed her book onto the desk and pushed it toward Julia with a blunt suggestion. "I'll share, so stop making that face." Later, at the library when Julia was struggling, Iwa appeared quietly again and helped her get the book from a high shelf. Julia whispered a soft thank you while Iwa walked away silently. At the cafeteria, Lucas was eating bread, while thoughtfully observing his sister's expressions, wondering if that girl was actually a devil or a secret guardian angel. Right after that, during a magic practice session, an old professor was demonstrating a delicate magic control technique by creating shimmering blue water birds. He emphasized, "Good magic control makes life easier." The students around him couldn't stop praising him. Julia, hiding behind a wall corner, noticed Iwa watching from afar. She immediately focused her magic to create a bird and brought it over to show her. But because it was her first time transforming it, Julia couldn't fully control her magic, causing the bird to explode right in front of Iwa Miranda. What a disaster. Late at night, Iwa Miranda carried a lantern along the dark hallway and entered Julia's room. She caught Julia sleeping so soundly she was drooling, without the slightest clue about her roommate's presence. Looking at Julia's ridiculous sleeping posture, Iwa sighed softly, and then noticed a box placed on the table. It was a box of cookies with a note from Julia. "I'm really sorry about today. To apologize, would you like to go out with me tomorrow? I left some homemade cookies on the table. Please enjoy them." Iwa Miranda smiled slightly and left a reply right next to it. "Don't think good cookies mean I've forgiven you, but whatever. Maya Rasta." The next day, at the academy gate, Iwa Miranda stood waiting, looking quite annoyed at being stood up. As soon as Julia ran over to apologize for keeping her waiting, Iwa Miranda was so shocked she turned to stone upon realizing Lucas had also come along. Julia introduced them excitedly. "I brought my brother too. He said he'd treat us to a meal." She thought to herself that she had only agreed because she thought it would just be the two of them. Meanwhile, Lucas clearly noticed the dissatisfaction written on his cousin's face. Right then, Maya Rasta happened to pass by and was surprised to see the Horian Rian siblings. Julia immediately invited her. "Maya, perfect timing. Do you want to come hang out with us?" Hearing that Lucas was joining, Maya Rasta's face turned bright red from embarrassment. "I'll go." This made Iwa Miranda standing nearby even more furious, because her original plan had been completely ruined. Julia cheered excitedly and led the group straight toward the food district of the town. Watching the backs of the three girls walking ahead with enthusiasm, Lucas could only sigh to himself while realizing that he was the one who would have to pay the entire bill for the three of them. As soon as she set foot in the town of Dak, Julia cheered with excitement. "We're in Dak. Let's eat our way through the whole town." Seeing his younger sister dancing in the middle of the bustling street, Lucas could only sigh in resignation, secretly worrying about his rapidly depleting wallet. You feel like you're stuck in a punishment game because your plans for a solo outing with Julia fell through. Instead, you're stuck with your cousin, Iwa Miranda, and your ex-fiancée, Maya. While Iwa Miranda maintains her usual cold and proud expression, Maya is secretly overjoyed to finally have a chance to talk to Lucas outside the academy. Julia excitedly grabs her two sisters by the hands, running toward a magnificent building as she shouts, "Look, you two. This is the most famous sweet shop in the whole academy." Awa glances at the display case filled with cakes and feigns indifference. She coldly remarks that she has no interest in such childish shops. However, Julia's hopes are quickly dashed when an announcement states that there are only 2 entry spots left for the day. Julia is completely devastated. She drops to the ground, feeling wronged. "But this is the place I wanted to go to most." Noticing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be alone with Lucas, Maya cleverly makes up an excuse, saying her doctor told her to avoid sweets, just to give up her spot to Julia and Iwa Miranda. She suggests gracefully, "You two go ahead, I'll wait out here with Lucas." Maya Rasta is playing this well. Folks, the opportunity is here. Even though Iwa still looks reluctant, Julia quickly regains her spirits. She excitedly grabs her senior's hand and dashes into the shop, completely unaware of Maya's true intentions. Once they are left alone, Lucas kindly hands Maya a drink and apologizes on behalf of his sister for her childish behavior. Maya Rasta smiles gently. She says she's just happy to see Lucas and his sister having a good time. Sitting on a bench in a town filled with bright balloons, Maya is overwhelmed with memories. Julia is so energetic and cute. It reminds me of the time we used to hang out when we were little. Seeing Lucas looking puzzled, Maya brings up how they once snuck away from the adults to see the Nightwolf exhibition in this very town, asking if he really doesn't remember anything at all. Distant memories flash through Maya Rasta's mind a pouring rainy afternoon when they were just kids. Back then, young Maya Rasta had backed away in fear, facing a ferocious wolf roaring behind the bars. But it was Lucas who bravely stood in front of her to shield her, reassuring her, "It's okay, I'll protect you." Returning to reality, Lucas gives a forced smile. "Oh, right, I think something like that might have happened." Deep down, he is confused about how to deal with memories from before his soul possessed this body. Maya Rasta grips her drink tightly, looking at Lucas with sad eyes, and asks chokingly, "Are you still bitter about the broken engagement?" Seeing Lucas blank out, she lets out all her pent-up emotions. "I've always felt like you've been avoiding me this whole time. The fact that my family asked to call off the engagement right after you were rejected by the gods must have hurt you deeply." Maya Rasta tears up, admitting she was too young to understand the implications back then, so when they met again, she didn't know what to say to him. She hesitates, then offers, "So, if you'd like, can we be friends?" Touched by her sincerity, Lucas offers a warm smile, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly refuse such an offer. He confirms he has never held a grudge against her, then reaches out his hand and says gently, "I'd be more than happy to be your friend." Maya Rasta beams with a radiant smile, the tears in her eyes vanishing as they shake hands to signify their reconciliation. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Julia and Iwa are enjoying the bustling festival atmosphere with blue butterflies and magical illusions. Julia enthusiastically enjoys a giant cotton candy, talking non-stop about how sweet it is, right beside an Iwa who is blushing from shyness. The girl also eagerly picks out some bright matching accessories and insists, "Let's buy matching stuff." Though she keeps her cold expression, Iwa just sighs and goes along with it. "Do whatever you want." Lucas and Maya are sharing their warm handshake when Julia and Iwa Miranda suddenly return. Seeing this intimate scene, Julia can't help but look surprised. Maya Rasta frantically waves her hands to explain, "It's not what it looks like," while Iwa Miranda looks at the two of them with utter contempt and makes a sarcastic comment about their lack of decorum. Lucas just awkwardly tries to change the subject, hastily urging the group to move to the food district to break the awkward atmosphere. The group heads to the busy shopping district of Daktown. Julia excitedly tries a star-shaped candy, remarking that its taste is only average. But the candy suddenly glows with a brilliant pink light, making her shout with excitement. The candy is signaling something good. Before Iwa can express surprise at the candy's strange power, Julia quickly leads the group, following the light as it guides them through small alleys. The light stops before an ancient, imposing building called the Hall of the Five Saints. Lucas curiously asks about the origin of the place, and Julia explains excitedly that it's actually a dojo, and the owner is a renowned collector of artifacts. She reveals some very tempting information. If we go inside and pass 5 trials, we can receive an extremely valuable magical item. Although Lucas is hesitant because their goal today isn't to challenge a dojo, both Maya and Iwa Miranda are very interested in the prospect of finding truly valuable magical artifacts. Faced with his sister's enthusiastic pleading and sparkling eyes, Lucas just sighs in defeat and agrees to go inside. But just as the group reaches the foot of the stairs, a loud voice bellows, "Stop." 2 burly guards in red uniforms, wearing pitch-black sunglasses, loom over them to block their path. The 2 guards coldly stand in their way, declaring that this isn't a place for kids to kill time. Without a hint of hesitation, Lucas gently places his hand on the guard's shoulder. He calmly explains, "We're here to hunt for treasure. Move aside." The guard is so shocked that sweat starts pouring down his face. He is terrified, feeling an incredibly menacing aura radiating from Lucas, and wonders who this young man really is. Meanwhile, Lucas realizes something interesting. Even a gatekeeper here has reached the level of a level 4 martial master. He smiles slightly and asks again, "Can we come in now?" Under the immense pressure, the guard immediately changes his attitude. He bows and invites the group inside, confirming that this place always welcomes those with real strength. This sudden shift leaves Iwa and Maya speechless. Meanwhile, Julia is excited that the whole group made it inside safely. As soon as they cross the threshold, a loud voice welcomes them to the Hall of the Five Saints and announces that the first trial is the beast test. In a brilliant arena, a man with purple hair sits lounging on a magic circle. He wears a sinister grin and declares, "If you can defeat my pet, the group will officially pass this stage. Come on out, my fire cat." A giant lion with a body blazing in flames and bright red, fiery eyes appeared amidst the deafening roars. Seeing the monster's ferocious appearance, Maya Rasta anxiously warned everyone to be extremely careful. The beast tamer immediately activated a magic circle, shouting an order to release the magical shackles binding the beast. The sound of iron chains shattering echoed sharply. The fire lion let out a savage roar, its blazing eyes reflecting the silhouettes of Lucas and Julia. Just as the monster lunged crazily with its fangs bared, Lucas quickly stepped forward to shield his sister. However, just as the fire lion was about to pounce on its target, it suddenly froze, leaving the beast tamer in shock. A pitch-black aura in the shape of a giant wolf suddenly erupted from behind Lucas, emitting such terrifying pressure that the fire lion trembled and broke out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. It whimpered as soon as it saw the big black wolf. Lucas's face was now shrouded in shadows. The beast tamer frantically swung his whip, screaming for his pet to attack immediately. But it panicked and hurriedly turned to run away, and in its frenzy, it didn't even care about its master anymore, knocking that guy flying. Lucas scratched his head slightly and asked sheepishly, Does this count as passing the trial?" Julia cheered excitedly. "That's my brother for you." Meanwhile, Iwa stood watching with a suspicious gaze. She couldn't understand what trick Lucas had used when he hadn't even lifted a finger. Climbing the stairs to head to the next station, Iwa Miranda couldn't help but wonder, because that lion was clearly terrified of Lucas to the extreme. Julia leaned close to Lucas's ear and whispered, "Brother, you're still hacking, aren't you?" Lucas put a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it a secret, and gave a knowing smile. "Shh, I just got lucky." The group stopped in front of a hallway, resplendent with glowing blue magic circles. An elderly man with a monocle appeared, announcing this was the second station called the Wind Hall. The rules were simple. The player had to shoot an arrow through all the moving rings and pierce the balloon at the highest point to complete the mission. The old man explained that this challenge didn't just test delicate magic power control, but also the participants' sharp judgment. To make it more dramatic, he would directly manipulate the environment of the hall via a magic control panel. Julia eagerly volunteered to take on the first trial. Seeing the girl's enthusiasm, the manager smiled. "Ho ho, you're full of energy. Then let's begin." Immediately, a magic arrow was fired, gliding through the glowing rings in the middle of the hall. While munching on candy, Julia focused her magic and confidently shouted, "Watch this!" She expertly guided the arrow, weaving it through each magic circle with absolute precision. Witnessing the arrow's erratic yet smooth trajectory, Iwa Miranda couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Truly astonishing. Those curves are so smooth. Maya Rasta, standing nearby, silently acknowledged the girl's innate talent. The old man nodded in appreciation of Julia's skill. "Ho ho, impressive for someone so young. Let's end the warm-up here." Saying that, he decided to increase the difficulty by pressing a button on the magic board. Magic blocks began to float and rotate, creating a challenging maze in mid-air. The old man noted with amusement that things were getting interesting, but he squinted thoughtfully and asked if she really thought she could pass this trial so easily. Julia braced herself, maneuvering the magic arrow through the glowing energy rings. She realized that keeping the arrow from falling was draining almost all of her energy. The manager laughed triumphantly, urging her to just give up, as he continuously added pressure with fire and water spells to cause interference. The magic blocks constantly fired disruptive light beams, creating a chaotic field full of obstacles from various elements. Lucas stood by, observing, and realized this wasn't just a normal trial, but a complex combination of physics and high-level magic interference. While Julia was struggling to manage, she suddenly remembered her brother's advice from a previous training session on how to handle situations when magic power was being tampered with. With a confident smile, Lucas had once asserted that the only way was to directly destroy the source of that interference. Julia's eyes suddenly lit up with determination. She crunched down on the candy in her mouth and poured all her power into her super lightning strike, shattering every obstacle to the manager's utter shock. Witnessing Julia's destructive power, Maya Rasta silently mused that this felt more like an actual battle than a mere test. Even though she was teased by Iwa Miranda for using more force than necessary, Julia was still excited to receive praise from her brother after officially passing the second station in spectacular fashion. The manager quickly regained his serious expression, leading the group into a room filled with books and potion bottles, while warning them that not every trial could be solved with pure brute strength. The third station, the alchemy workshop, appeared before them, where precision control and absolute focus were prioritized over combat prowess. A female mage with brown hair and protective goggles smiled thankfully. "Let's race to brew a potion, slowpokes lose." This challenge was to brew the legendary potion known as Chivia's Tears. The mage presented the ingredient table with 108 rare components needed to complete it. However, she gave a grave warning. The formula was hit or miss, and one wrong move would blow everything to smithereens. Facing 108 ingredients without specific ratios, Iwa thought this was nothing more than a game of chance. Lucas also silently concluded that this delicate work wasn't suited for those who favored attack like them. Suddenly, Maya Rasta timidly spoke up. Can I try this challenge?" The mage was surprised by the young girl's boldness. "You want to try?" "Oh, how brave." Immediately, she began demonstrating with her specialized protective goggles, displaying precise parameters, down to the 0.01 grams, and controlling the cooling time to within 0.5 seconds for the 12th step. Witnessing the mage's technique, Lucas couldn't help but be amazed, realizing she was not only fast, but her precision in mixing was truly remarkable. Julia excitedly shouted, "Brother, look at Maya Rasta." Maya Rasta began her turn by touching her necklace, which glowed with blue spiritual energy. She gently manipulated the ingredients floating in mid-air amidst a shimmering light. Maya Rasta silently noted that this stardust contained a lot of magic and a salty scent. Just a little bit was enough. "Are you cooking or brewing a potion?" Lucas was stunned by Maya's knife skills. Each slice was swift and precise to the millimeter. The magical ingredients began to meld into the glowing cauldron after being processed. Maya Rasta focused intensely, whispering to herself, Let it melt slowly over low heat, just like cheese. When she noticed the scent was a bit bitter and conflicting, she decided to add a sweet-smelling ingredient to balance the flavor of the potion. Maya Rasta gently poured a shimmering essence into the cauldron. She told herself this would soothe the harsh components of the brew. Seeing those skillful movements, Julia couldn't help but gush. Sister Maya Rasta makes it look as easy as cooking. Iwa also had to admit that, with that rhythm, Maya was like a conductor leading a symphony. A massive surge of magical energy began to swirl violently inside the room. Done, Maya Rasta announced radiantly as the cauldron emitted a mystical purple light. She lifted the shimmering potion, leaving the female mage in total shock. The woman trembled as she inspected it, unable to believe her eyes. That level of purity, this is truly the legendary Tears of Chivia. The mage grabbed Maya Rasta's shoulders in a panic and demanded, "To master skills at this level takes decades of experience. Are you a disciple of some great alchemy master?" Maya Rasta replied awkwardly. No, Maya Rasta explained sheepishly. "Actually, this is my first time brewing the Tears of Chivia. I'm not even sure how I did it. Maybe it's because I cook all the time?" That naive answer left the mage, Lucas, and Iwa frozen in shock. Maya Rasta continued to share that she usually focuses on the scent of the ingredients to find the best ratios, so alchemy to her is just like cooking. She laughed brightly, asserting, "Making this is as easy as making soup." The mage was left speechless at such a ridiculous comparison. A legendary magical potion, and you compare it to soup? Julia excitedly agreed. "That's why your sweets are so amazing. Maya Rasta, the cookies you made last time were so good I almost cried." Even Iwa had to praise Maya Rasta's innate cooking instincts, remarking that she was both kind and a great cook. "Whoever marries you will be a very lucky person." The unexpected compliment made Maya Rasta blush beet red. She frantically waved her hands in denial. "Huh? No way, I just cook for fun." As her heart pounded with embarrassment, Maya Rasta stole a glance at Lucas, wondering what he thought of her. Lucas stroked his chin and thought, musing to himself that besides alchemy, having someone who cooks well in the party would be a huge boost to morale during long marches. Seeing Lucas's clueless expression, Iwa Miranda sighed in exasperation. What a blockhead. While Lucas and Julia were still oblivious to what was going on, Maya Rasta just smiled happily, relieved that the group had overcome the challenge together. The alchemy mage mused to herself, mocking her own lifelong struggle with mixing techniques, which had now lost to the cooking skills of a young girl. She smiled with relief, affirming that this feeling of being completely defeated was actually quite refreshing. Then, she respectfully handed the potion to Maya. "It's yours. These Tears of Chivia belong to you." Maya Rasta nervously held the precious bottle and hesitated. I can't accept something this valuable." The mage kindly reassured her that Maya Rasta had created it herself, and in life or death moments, this potion would surely save her life. Lucas also smiled encouragingly. "Take it. That potion is a testament to your own ability." Hearing the encouragement from Lucas, Maya blushed happily and nodded in sincere gratitude. The group walked together into the magnificent corridor to prepare for the next challenge. However, from the shadows, a mysterious, haunting laugh suddenly echoed. A mysterious woman hidden under a black cloak, her purple eyes glowing with evil intent, was watching. The group threw magical cards burning with dark energy. She smirked sinisterly, silently deciding that this group of challengers was quite interesting. "Welcome, everyone, to the fourth challenge, a place known as the Forge of Mental Strength." The mysterious woman in the black cloak slowly fanned out, the cards in her hand, and announced that they would play a game extremely popular among the Empire's aristocracy called The Sovereign's Lie. The rules of the game are very simple. Each player draws a card, and the one who draws the higher card wins. Simple, right? However, the lowest card, the Assassin, number 1, can defeat the highest card, the Sovereign, number 9. The special feature is that players are allowed to use magic to change the number on their card, but the more they change it, the more mana it consumes. If a lie is exposed, the actual value of the original card is used to decide the winner. Additionally, if the number on the faked card matches the opponent's actual card, the cheater is immediately disqualified. This challenge is essentially a tense battle of wits to see who can see through the lies and deceive their opponent most cleverly. While Lucas and Maya both felt anxious because they weren't good at mind games, Julia couldn't even remember these convoluted rules. Contrary to the others, Iwa Miranda appeared extremely excited because this was the field where the Miranda family always held an absolute advantage. With eyes glowing, she quickly noticed that the woman opposite her possessed a special magical circuit around her eyes to aid in observation. The woman smiled, admitting she had foreseen the arrival of high-caliber challengers, and loudly declared the start of the game. Both simultaneously threw their magical cards into the middle of the table, officially stepping into the dramatic battle of wits. The mysterious woman smiled challengingly. "Let's see if you can deceive my eyes." Both simultaneously slammed their cards onto the table, which sparked with magical rings. The dealer flipped over the sovereign, number 9, while Iwa had the archbishop, number 8. Julia, standing next to her, cheered excitedly. "Iwa Miranda, your number is higher. That means we won." However, Iwa maintained an extremely serious expression, realizing that the opponent's flow of mana, though faint, was vibrating in a very strange way. She immediately activated her queen's crimson eyes, causing her eyes to glow with a powerful hexagonal symbol. The dealer gasped in shock as the disguise was torn away under the gaze. The real card was revealed to be the assassin, number 1. She clapped her hands in a mocking display of applause. "I'm impressed you saw through my disguise, but unfortunately for you, you still lose." She flipped her card over, revealing a card crackling with dark energy. However, Iwa Miranda suddenly smirked with a triumphant grin. "Just as I thought. You planted a second layer of disguise on it, didn't you? Impressive, isn't it?" Iwa pointed directly at the card in her opponent's hand and firmly challenged her. "That one is a fake, too." The woman was so stunned, she turned pale. She couldn't believe that someone had easily seen through the magical traces she had completely erased. Iwa coldly declared, "You aren't the only one who knows how to erase magical signatures. I predicted you'd pull a stunt like this, so I kept my eyes on your hands the whole time to make sure I drew the specific card I needed." Iwa flipped over her real card and announced loudly, "My true card is the real assassin. If the fake card and the real one have the same number, the fake one loses." The woman admitted that Iwa's strategy was incredibly clever, initially disguising the card as the Archbishop number 8 to probe, then planning a double bluff, with the assassin card in case her opponent played the king. Even so, the woman still praised the brilliant match and the sophistication of being able to disguise cards perfectly from the lowest to the highest rank. Despite her outward display of pride, Iwa Miranda silently admitted to herself that her mental strength had truly reached its limit. The mysterious woman smiled enigmatically. "With talent like this, you will surely become a figure remembered by history." As Lucas's group prepared to leave, the woman suddenly revealed shocking information. "You are all bound by the threads of fate. In the near future, when a great catastrophe descends upon this continent, you will be the very ones to save the world." Lucas fell into deep thought regarding the apocalyptic prophecy. Even though it sounded crazy, the woman's demeanor made it impossible for him to ignore. While Julia was incredibly excited at the idea of becoming a hero who saves the world, Lucas quickly pulled everyone back to reality to focus on the goal of capturing the treasure. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the dust clouds, and a burly man with spiked hair and eyes glowing with fierce, crimson energy strode out. He cracked his knuckles menacingly and growled, "Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting until my neck got sore." The terrifying aura radiating from the stranger made Iwa Miranda shiver, wondering if the entity before them was even human. Contrasting his teammates' fear, Lucas slightly curled his lip, breaking into an excited grin. "This is going to be interesting." The muscular man was performing an insane exercise, lifting a giant barbell with only one finger, his mouth continuously chanting the rhythm, 998,000, 9 to 199. "I've been waiting for you, you elites of the Allen Magic Academy. If you've made it this far, it proves you aren't just brats relying on your families." The giant began to state the rules of the game. "All of you, attack me at once. If you can make me retreat even one step, you win." A surge of blazing fire erupted, engulfing his body, his eyes glowing with evil intent. "If you can't make me move, then it's my turn to beat you up. After that, we'll take turns attacking until one side falls." Maya Rasta trembled as she looked at the giant's powerful hands, fearing whether she could withstand such a strike. The man coldly warned, "I'm telling you in advance, I won't hold back. If you don't want to die, get out of here now." Despite her teammates' fear, Lucas bravely stepped forward and made a bold proposal. "Please, let me challenge you alone." He silently assessed that this man's killing intent was even stronger than Master Segan's, proving he was a true master. Julia worriedly begged her brother to give up. Maya Rasta also wanted to fight together, but Lucas firmly refused because this was a trial meant for a martial artist, and he wanted to test his own limits. The giant laughed heartily. "If it's man to man, I won't need to hold back. You won't just break a few bones. Are you ready?" A mechanical bird suddenly flew over and called out to Bon, demanding he wear magic gloves to avoid paying for hall repairs like last time. Bon grumbled in acceptance and threw a similar pair of gloves at Lucas. He explained that these gloves would create a protective barrier, ensuring nothing around them would be destroyed, no matter how intense the fight became. Lucas silently put on the gloves, his eyes glowing with determination as he stepped into a fighting stance. Lucas gathered power into his fist, a crushing punch aimed straight at the giant's chest, but Lucas was shocked to realize his opponent hadn't budged an inch. He gritted his teeth in amazement. Did his battle aura not even make the man flinch? Bond smirked with arrogance. Good stance, but you're still wet behind the ears. Now, it's my turn. Immediately, an extremely powerful strike landed, and Lucas only had time to gasp. Oh no! Before being sent flying, he collapsed into the rubble, coughing uncontrollably, as Maya Rasta watched with concern from behind. Bond strode forward and declared, "Surrendering now is too late, sweetheart." Lucas glanced at the holy sword lying on the floor. He quickly grabbed it and roared with determination, "I'm not finished yet." A golden aura erupted, enveloping the blade. Lucas unleashed the powerful light stream slash technique, aimed straight at his opponent. Faced with Lucas's attack, Bond began to compress his breath. He let out a thunderous roar, releasing a terrifying pressure that slammed Lucas to the ground. A massive, authoritative blue lion entity suddenly manifested behind Bond, causing the grand hall to shake violently. Bond looked at the small scratch on his chest and admitted Lucas had done quite well, but it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Lucas struggled to his feet amidst the dust, his eyes glowing with resolve. "I'm not done yet." He channeled his spiritual energy into his legs. Suddenly, Lucas threw a magic rope that tightly bound Bond's body. Lucas pulled the rope hard and yelled, "Gotcha, you chump." However, Bond kept a calm, disdainful expression. Just as Lucas put all his strength into his flaming fist and shouted, "Get back," Bond only coldly uttered a naive remark. A surge of fiery energy exploded violently from the giant's body, directly incinerating the binding rope and knocking Lucas far away. Bond acknowledged Lucas's intelligence and courage in constantly changing tactics, but insisted that before absolute power, all tricks became meaningless. He roared, "Let's end this here," and lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow. In that life-or-death moment, Lucas closed his eyes. He realized that raw power wasn't the key to victory. Memories of the martial god's phantom on the 6th floor of the Allen Tower returned, where the god had integrated a mysterious technique into every strike. Concentrating his mind to keep his heart calm, Lucas's eyes suddenly snapped open. He neutralized his opponent's attack and unleashed the ultimate technique of the martial god style. Bond was astonished, realizing Lucas had been hiding such a terrifying technique. With his ice spirit arts, Lucas unleashed a punch with destructive power, slamming it directly into Bond's chest. The overwhelming pressure from this martial god technique made the very space tremble, shattering the surrounding glass into pieces. Witnessing the shocking scene, Julia screamed in alarm, "Big brother!" Bond stood frozen, looking at the bleeding wound on his chest, and asked, "Are you a student of Otani?" Lucas calmly pulled his hand back and replied, "No." Bond stared deep into Lucas's eyes, wondering why he had held back. Because if he had used his full strength, a few of Bond's ribs would have surely been crushed. Lucas smiled slyly. "This was my first time using that move. If I accidentally killed you, I wouldn't be able to get the treasure, right?" Bond was stunned for a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh. "I lose, you win." Seeing Lucas injured, Mina panicked and brought out a precious medicinal vial, pleading, "Please, drink these Chivia tears quickly." But Lucas firmly refused, not wanting to waste such rare medicine. He took out a common recovery potion and insisted, "Just a regular potion is fine, let's save the good stuff." After drinking the potion, a green aura enveloped Lucas's body. He quietly realized this potion had effects quite similar to the elixirs he usually brewed himself. Julia excitedly recalled that the group had overcome 5 trials to claim their reward. Bond scratched his head awkwardly, revealing the truth that he opened. This place just to kill time, which made the girls furious, demanding he keep his promise and hand over the treasure immediately. Under the pressure from the kids, Bond reluctantly took out a brilliant red crystal rabbit and gave it to them. Lucas looked confused, wondering if this was just a useless decoration. Bond told Julia to try channeling her magic into the rabbit. Immediately, the treasure emitted a brilliant, mystical pink energy. The crystal rabbit in Julia's hands suddenly began to move, making her squeal with delight. "Wow, it's moving. So cute." Contrary to her excitement, Lucas looked completely disappointed. "We went through 5 hellish trials, and now we get this toy? Seriously?" He felt as if he had been scammed, even though he admitted it looked very realistic. Bond threw an arm around Lucas and said solemnly, insisting that this was no ordinary toy. It would be extremely useful when he grew more powerful. He leaned close to Lucas's face. "And one more thing. I don't know where you learned that martial god technique, but don't use it unless your life is in danger. If you use it carelessly, you'll find yourself in big trouble, Lucas replied, stunned. I understand. He curiously asked if Bon knew Headmaster Otani. Bon explained they weren't exactly close friends, just former comrades, who fought side by side against the beast tribes in past wars, then urged the group to leave before nightfall. Stepping out of the hall, Julia hesitated, asking if it was really okay for her to keep the gift, but Mina reassured her that it suited her perfectly. Lucas pondered Bon's warning. He wondered why he had been cautioned so thoroughly about using the martial god technique. Suddenly, Julia shouted when she spotted a scuffle up ahead. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Julia rushed over excitedly. Oh, a fight? Fun. Let's watch. Lucas and Mina frantically tried to stop her, knowing that direction led to the dangerous black market, but she was determined to see for herself. Julia stopped abruptly when she realized the person in trouble was her brother, Jeremy. Jeremy was furious, shouting to get his money back for being sold a fake book. How dare you sell me a fake? Give me my money back. A thug with a fierce look stomped hard on Jeremy's hand and mocked him, claiming the ancient forbidden scroll was real. He said it was just Jeremy's lack of talent that kept him from learning it, so he shouldn't blame them. The thug turned his back in contempt, ignoring Jeremy's agonizing cries that all the magic in the book was fake. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Jeremy activated a glowing green magic circle to attack from behind, but the thug quickly dodged and unleashed a counterattack, sending him flying. He disdainfully mocked Jeremy's pathetic magic power, saying it was a pipe dream for him to learn forbidden arts. He coldly ordered his underlings to finish him off. The thugs were about to tear into Jeremy when, suddenly, a massive bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky right into the scene, making everyone gasp in terror. What? What kind of lightning is that? Jeremy was shocked to realize the people who had just saved him were Lucas and Julia. He gritted his teeth in shame, having to let the two people he always looked down upon witness his pathetic state. Contrary to his resentment, Julia felt secretly proud that she had successfully followed her mother's instruction to keep an eye on her brother Jeremy. The henchmen tried to rush forward to deal with the two meddling kids, but a loud shout from a patrol captain forced them all to freeze instantly. A captain with a long scar on his face stepped forward to question what was happening. The black market ringleader immediately changed his tone, pretending to be the victim and shamelessly framing Lucas's group for attempted theft. He even brazenly bribed the captain by slipping a bag of money directly into his hand. The captain sighed, annoyed that students from the Allen Magic Academy had been causing trouble lately. He coldly ordered everyone present to be arrested. Even when Mina tried to use the Miranda family name to apply pressure, he flatly declared, "I am the law here, no arguing." Lucas narrowed his eyes at the captain, secretly realizing the group might have to take matters into their own hands to solve this. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a shout rang out. "Everyone, stop!" All eyes turned to the two figures who had just appeared, with an air of nobility. It was Sen Miranda and Lady Catherine. Sen stared straight at the sweating captain and sneered, "You've got some nerve, trying to arrest children of the Miranda family?" He looked coldly at the ringleader and growled, "Daring to scam students of the Allen Magic Academy and selling stolen goods? We need to clean up this entire patrol unit, arrest them all." The cowardly soldier could only kneel and beg, "Please have mercy. I was just following the unspoken rules," but was immediately shouted at to shut his mouth. Julia walked over to her father and asked, "Father, if you knew the black market was a den of criminals, why not wipe this place out completely?" Sen placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, pensively explaining, "The slums have their own rules. We've tried everything to stop the collusion between low-level soldiers and the black market, but it's an endless game of cat and mouse." He told Mina not to worry about the dirty business of adults. Meanwhile, Lady Catherine comforted Lucas. "Mother is here now." Julia rushed over and hugged her mother tightly, cheering, "Mom!" Catherine tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, showering her with praise. "That magic you just cast was amazing. Just as I expected from a child of the Rian house." Julia beamed with happiness. However, Catherine's expression softened with concern as she looked toward Jeremy, who was clutching his wound in pain, and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere, dear?" Jeremy gritted his teeth, trying to put on a brave face. "I'm fine," but Iowa Miranda didn't hold back, mocking him. "Fine? Your head doesn't look like it's doing fine at all." Stung by her words, Jeremy snapped. "Shut up. That's only because they ambushed me, all right?" Iowa continued with her bitter remarks. "You're a student at the Allen Magic Academy, yet you lost to those nobodies, and you even had to let little Julia protect you." Those words made Jeremy's face burn with humiliation. He could only scream in frustration that he had truly been ambushed. Iowa showed no mercy, continuing to mock Jeremy's naivety for believing a real forbidden spellbook would actually be sold at a slum stall. Even a kid would know that's fake. Seeing her daughter go too far, Sen spoke up to stop her. Aiwa, that's enough. Maya Rasta, with her inherent kindness, approached to offer help. Jeremy, let me heal you. But Jeremy brushed her help away. He roared in utter humiliation. Stay away from me, I don't need your pity. He ran away at full speed, his heart screaming, with jealousy as he thought that Lucas must surely be laughing at him behind his back. Ghastly shadows with glowing red eyes constantly flooded Jeremy's mind, jeering that he was a pathetic failure. Watching Jeremy's back as he ran, Lucas remained silent and contemplative. In his deep resentment, Jeremy vowed that he would take back everything he felt Lucas had stolen from him. Seeing the atmosphere grow too heavy, Sen advised everyone to leave Jeremy alone so he could calm down. He quickly changed the mood by suggesting the group go celebrate at a secret restaurant after successfully passing the trials at the Five Saint Pavilion. As the group began to leave, Awa Miranda suddenly stopped and looked toward a dark alleyway with a suspicious gaze. She felt a strange aura brush past, though she couldn't tell what it was. Under the sunset that dyed the forest red, Jeremy vented his rage on an ancient tree. He punched the trunk hard while crying out in frustration. Damn it! Lucas! Jeremy felt like the whole world was turning against him, and the worst part was having to be protected by Julia, the younger sister he had always wanted to surpass. He couldn't accept that a noble with such high-born blood was being played like a fool by a good-for-nothing who couldn't even use magic like Lucas. As his mind sank into darkness, a pitch-black, evil entity suddenly materialized right behind Jeremy. It whispered with a haunting sarcasm. What a pitiful child. Jeremy started, turning around in alarm. Emerging from the shadows, Jensita, a high-level female demon queen, slowly revealed herself with a wicked smile. She began to spin sweet lies. Your mother asked me to bring this to you. She sought me out because she knows you are struggling so much at school. Jensita held out her hand to reveal a shimmering blue gem and made a promise. With this, you will become stronger and reclaim all the honor that has been stripped from you. Meanwhile, at the Horian Ryan family mansion, Lady Jessica was frantically smashing furniture in a rage. She gritted her teeth, screaming Lucas's name, and swore she wouldn't let anyone get away with bullying her precious son, Jeremy. Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed, "This anger is delicious." Jensita appeared mysteriously, casually enjoying some cherries to Jessica's shock. Hearing her servant anxiously asking from outside, Jessica screamed to chase them away. "Don't you dare come in!" Jensita approached the woman who was collapsing on the floor and whispered seductively, "I am here today to grant your wish." Jensita presented a glowing blue gem in the shape of a snake and called it a lovely child. She declared she would give this to her son, and it would become an unbreakable wall that the annoying brat could never overcome. At the same time, in the quiet forest under the sunset, Jensita was directly tempting Jeremy with that very same treasure. Once you wear this, no one will dare look down on you again. Holding the treasure, Jeremy's mind was clouded by a desire for revenge. He inwardly vowed that if he defeated Lucas, Julia would have to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, Old Man Greg was conducting a shady deal. A hooded henchman handed him a shimmering, spiral-shaped object and complained about how difficult it was to acquire. Greg wore a cruel smile as he held the slow-moving snail, boasting triumphantly, "Well done. With this, I can turn every student in the martial arts department into a cripple." Greg's eyes flashed with malevolence. He couldn't wait to see the look of despair on Master Sigan's face when he witnessed his students being ruined. A few days after the trials at Allen Tower, the atmosphere at the academy became more restless than ever. The magic students gathered in front of the notice board, whispering in shock. "What did you say?" A male student asked anxiously if the information had been confirmed with Master Greg, only to receive a bitter answer from his purple-haired friend. He said the martial arts department's results are completely within the normal range, and there are no irregularities at all. Even though they didn't want to believe it, the truth was right before their eyes. The magic class had now been surpassed by the martial arts department by 2 rankings. What confused them most was how the students of the martial arts department could have such an incredible breakthrough in power during the trials. Lee sat with her head hung in defeat. She was terrified that this year's Goddess Memorial Festival, held at the school, would see students from the Holly and Kyoto academies laughing at their pathetic situation. Just imagining that scene made the magic students want to run away out of pure shame. But Master Greg strode forward with a sinister smile and reassured them. "Don't worry, those martial arts scumbags can only enjoy this fleeting moment." Greg gritted his teeth, determined. In that case, I will be the one to personally correct this mistake. Segan's class needs to be wiped out completely. At the training ground, Lucas and the others were still practicing hard. Even though it was late and classes had ended, a diligent training atmosphere still filled the halls as all the students voluntarily stayed to work harder. Tacy was quietly sweeping the classroom, smiling happily at her friend's efforts. Suddenly, her broom handle hit a hard object under a desk. Curious, she bent down and discovered an intricately crafted gold ornament shaped like a snail. Realizing it didn't belong to Master Sagan, she guessed a noble student must have dropped it and decided to place it in the lost and found box in the middle of the room, completely unaware that she had accidentally helped Old Man Greg place the slow-moving snail trap in the perfect position. The Goddess Memorial Festival finally arrived in a lively and bustling atmosphere. The academy was a vibrant display of flags and bunting, with fireworks booming across the sky as flocks of doves soared through the clear blue air. Amidst the bustling crowd pouring in for the festival, Kai Taroi stood at the main gate, his face a mask of irritation. He couldn't stop grumbling about having been stuck on duty in the welcome committee for 30 minutes without a single guest in sight. Seeing Kai losing his patience, Lucas gave a gentle reminder. Calm down, buddy. The important guests are already starting to appear at the end of the road. A grand, majestic carriage procession slowly entered the academy gates amidst a shower of brilliant fireworks. Leading the convoy were regular cavalrymen clad in shining armor, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Standing in the center, Principal Jarika of the Alan Magic Academy spoke up, clearly and loudly welcoming them. She expressed her sincere gratitude to the delegations for traveling such long distances to attend this year's festival. The lively atmosphere suddenly turned unnaturally cold. Snow began to fall in patches, making a female student shiver in surprise. All eyes turned toward the sky as a massive ice dragon, glowing with a blue light, slowly descended. Standing motionlessly atop the dragon's head was a young man with white hair and an incredibly arrogant demeanor. He was none other than the top genius of the freshman class at the Kyoto Magic Academy. Witnessing this flashy entrance, Theodore Foramel narrowed his eyes at his rival, silently thinking, "Quite the show-off, aren't you, darling?" He judged that with such an entrance, the Kyoto rookie would certainly attract plenty of unwanted attention. Suddenly, a streak of blazing fire erupted from below. A girl with long, vibrant hair appeared, holding a flame-engulfed folding fan. A massive fire phoenix was summoned. The young man from the Kyoto Academy turned back in astonishment to look at the one who dared to challenge his ice dragon and demanded, "Who are you?" From within the brilliant cloud of fire and smoke, the girl with the fire fan stepped out boldly from her luxurious carriage. She was the top genius of the freshman class at the Holy Magic Academy. She smirked mischievously and retorted with a condescending, sarcastic tone. "So, you're the top genius from the Kyoto Academy, are you?" The massive ice dragon from the Kyoto Academy had barely landed before it was immediately besieged by a sea of raging flames. The girl from the Holy Academy smirked arrogantly, waving her golden fan as she coldly urged her opponent to keep showing off his skills. Sparks of fire fell like a brilliant meteor shower, leaving the crowd in awe of the display of power. However, the white-haired young man from the Kyoto Academy remained calm and cold. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance and retorted loudly, "Hey, trying to steal my spotlight, miss?" Instantly, the ice dragon released massive waves of freezing air, clashing directly with the fire phoenix's flames, creating an earth-shattering elemental collision in mid-air. Unfazed, the girl from the Holy Academy jumped decisively from her carriage, her eyes burning with killing intent as she realized her opponent truly wanted to play for keeps. She closed her fan, channeled all her fire attribute magic into her next attack, and loudly warned the white-haired young man never to regret this decision. A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky above Alan Academy as fire and ice collided violently. Observing from below, Lucas stared at the epicenter of the blast, his eyes analytical. He silently admitted that with such immense magical power and superior elemental control, both of them were truly worthy of the title of genius that the world so often praised. The battle between the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Dragon continued to rage fiercely. The white-haired young man from the Kyoto Academy stood proudly atop the giant block of ice. He looked down challengingly. "Interesting. Let's see if you can break through my icy defenses." The clash between the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Dragon grew more intense by the second. But just then, brilliant purple lightning bolts unexpectedly interrupted the elemental struggle. Julia appeared with her staff in hand, her entire body covered in powerful electrical energy. With an excited look on her face, Julia shouted, "Let's go! Let's burn this schoolyard down!" A giant thunderbird, glowing with purple light, soared into the sky. The collision of the three immense powers created a brilliant rainbow stretching across the academy sky, to the astonishment of the entire audience. The crowd couldn't stop cheering for the spectacular performance, believing that all three were the Empire's new hope. If the Empire relied on these three troublemakers, it would be a disaster. Even the young man from the Kyoto Academy and the girl from the Holy Academy were stunned by this powerful intervention. Julia giggled mischievously. "Mind if I join the fun?" Witnessing such an unforgettable greeting just before the festival began, the VIP guests couldn't help but be impressed. The principal of the Holy Magic Academy, Madame Sinwentaran, also seemed very amused and silently concluded that this school year would certainly be full of interesting events. The young man from the Kyoto school crossed his arms and observed. He silently judged that the A-Lan Academy rival, though young, possessed truly formidable abilities. But just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark about this sudden display of power, his mouth was immediately locked shut by a silent spell. The principal of the Kyoto Magic Academy, Mr. Articus Rosso, walked by quietly and left behind only a single warning. In the quiet that followed, golden feathers began to fall from above, covering the entire academy square. The crowd looked on, bewildered, at the golden feathers drifting from the sky, wondering what would happen next. The feathers glowed with brilliant radiance upon touching the ground, turning the entire academy into a magical sea of light. From the center of that glow, a masked woman with giant angel wings slowly descended to the ground. Everyone was stunned by her otherworldly beauty and gasped in amazement. "Oh my God, she's so beautiful. Someone get me her info." The appearance of this mysterious figure made even the guy from the Kyoto Academy wary. He silently resolved that he had to win to get a chance to challenge that person. Aurora couldn't hide her admiration either. She blushed, promising herself she would try her best to catch the attention of this senior, if only for a second. When the masked woman landed, even Principal Miranda had to bow respectfully to welcome her. She smiled, greeted everyone, and affirmed that with the goddess's blessing, this year's festival would surely be magnificent. The principal loudly announced that all the VIP guests had arrived, asking the students to move to the banquet hall and dispersing the crowd to make way for the next activities. Kai remarked in awe that when even point 19, Miranda had to bow. She was definitely a high-ranking figure from the capital. Lucas calmly replied that he was more curious about her magical affinity than her social status. He thought to himself that with Dion, Aslan, Aurora, and now a new powerhouse appearing, the festival was heating up. The pre-festival party was being held in a grand, luxurious hall filled with all sorts of delicacies. However, all eyes were fixated on Dion, the genius at the top of the Kyoto Academy. Whispers filled the room. People thought he was far too arrogant, as even students from his own school didn't dare approach him to strike up a conversation. In complete contrast to that coldness, Aurora, the representative of the Saint Academy, appeared incredibly friendly. She took the initiative to approach two freshmen from the Allen Academy to ask about Julia's interests, hoping to make friends. The two boys were initially blushing and flustered by Aurora's beauty, but then their expressions suddenly shifted. One moment they were smiling brightly, and the next they turned stone cold, leaving her completely stunned. Aurora narrowed her eyes in suspicion. She clearly felt that the boy had just been mind-controlled by someone. While Julia was still happily enjoying her sweets next to her brother, Lucas, Aurora secretly made up her mind to investigate every bit of information about this girl to prepare for her next move. Right at that moment, Iwa quietly walked by, her eyes glowing with powerful hexagonal symbols. It was revealed that she was the one who had used mental magic to interfere and prevent any information about Julia from leaking, leaving the two male students confused about what had just happened. Observing the entire scene from the VIP table, Headmistress Sinwentaran of the Saint Academy couldn't help but marvel at the excellent mental magic skills of Iwa, daughter of the Miranda family. She remarked that wasting such talent on merely blocking information leaks was a great pity. Sitting next to her, Articus Rosso, headmaster of the Kyoto Academy, took a sip of wine and remarked that even though the party was meant for relaxation, the battle between the geniuses had effectively already begun. With a self-important look, he declared that this year's championship would certainly belong to Kyoto again, and other schools should only compete for second place. That headmaster was certainly boasting the loudest in the hall. At the leaders' table, the atmosphere grew tense as Sinwentaran of the Saint Academy reminded them, with regret, that they had almost won last year. Articus Rosso of the Kyoto Academy immediately retorted that last year there was already a clear gap in strength, and affirmed that when it came to the will to win, no one could surpass them. Seeing his two colleagues arguing, Principal Jerica of the Allen Academy quickly intervened, suggesting that all three schools had their own strengths and there was no need to be so obsessed with the top spot. His words made everyone feel awkward, remembering that Alan, the team that finished last year, would have a hard time bragging now. Sinwintaran suddenly changed the topic to the troubles at the Monster Mountain Horian Rianj and expressed curiosity about the venue for this year's finals. Usually, for students to showcase their full power, the final round is held in a forest far from the city. The chosen forest had been meticulously prepared with magical protection circles to prevent beasts from entering, ensuring the matches would proceed smoothly. Principal Jarika took a sip of wine and reassured them that all issues had been resolved through the cooperation between Academy staff and the Royal Army. All preparations at the Illusion Forest were complete, just as planned. Even the name alone sounded like trouble. Jarika clearly announced that the only thing left was to conduct the draw for the preliminary round matchups. The three principals raised their glasses to toast to the resounding success of this year's festival amidst the loud clinking of cups. The next day, the preliminary round of the Goddess Commemoration Festival officially opened at the central arena of the Allen Academy. The rule for the preliminary round was that each school would have 10 representatives. However, as the defending champion, the Kyoto Magic Academy was granted 11 participants. In the stands, the students started to get impatient as the matches had not yet begun. A female student yawned with fatigue and was immediately reprimanded by her friend for nodding off, because this was a rare opportunity to observe the strength of their rivals. Lucas looked over at his friend Kai, who was dozing off, and wondered why he was so sleepy, causing Kai Taroi to just grumble and tell Lucas that if he wanted to stay awake, he should pinch himself. Just then, the announcement blared over the speakers. The first match officially began with the appearance of Dion Aslan from the Kyoto Academy. Dion stepped into the middle of the arena with a cold and imposing presence. His opponent was Derek Ignis from the Allen Magic Academy. The crowd buzzed with talk about Derek's bad luck in having to face the top student in the opening match. However, Lucas silently assessed that because Derek was a fire mage, he would be the natural enemy of an ice mage. Therefore, the chances of winning were still even for both. Without making his opponent wait, Derek immediately unleashed all his mana, summoning a giant, burning fire entity that enveloped his body. With eyes blazing with killing intent, Derek poured all his power into his fire construct technique, throwing a massive flaming punch aimed straight at Dion. Facing the powerful fire construct attack, Dion coldly remarked, "A natural enemy." Huh. He let out a cold huff as a massive block of ice suddenly appeared, directly freezing and extinguishing his opponent's fire in an instant. Derek was horrified to see his signature move neutralized. What? My fire construct just turned into a frozen block? Not letting his opponent have a chance to counter, Diane released a massive wave of cold air, creating a frost explosion that blasted Derek away, leaving him slumped on the arena floor in a state of exhaustion. The loudspeaker announced that the winner of the opening match was Dion Aslan from the Kyoto Magic Academy. Dion looked down at his opponent with a look of disdain. So, this is the level of the top three at Allen Academy? How disappointing. Under the stands, Kai and other students were shocked, unable to believe their eyes that the match had ended so quickly without him even taking a single step. Lucas narrowed his eyes, worried, thinking that with such terrifying power, even Julia would struggle to defeat him. Julia ran over in a panic to ask, "Are you okay, Derek?" Derek bitterly admitted that he was pathetic for not even being able to force his opponent to use his full strength. Immediately afterward, the second match was announced between Aurora Phoenix of the Saint Academy and Iwa Miranda of the Allen Academy. Julia is worried as her friend has to face yet another top-tier genius from the rival school. Standing before the massive arena, Iwa Miranda narrows her eyes with determination. She tells herself this is no longer just a trial at Allen Academy and declares loudly, "This time, I will definitely reclaim my honor." In the stands, cheers for Aurora ring out incessantly. "Go, Aurora, win this, take her down." Responding to the fervor, Aurora waves her hand gracefully. "Thank you, everyone. Today, I'll win beautifully as well. Please cheer for me loudly." The spotlight queen of the festival stage is here. She doesn't forget to wink confidently, holding a folding fan to cover half her face haughtily. Standing opposite her, Iwa narrows her eyes, sensing the immense pressure radiating from her. Such immense magical power. She truly is a worthy opponent. I will prove my true strength to everyone. The loudspeaker booms, and the second match begins. Seeing her opponent still acting all flashy, Iwa Miranda says firmly, "Stop showing off and let's get down to business." Immediately, Aurora swings her fan hard, unleashing a sea of blazing fire that engulfs the arena. "How rude," Aurora murmurs behind her fan, her eyes flashing with a cold, focused gaze. Noticing that Aiwa Miranda has managed to activate a glowing red magic circle for defense, Aurora looks quite surprised. Oh, you used psychic power to create a barrier? This might be an interesting way to kill time. Right after, she pours her power into unleashing the Phoenix Aura technique. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground, crashing directly onto Aiwa's position with terrifying force. Aiwa grinds her teeth, pouring all her power into the barrier to withstand the devastating attack. Watching her opponent struggling amidst the sea of fire, Aurora stands proudly above and delivers a condescending jab. Looks like you're too busy defending to find any room to attack. Huh. Not letting Aiwa Miranda catch her breath, Aurora pours magic into her fan again, preparing to launch the next strike called Phoenix. A ground-shaking fire spirit explosion erupts, swallowing Aiwa Miranda in a sea of red flames. Aurora covers her mouth and smirks triumphantly behind her burning fan. Oh, is it over already? However, from within the flames, Aiwa Miranda's eyes suddenly glow with the powerful hexagonal symbol of the Miranda family. She coldly retorts, "Don't get cocky yet, let's see who's really outmatched." Immediately, Aiwa Miranda activates her ultimate psychic magic, Forest of Illusions, dragging Aurora into a terrifying hallucinatory space. Aurora is shocked to realize she is being burned by her own fire. She screams in desperation. Wait, what? Why am I burning myself? Standing amidst the hallucinatory fire, Aiwa Miranda declares, "Don't think you can escape my psychic magic so easily." Yet, amidst the real sea of fire, Aurora suddenly tilts her head back and laughs maniacally. She casually taunts, "Now, taste the flavor of defeat." A shocking blast of spiritual energy erupts from within, directly shattering Aiwa Miranda's psychic barrier. The magic symbol on Aiwa Miranda's forehead shatters, causing her to stagger back in shock as the illusion is forcibly dispelled. Aiwa Miranda trembles amidst the real flames, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible, she should have been trapped in my illusion. Observing from the stands, Lucas narrows his eyes, sensing something abnormal, and silently analyzes both their tactics. Initially, Aiwa had intentionally let herself fall into a weak position to make Aurora let her guard down, then used an illusion to force her opponent to unleash her ultimate move in order to seize total mental control. However, the fact that Aurora suddenly broke free from the influence and turned the tables so quickly was beyond any prediction. Aurora smirks haughtily, looking at the girl collapsing at her feet. "That cat-like trick of yours is just for show. Stop acting, sweetie. Just like the rumors say, you're truly too arrogant." She reveals that if she hadn't seen Aiwa Miranda's magic at the pre-festival event, she might have fallen into the trap. Aiwa is shocked to realize her opponent had been silently observing and had figured her out beforehand. The loudspeaker booms, announcing the match over with a crushing victory for Aurora Phoenix of the Saint Academy. Witnessing the scene from afar, Lucas ponders, wondering how Aurora could escape Aiwa Miranda's psychic magic. Did she also possess a similar type of energy? However, he immediately dismisses that thought because it is completely impossible. Lucas silently analyzes that magic only works if one receives a blessing from the gods. And for the past 1,000 years, the rule has been set that each person can only receive a blessing from one single god. In other words, no one can use multiple types of magic simultaneously. He remembers that training the mind through martial arts can create strong resistance to psychic magic, just like how he intervened to protect Julia before. Lucas narrows his eyes suspiciously. Could Aurora have been training in martial arts as well? Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Allen Academy becomes extremely gloomy. The students start whining in frustration, assuming Allen will end up at the bottom of the rankings again like last year. Long, tired yawns echo throughout the stands. A series of students suddenly become sluggish and strangely sleepy. A female student tries to encourage everyone not to give up because the school's genius hasn't entered the arena yet, but even she cannot resist the drowsiness washing over her. Lucas notices the unusual energy drain of everyone around him and wonders why everyone looks like they are about to pass out. The magic students blame the martial arts department for saying discouraging things, but in reality, everyone is falling into a mysterious state of exhaustion. Old Man Gray stands in a dark corner, wearing an evil, triumphant smile as he sees his plan succeeding brilliantly. He strokes the cursed artifact on his chest and silently curses that everyone will soon lose their strength and perish right here. A short while later, the two matches between Kyoto Academy and Saint Academy officially conclude. While Lucas remains calm, observing the events, Kai Taroi next to him cannot stop yawning from fatigue. The loudspeaker booms, announcing that the fifth match will be Julia's turn. Her opponent this time is Taegon Valentine, a formidable representative from the Kyoto Magic Academy. Both step into the arena, ready to face each other with intense tensions. As soon as the signal to start rings out, Taegon takes the initiative. He swings his staff and shouts, "Welcome to my grand worksite." Julia's purple lightning bolts erupt violently to counter the preemptive strike. She narrows her eyes in deep concentration, observing every move of her opponent. Taegon is now covering his body in a layer of solid stone armor. Although he looks quite tired, his magic is still incredibly powerful. Lucas silently assesses that Taegon is attacking very quickly and forcefully. If Julia didn't have her defense up beforehand, she might have been defeated instantly. He tells himself his little sister had best avoid a head-on confrontation right now. Taegon's eyes gleamed with calculation. He activated a massive construction spell, raising a towering stone pillar that completely dominated the center of the arena. Undeterred by the massive block, Julia channeled all her lightning magic into her palms, directly shattering Taegon's stone pillar into debris that scattered everywhere. Thick dust filled the arena. Julia stood observing the deep crater that had just been created, and sarcastically remarked about how well he was hiding. Suddenly, Julia's eyes widened in shock as she noticed a brilliant golden beam of light striking her from behind. The surprise attack left her with no time to react, and her entire body began to be encased in a layer of hard stone. Taegon clearly declared that this was his petrification magic, capable of slowing down any opponent's movements. Taegon secretly concluded that although Julia possessed powerful magic, she was still too green in terms of actual combat experience. He believed that once he completely locked down his opponent's movements, victory was already in his hands. Immediately, Taegon activated a Grand Earth spell, causing massive stone blocks to collapse onto Julia's position, with terrifying pressure. The stone blocks closed like a cage, swallowing Julia inside amidst the sound of dry, cracking debris. Her staff fell to the arena floor to the horror of the entire audience in the stands. People anxiously shouted Julia's name, seeing her completely immobilized. They feared the Allen Academy would suffer its third consecutive loss if things continued this way. Taegon triumphantly gripped his staff, believing the duel had officially ended right there. Suddenly, Taegon noticed something unusual from the shocked looks on the faces of the audience, who were pointing toward the wreckage. From inside the stone, Julia smirked mysteriously. "My turn to clean up for you," she excitedly declared, adding that since he had been hiding so well, she would begin the search right now. A brilliant purple energy orb exploded violently, shattering all the stone chains to Taegon's absolute astonishment. He screamed in disbelief that Julia could still cast magic at this level while being completely immobilized. With eyes glowing with power, Julia released a massive, reddish-purple bolt of lightning directly onto the arena. Taegon shrieked in pain as he was swallowed by the ruthless surge of energy. He was terrified, wondering what on earth kind of monster power this was. The dust slowly settled, revealing Julia standing proudly amidst the ruined arena, looking down at her opponent who now lay completely motionless in the deep crater. She smiled and revealed that she had actually been gathering magic long before he could even hide. She admitted that hide-and-seek was tiring, so she wanted to end the game quickly. Collapsed in the crater, Taegon realized in shock that Julia had anticipated everything and had intentionally not dodged the attack to lure him into a trap. He bitterly admitted that he had completely failed against her ingenious planning. The loudspeaker clearly declared Julia Rian the winner of the fifth match, amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience. The first victory for the Allen Academy seemed to bring hope back to all the students. However, debates about the true strength of the top three magic schools began to erupt. Some argued that since fire is generally stronger than ice, and ice is stronger than lightning, Julia seemed to be the underdog. But that argument was quickly dismissed because Dian Aslan had already defeated a fire mage in the very first match. Lucas silently watched the crowd. He looked pensively at Kai, who was sleeping soundly, and he intuitively felt that something was wrong. Julia and Iwa Miranda left the arena together amid warm congratulations for the upcoming final match. Suddenly, a paper airplane flew out of nowhere and landed in Julia's hands, leaving her confused as she opened it. Late at night, when Iwa had fallen into a deep sleep in the dormitory, Julia snuck out to get to the meeting point in the forest. She rushed over and apologized to Lucas for having to wait until Iwa Miranda was asleep, then curiously asked, "What did you call me out here for so late at night, big brother?" Deep down, Julia hoped her brother would praise her after her victory in the preliminaries. She excitedly bragged that she had won without needing to use his medicinal pill, proving that her own strength had improved significantly. Lucas stood quietly under the moonlight. He looked straight at his little sister and asked a very direct question. "Julia, do you really want to win the upcoming final match?" Under the dim moonlight in the forest, Julia firmly insisted that she definitely had to win. No doubt about it. Lucas gently patted her head and smiled in approval. "That's my sister." However, his expression immediately turned serious as he warned that if she had to face those two geniuses right now, her chances of winning were absolutely zero. Lucas frankly admitted that both Aurora and Dian Aslan were far superior to Julia in both magic level and extensive combat experience. He emphasized that this was especially true for Dian Aslan of the Kyoto Academy, who possessed an unusually high magic resistance due to going through countless real battles. For a lightning mage like Julia, even scratching him would be an extremely difficult challenge. Seeing her brother say this, Julia firmly asked if he had any way to help her win. Lucas smirked mysteriously. He admitted that he did, but it would be an extremely brutal method. Without a moment's hesitation, Julia affirmed that she could endure any pain to claim glory. Lucas snapped his fingers and clearly declared, "Then let the hellish training begin." Suddenly, Uru rushed over from behind and gave Julia a shove that sent her flying, leaving her stunned. She asked in panic, "Uru, did you malfunction or something?" Immediately after, sharp blocks of ice suddenly rose from the ground, forcing Julia to dodge quickly to avoid getting seriously hurt. Lucas stood proudly atop the wolf. He likened himself to a lion throwing its cub off a cliff so it could grow up in a harsh environment. With a glowing aura surrounding him, Lucas declared he would not go easy on her and urged his sister to give her all to overcome this difficult challenge. Lucas waved his hand, releasing ruthless icy currents that formed sharp stone-like pillars chasing Julia closely. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Julia screamed in shock. "Whoa, brother, how are you able to use magic?" Lucas calmly explained that it was because he had established a pact of submission with Uru. He revealed that when signing a pact with a high-level magical beast, the master not only receives medicinal pills, but can also borrow magical energy from them. Lucas asserted that as long as he touches the beast with whom he has a pact, he can freely use its power. Uru is a level 6 magical beast with the ability to control both ice and fire, and when combining its ice magic with Lucas's skills, the power is multiplied many times over. Immediately, a giant ice wolf with sharp fangs was summoned and lunged directly toward Julia's position. A massive block of eternal ice rose up, directly swallowing her inside. Witnessing the brutal move, Uru anxiously reminded its master, and he told her to go easy, fearing Julia wouldn't be able to take it. Lucas casually replied that he was already holding back, warning Julia that if she didn't learn how to break the ice and build up resistance, she would freeze to death. Pushed to the brink, Julia roared with pride. "Don't look down on me. The genius is furious now. Today, I'll show you what I'm really capable of." A brilliant burst of purple lightning pierced through the thick ice block. Julia emerged, looking incredibly smug. "Well, can I carry the team with this move?" But before she could even catch her breath, Julia was horrified to find herself trapped inside a giant frozen labyrinth. Looking down from above, Lucas coldly announced that the next round of attacks was about to begin, threatening that if she didn't get out quickly, she'd lose her life. He rode on Uru's back, pressing her relentlessly until Julia could only scream in terror, facing the suffocating pressure. Julia struggled, dodging the barrage of attacks from her brother. The grueling chase dragged on until both Julia and Uru were so exhausted they felt like their souls were leaving their bodies. Julia whispered, admitting she was completely out of mana, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the hellish training had finally ended. But Lucas shoved a recovery pill into his sister's mouth, and the wolves to continue the training. Lucas smirked sinisterly, nonchalantly holding up a recovery pill and declaring, "What are you talking about? The hellish training is only just beginning." Seeing that her brother had no intention of stopping, Julia wailed in despair. "Ugh, you really are a devil." Lucas whispered to himself that all of this was for his sister's own good, while Uru the wolf could only whimper pathetically, crying out for help in vain. A few hours later, at the dormitory, Iwa looked around anxiously, not seeing any sign of Julia. She wondered where the girl could have gone without leaving a single note. Just then, a pair of trembling feet stepped into the room with a tattered shoe. Iwa was just about to greet her, but was shocked by Julia's disheveled state clothes ripped to shreds, face covered in dirt, and her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Julia whispered, "Good morning," before collapsing into Iwa's arms. Faced with intense worry and rapid-fire questions about who had done this, Julia managed a weak smile, explaining that she had just gone through special training for the finals. She even excitedly bragged that her ice resistance was now at 200%, so standing in the middle of a blizzard wouldn't even faze her. Iwa carried Julia to bed, grinding her teeth, in anger at Lucas's cruelty for forcing his sister to endure such harshness right before the big tournament. Julia closed her eyes, a look of pure satisfaction on her face, affirming that she would definitely win tomorrow. But her eyes suddenly flared with angry fire, her face turning terrifying, as she swore to make the other two competitors taste all the suffering she had just endured. going from a damsel to an assassin in one night. The next day, the finals of the Goddess Memorial Festival officially began, the atmosphere tenser than ever. Currently, the Holly and Kyoto academies were tied for the lead, with 2 points each. Meanwhile, the Allen Academy was still stuck with only a single point. In this decisive final match, each school would send out its most outstanding representative to compete. The arena this time was a special area called the Phantom Forest, where contestants could freely unleash their strongest magic without worrying about damaging the surrounding environment. Standing in the center of the glowing magic circle, Headmaster Jarika loudly commanded the representatives to finish their preparations and enter the arena. Dian Aslan stepped forward with an arrogant flair, coldly declaring, "I don't need to prepare, my strength is already top tier." Seeing that cocky attitude, Aurora licked her lips provocatively. She thought to herself that her opponent's arrogance only made her crave crushing the Allen Academy representative even more. Unlike the tension from her two opponents, Julia stood there, yawning, looking completely exhausted. The sight of the groggy girl made the students behind her feel nothing but disappointment. They mocked Julia, saying she didn't stand a chance, and that she should just surrender immediately to avoid embarrassment. Seeing them talk trash about his sister, Lucas didn't hesitate to give them a few knocks on the head. He thought to himself that after that hellish training, even he and Uru the wolf had to soak in a medicinal bath for half a day just to regain their strength. Even though he had given Julia a recovery potion, the girl had still been sleeping like a log all day yesterday to make up for the energy she'd lost. Lucas told himself that the other students couldn't possibly know that, but their constant talk about quitting made him incredibly annoyed. Noticing that his classmates' physical and mental state had been unstable lately, Lucas decided to pull out a bottle of enhancement pills and handed them out. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Iwa anxiously checked on Julia's health, seeing that she had skipped meals and slept all day. Julia beamed, "I've got enough energy to carry the whole map. What's to worry about?" Iwa kindly returned the red crystal rabbit to Julia. The girl excitedly explained that she had intentionally left it at the dorm, fearing she would lose it during her mountain training. Hearing the phrase mountain training, Iwa Miranda couldn't help but be stunned, beginning to grow suspicious of what Julia had really been through. Lucas's pills had worked their magic after just a single dose, causing the previously sluggish Allen Academy students to suddenly burn with spirit. They cheered in unison, firmly believing that Allen Academy would win, and that Julia would blow those two tough rivals away. Watching the dizzying change in everyone, Iwa Miranda wondered what Lucas had really done to his sister. Before Julia stepped into the teleportation circle, she gently patted her head and told her to be extremely careful. She insisted that no matter the result, Julia would always be an incredibly special mage. Julia loudly declared that she would definitely win, so as not to let everyone down. Then, she walked confidently with Iwa Miranda straight into the heart of the Phantom Forest. As the magic circle glowed beneath her feet, Julia was officially transported into the Phantom Forest. Remembering her brother's advice, just stay hidden to be safe. Going out early is just asking for a beating. She quickly found a large ancient tree to hide her presence. From the bushes, Aurora darted out at terrifying speed. Her sharp eyes scanned every nook and cranny, searching for her prey. Julia held her breath, pressed against the trunk, her heart pounding with the fear that she had been discovered. In the stands, the students couldn't help but buzz when they saw Julia actively hiding from the start. They silently prayed that Aurora wouldn't find her too soon. Aurora glided past Julia's position, stopping for a heartbeat with a suspicious look, but then continued on. "That's strange. I was sure I heard someone around here," Aurora thought to herself, looking alert. But suddenly, a massive ice explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the entire sky. She smirked wickedly, recognizing the familiar energy, and told herself that only he would be arrogant enough to reveal his position in such a challenging way. Without a moment's hesitation, Aurora swung her blazing fan, launching herself toward the heart of the icy blast. Meanwhile, Julia remained seated on the ground under a tree. Strangely, shimmering purple electrical currents were radiating from her entire body. Witnessing this scene, the students in the stands were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? How can a lightning mage use magic to mask her presence with such skill? Lucas let out a hearty laugh at everyone's bewilderment. It turned out that during her hellish training, because she was so exhausted and desperate to escape her older brother's ruthless pursuit, Julia had inadvertently learned how to completely erase her own presence. In another corner of the forest, Dian Aslan and Aurora had officially clashed amidst the chilling, murderous frost. Observing from afar through a screen, Lucas smirked calculatingly, seeing everything unfolding exactly according to plan. He mused to himself that once the battle between the two geniuses was settled and both had exhausted most of their strength, that would be the perfect moment for Julia to appear and decide the final outcome. Dian Aslan stood imposingly atop a massive ice tower, his eyes closed calmly amidst the firestorm raining down like a waterfall. A earth-shattering explosion erupted as fire and ice collided violently. Amidst the dust, Dian Aslan coldly realized that only Aurora had come. He sneered. "Just you? How boring." Aurora smirked provocatively. She waved her flaming fan and teased. "So, the top student of Allen Academy is hiding?" Dian Aslan remained unfazed. He activated his glowing blue magic stone, and sharp layers of ice armor began to cover his body. He declared clearly, "I wanted to take both of you down at once, but fine, let's get this over with. I don't have all day." "Fired up," Aurora loudly declared, "I'll be the one to break your undefeated streak." Immediately, she swung her fan to unleash her Phoenix technique. Dian Aslan suddenly lunged forward with the speed of lightning, throwing a powerful ice-encased punch, clashing directly with his opponent's flames at close range. Massive waves of energy exploded. Witnessing the shocking scene, the students in the stands were stunned. It turned out everything before was just an act. That's incredible. They realized Dian Aslan fought with extreme precision, leaving no openings, especially with a fierce close combat style that was no different from a true martial artist. Watching through the screen, Lucas secretly noted that while Dian Aslan had chosen the path of a mage to have more room for advancement, he had secretly trained in martial arts to reach the pinnacle of power. He inwardly praised Dian Aslan's pragmatic approach to seeking strength, and thought to himself, if everyone thought like him, martial artists wouldn't be treated so poorly. When Kai Taroi curiously asked who would win in the end, Lucas squinted analytically and answered firmly. Based on raw power, it might be Iwa, though he didn't think the result was settled yet. She reasoned that Aurora was surely still hiding a trump card. However, a student suddenly cheered, seeing the match had been decided. Dian Aslan appeared arrogantly amidst the shattered ice. Seeing Julia approach, he nonchalantly remarked that she was late, even though the previous match was quite impressive. Julia guardedly asked if it was true that he had defeated Aurora. Dian Aslan arrogantly claimed his ice magic was the strongest in the world, and that no one else but him could win the festival this time. With a cold gaze, Dian Aslan coldly declared he would end everything right there. Julia immediately swung her halberd and activated her lightning shield to protect herself. Dian Aslan countered with his massive ice dragon ultimate, striking directly at Julia's position with terrifying force. The impact caused the surrounding trees to freeze and shatter, blowing Julia far away. Just as she struggled to get up amidst the frost, Dian Aslan swiftly closed the distance from behind and launched a treacherous ice strike. A massive block of ice descended at extreme speed, but Julia managed to dodge it just in the nick of time. She focused intensely, her whole body glowing with powerful sparks. Julia reasoned to herself that compared to the brutal attacks her brother had unleashed during their hellish training, Dian Aslan's current movements actually looked very slow. She poured force into her legs, darting away like lightning to prepare for a decisive counterattack. Dian Aslan watched Julia's retreating figure and sneered, running away again? But Julia had no intention of stopping. She glided across the vibrant purple magic circles constantly appearing beneath her feet. A massive magic array suddenly covered the entire ground. Giant ice pillars erupted unexpectedly from the earth, forming a towering icy fortress in the middle of the forest. Julia stared in shock as the massive ice structure, known as the Ice Prison, gradually took shape before her eyes. Standing proudly atop the tower, Dian Aslan clearly declared, "I chose a place with plenty of groundwater specifically for this situation. This is the pinnacle of my strategy. Watch and learn." Dian Aslan waved his hand, and a massive, sharp, star-shaped ice block emerged from a magic circle in the sky. The ice block carried the pressure of 1,000 pounds, crashing straight toward Julia as if to crush her. Standing in the eye of the storm, Julia gripped her staff, pouring all her strength into preparing for the decisive blow. Dian Aslan stood imposingly atop the towering ice structure, arrogantly declaring that this was what a true powerhouse looked like. A huge magic circle glowed in the sky, pouring deep blue spirit energy into the magnificent ice construction that was radiating suffocating pressure. Looking down, Dian Aslan squinted and remarked that Julia was moving much better than in the preliminary round, as she had just managed to slide between the purple lightning bolts to dodge a dangerous attack. Dian Aslan realized Julia had wisely used her lightning to deflect his attack's trajectory at the last minute. He admitted he had underestimated the power she had been secretly hiding all this time. Julia gritted her teeth, pouring all her force into the staff, trying to hold off the massive ice block collapsing with terrifying power. Not wanting to waste any more time or energy getting bogged down in this fight, Julia quickly leaped away to find a way out. Dian Aslan just let out a cold, contemptuous huff at his opponent's efforts. The moment Julia touched the ground, she was shocked to realize that even the ice covering the ground was part of Diane Aslan's elaborate trap. Icy chains suddenly erupted, shackling Julia's legs, just as another ice spike continued to launch a surprise attack from a blind spot. Julia could only widen her eyes in shock at the terrifying speed of the new attack. What kind of speed is this? It's fast as heck. He delivered a lethal blow, creating an explosion that swallowed Julia's position in a cloud of dust and shattered ice. Diane Aslan focused an icy sphere in his hand. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he declared, "I'll freeze your soul so you know who you're dealing with." Instantly, a massive path of ice erupted. Julia, shocked, struggled to brace herself, but the brutal cold blast sent her flying backward in total disbelief. Watching from the stands, Lucas remained calm, though his eyes narrowed in analytical thought. He mused that if Diane Aslan could control a dragon that size from the start, creating and coordinating ice clones would be no challenge for him. However, Lucas felt confident, as he personally boosted his little sister's ice resistance by 200%, meaning the cold alone wouldn't be enough to extinguish her will to fight back. Julia pulled herself up from the debris, her body shrouded in chilly mist. Diane Aslan noticed her meticulous preparation when he saw that even this bone-chilling cold couldn't completely break her. He funneled more mana into his palms, his eyes flashing with malice, declaring that he wanted to see a weak girl like Julia suffer and struggle even more. Julia gripped her staff, which crackled with violet lightning. She shuddered from the cold, realizing Diane Aslan had truly turned this entire place into a desolate, frozen wasteland with his magic. Giant ice clones with razor-sharp weapons loomed from the mist, surrounding Julia from every side. A giant ice golem swung its deathly axe down with bone-crushing force, aimed straight at her. But Julia narrowed her eyes with resolve, and she shouted clearly that turning this place into the Arctic or surrounding her with clones would never be enough to defeat her. A massive blast of violet lightning erupted fiercely from her staff, shattering the ice giant in a blinding explosion. Julia unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning aimed directly at the top of the tower. Diane Aslan had to dive to dodge it. He smirked. Not bad, but still amateurish. Julia was shocked to see the ice clones she had just destroyed instantly reform as if nothing had happened. She poured her energy into her chain lightning technique, creating connected orbs of electricity to wipe out the surrounding clones. However, the pressure from the ice monsters was immense when one giant suddenly swung a razor-sharp ice blade down right near her. Julia gritted her teeth, the exhaustion becoming clear on her face. Watching through the magic screen, Kai realized with anger that Diane Aslan was intentionally using the clones to drain Julia's mana completely. Lucas secretly hoped that Julia, hiding from the start of the match to wait for Diane Aslan to exhaust himself, would give her a chance to turn the tables. However, Iwa remained lost in anxious thought. She quietly wondered if things were really that simple, given the massive gap in their strength. Julia panted, exhausted. She noticed the regeneration speed of the clones had begun to slow. Diane Aslan strolled over and mocked, "Out of mana? Just give up." Despite being somewhat winded, Diane Aslan coldly admitted that Julia was much stronger than he had imagined. Still, he insisted that everything was orchestrated to crush her in the cruelest way possible, and he loudly declared that he would end the match right there amidst a radiant aura of ice. Julia poured everything into a glowing purple magic circle, refusing to lose, determined to fight to the end. Diane Aslan kept his terrifying, cold expression and stated nonchalantly, "As long as you are inside the freezing zone I created." An explosion of purple spiritual power erupted violently in the arena. Diane Aslan had hidden himself inside a massive, powerful ice construct. He stated coldly, "Even with cold resistance, this will consume you eventually." Diane Aslan sneered with malice, declaring, "You're already as good as dead." He was eager to see the look of despair on her face. Diane Aslan immediately commanded the giant ice construct to attack Julia, forcing her to constantly move to evade its pursuit. Julia realized that the opponent's movements had slowed, and he was no longer placing any more ice traps. Observing Diane Aslan's expression, she realized he was clearly running out of mana, but was stubbornly maintaining this freezing zone to the end. Julia suddenly flashed a confident smile, violet sparks dancing around her body. She channeled all her power into her staff and challenged him. "Feeling pretty confident, aren't you?" Julia slammed her staff into the ground, shouting the activation of her electric field technique. A sea of violet electromagnetism erupted violently, surrounding and attacking Diane Aslan's ice construct head-on. Standing inside the ice armor, which was being electrocuted fiercely, Diane Aslan stubbornly insisted that it was all useless because ice could block lightning. But his eyes suddenly widened in shock as a brilliant violet lightning rose appeared right before him. Julia replied coldly, "If ice blocks lightning, it just means the lightning wasn't strong enough. With eyes flashing with power, she declared that if lightning is truly strong, even ice cannot stop it. A massive torrent of lightning with destructive power erupted. Dian Aslan was shocked to realize this lightning possessed a force far beyond his calculations, crushing his most fortified defenses. He gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to escape this electric field before his ice armor shattered completely. Just as he found a gap to try and counterattack, Dian Aslan froze in terror as he sensed the magic power around him shifting. Julia explained coldly that inside this special electric field, her lightning magic would resonate and increase its power to a whole new level. Julia shouted clearly, "Don't blink, here's the finisher." She unleashed a massive, destructive bolt of violet lightning aimed straight at her target. The brutal electric current consumed Dian Aslan, causing him to scream in agony as tens of thousands of volts surged through his body. The entire audience in the stands stood frozen, shocked by the mind-blowing scene unfolding on the live-streamed magic screens. The students buzzed with discussion. They began to question if the lightning element was really as weak against the ice element as the theory suggested, since this battle had completely surpassed the level of ordinary freshmen. A male student turned to ask Jeremy if this was the kind of lightning he usually had to endure from Julia, leaving Jeremy speechless. At the center of the explosion, the dust cleared to reveal a deep crater where Dian Aslan lay collapsed among the gray smoke. Julia panted from exhaustion. She looked up with a dirt-smudged face and innocently asked, "Did I win?" She slowly approached the edge of the crater and worriedly asked if her opponent was okay. Lying motionless in the deep crater, Dian Aslan mumbled an apology to his older sister in his delirium for failing to bring home the glory. In his mind, an image of an authoritative woman appeared, crossing her arms and looking down on him with a cold gaze, mocking him as a useless failure who had given up too soon. A dark entity with glowing red eyes and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his hallucination, roaring viciously, demanding that Dian Aslan win at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his life, because he would never acknowledge a pathetic loser. Julia looked down into the pit where Dian Aslan lay motionless. She worried to herself, because every wound sustained in this illusory forest would directly affect their real bodies. She couldn't help but be horrified to realize her opponent could still stand after taking her ultimate lightning strike head-on. Was he a monster? Suddenly, the sound of ice cracking rang out, making Julia's eyes widen in shock. Dian Aslan stood up tall, his entire body shrouded in evil, dark energy. He smirked coldly. "Surprised? I've trained to resist lightning too." With eyes bloodshot and crazed, he roared, "I won't be taken down easily by some cheap electricity." Sharp blocks of ice suddenly exploded violently, forcing Julia to leap away repeatedly to dodge the relentless pursuit. He suddenly appeared right behind her, making Julia shudder in terror. The purple sparks of electricity on her body began to spiral out of control. A massive, earth-shattering explosion of ice energy erupted, blowing everything around them away. Standing amidst the rubble, Dian Aslan coldly declared that his next attack would officially put an end to everything. He gritted his teeth in resentment. "Next time, I'll finish you off with my most powerful magic." Dian Aslan charged like a wild beast, ignoring the purple lightning ravaging the area. Julia gritted her teeth in shock, wondering, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He's clearly out of mana, yet he's still charging straight at me? Even though his body was being scorched by the lightning, Dian Aslan crazily closed the distance, forcing Julia to tense up and defend against the suffocating pressure. Though his entire body was roasted by the thunderbolts, he had no intention of backing down even one step. Julia was shocked to realize the cold aura radiating from him now was even more powerful and brutal than before. She was backed into a corner, gritting her teeth and struggling against the fatigue that was clearly setting in. Julia trembled, wondering how she could possibly defeat someone this insane. Dian Aslan loomed forward with red, murderous eyes and a sharp ice blade in his hand. Recalling Lucas's assertion that his brother never misjudged an opponent's strength, Julia gathered the last of her remaining energy to stand up. She couldn't let herself be overwhelmed. A giant magic circle glowed beneath Julia's feet. She poured all her remaining mana into creating a thunder orb of destructive power, aimed straight at her opponent. He nimbly dodged Julia's lightning attack and closed in on her in the blink of an eye. With evil red eyes, Dian Aslan unleashed a swift finishing blow of terrifying power. But just as all hope seemed lost, a blast of purple energy struck Dian Aslan square in the face, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Julia put everything she had into this decisive attack. She declared that this blow condensed all her lightning power, 10 times stronger than any move she had ever used before. Although half her face was still covered in ice, Julia wore a confident smile as she looked at her opponent and admitted, "You're really strong, But this time, I'm the one who's going to win. Dian Aslan couldn't believe his eyes. He roared in total astonishment. How could someone like you? Instantly, brilliant purple lightning flowers exploded violently, crashing down and making Dian Aslan scream in agony as tens of thousands of volts surged through his body. Dian Aslan collapsed to the arena floor, his body smoking after Julia's brutal strike. Seeing the ice on her face slowly melt, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Julia whispered to herself that if she hadn't undergone that hellish training with her brother, she certainly wouldn't have lasted this long. Just as Julia was exhausted and delirious, fire suddenly erupted violently, engulfing the space. Aurora appeared majestically, with a golden fan in her hand. She looked down at the defeated Dian Aslan and mocked him smugly. Down already? What a waste of time. Aurora smirked sinisterly, sending a provocative greeting to Julia. Long time no see, Alan's top student. Witnessing the shocking scene through the magic screen, Iwa Miranda was stunned, realizing Lucas's prediction was completely wrong since Aurora had survived. She worriedly wondered what Julia would do next, now that even Dian Aslan had been fooled so badly. While Lucas remained deep in thought, observing the scene, Aurora had already swiftly appeared on a high tree branch, looking down at the tattered Julia and teasing, "Frozen in place, sweetie? Are you scared of me?" Julia broke into a cold sweat. She realized this was the worst-case scenario her brother had warned her about. Seeing Julia remain silently on guard, Aurora acted petulant. "Honestly, you're so cold." Aurora curiously asked if Julia wanted to know how she had deceived Dian Aslan and stayed hidden all this time, then loudly declared she would reveal everything without holding anything back. But Aurora's next action made Julia frantically wave her hands to stop her. When she saw the woman reach out to undo her buttons, Julia turned beet red and shouted in confusion, "That's not what I meant by not holding anything back." Aurora smiled sinisterly, noting that Julia looked adorable when she was embarrassed. She pulled out a necklace set with a glowing red stone called the Oath of Rosro and revealed this was the secret that helped her turn the tables. Thanks to this treasure, Aurora was completely immune to mental attacks and could use the mana inside it to manipulate her opponents. However, its only weakness was that once its energy was depleted, it took a whole day to recover. Julia was shocked to realize Aurora had used this trick to fool Dian Aslan into thinking she had lost, then silently hid to wait for her moment. This also explained why Iwa's high-level psychic magic was completely useless against her. Aurora admitted that Dian Aslan's will was so strong that it drained the stone's mana after just one use, but she casually insisted that at this level, the method didn't matter, as long as she claimed the final victory. Julia replied with contempt that it wasn't her own true strength anyway. Aurora gently covered her face with her fan. "Julia, I want you to surrender this match voluntarily." Aurora was putting on a show for them. She sneered, mocking that since Julia had run out of mana and could no longer resist, she was feeling generous enough to reveal her secret. Aurora insisted that she wasn't exactly thrilled about wasting more energy on a fight, but her offer to surrender was met only with a bolt of purple lightning aimed straight at her. She agilely swung her fan, summoning a swirling vortex of fire dragons to deflect the surprise attack. Her expression turned cold and annoyed. "Oh? So you're turning down my offer?" Though her face was smudged with dirt and wounds, and her breathing was ragged, Julia's eyes burned with determination. She gripped her staff tightly, channeling the last of her remaining strength to unleash waves of purple electricity, and declared firmly, "Whether I can still fight or not, we won't know until you actually try to find out." Aurora narrowed her eyes, a cruel look crossing her face as she murmured, "I see." Swinging her burning fan with a sinister smirk, Aurora announced loudly, "If you're so eager to fight, then I'll treat you to a proper dance." Instantly, a massive magic circle flared to life beneath Julia's feet. Julia felt a terrifyingly heavy pressure weighing her down. With no other choice, she immediately activated a lightning dash technique to narrowly escape the trap. But Aurora was upon her in a flash. Aurora couldn't help but be shocked by Julia's reflex speed. She actually caught up to me? She curled her lip in mockery as she saw Julia struggling amidst the sea of flames. "Didn't you say you were frozen just a moment ago?" Aurora's eyes glowed with wicked intent. She swung her fan and said coldly, "Let me warm you up." A massive fire phoenix erupted from thin air, enveloping the entire space in destructive heat. Julia screamed in pain as she was swallowed by the firestorm. Trapped within the burning cage, she suddenly recalled her brother's warning. Because Aurora was so unpredictable, it was best to always keep a reserve of mana for emergencies. Julia bitterly admitted that those were his words, but after that last attack, she didn't have a drop of mana left. In this dire, life-or-death situation, she narrowed her eyes, determined, thinking there was only one way left to defeat Aurora. Aurora stood proudly amidst the flames, looking at the exhausted Julia with disdain. "Why not just stop struggling?" she scoffed, grinning smugly. "You're out of mana. Just lie down and die." Suddenly, a streak of purple electricity flashed, leaving a cut right on Aurora's cheek, making her gasp in shock. "Huh?" Julia admitted that her mana was indeed depleted, but she still wore a defiant smile. "But if I use your own magical power, I can still attack." Julia bravely harnessed the water melted from Dion Aslan's ice magic to conduct, and expand the range of her lightning strike across the entire arena. Aurora was stunned by her opponent's strategy, but she quickly regained her arrogant composure. "What a pity. A lightning strike at that level isn't enough to take me down." Julia's eyes glowed with resolve. She thought to herself, that last attack was just to buy time. Julia poured the very last of her magic into her staff and roared, "I'll use everything I have left to end this." Aurora panicked, realizing the extreme danger. "Stop. If it explodes now, you'll be caught in the blast too. But you're the one inside the Phoenix Storm, you'll be in even more danger." Fire and lightning were both formless and highly unstable elements. When mixed at such high density, they would trigger a world-shattering explosion. A blinding explosion erupted, throwing everything into chaos. The red crystal rabbit was blown away mid-air, while Julia collapsed onto the arena floor, severely wounded. She gasped in a daze. Did I succeed?" Her staff skidded away to the corner, leaving Julia lying completely motionless amidst the thick dust and smoke. From within the flames, a tall, shadowy figure slowly emerged. Aurora stumbled out, ragged and breathless. That was too close. With her face covered in scratches and her eyes glowing with a fierce red aura, she gritted her teeth in fury as she glared at Julia. "To be honest, to risk your life on a single attack like that, you really are a lunatic." Aurora swung her fiery fan, ready to deliver the finishing blow. "It's over." A ruthless wave of fire descended, swallowing the entire arena as Lucas and the students watched in horror. Lying helpless in the sea of fire, Julia thought bitterly, "Am I really going to lose here? After trying this hard, it's so frustrating." Suddenly, the red crystal rabbit's eyes glowed with a bewitching light, and a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. "Do you want to win?" Instantly, a massive column of purple lightning erupted violently from where Julia lay. Aurora trembled, looking ahead, unable to believe her eyes. Are you really, Julia?" Julia rose powerfully amidst the wild electrical currents, her gaze completely transformed, filled with a terrifying level of determination. I will win, no matter what." A series of high-level magic circles flared up around her, radiating a suffocating pressure. Aurora gasped. "No incantation? Is she showing off?" Julia now exuded an entirely different aura, forcing her opponent to tremble and admit, "That power, it's nothing like the Julia from before. But the pressure radiating from that beautiful face, it's making my heart race." Outside the illusion forest, a massive pillar of purple light stretched toward the clouds, shaking the very sky. Academy staff rushed to the scene in a panic, shocked, admitting they had never seen a goddess memorial festival become this intense and terrifying. Observing the results via magic screens, the leaders concluded that all three contestants had displayed strength far beyond expectations, forcing the awards ceremony to be postponed. Headmaster Jerica thoughtfully made a bold proposal. "Regarding these three students, who may one day shoulder the future of the Empire, what do you think about granting all of them an audience with the goddess?" A few hours after the dramatic battle, the atmosphere in the Academy Hall erupted with cheers and vibrant fireworks. An official announcement rang out. The champion this year had set a new record as the youngest winner in the history of the Goddess Memorial Festival. The crowd below roared, "Julia Rian, congratulations." Julia beamed in her pristine white attire, waving happily to the audience. Standing nearby, he still maintained a cold expression, but couldn't hide his lingering regret. He thought to himself, "Damn it, that's frustrating, but she's good." Hearing this, Aurora sighed sarcastically. "Wow, he's already thinking about the next time? Men are so petty." Suddenly, Aurora pulled Julia into her arms and hugged her tight, startling the girl. Aurora whispered, "If you're looking for a sparring partner, pick me instead of that guy. I'll take care of you. Whatever you want to do, I'm all for it." Aurora gazed at Julia, smugly thinking that hardly any girl could surpass her in wit, strength, and beauty like Julia could. Julia was being hugged so tightly she could only let out soft, muffled squeaks. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Dion Aslan was stunned and snapped at Aurora, asking what the hell she was doing. Witnessing the children's lively scene, Miss Zen smiled and remarked, My, they're starting to get close." Headmaster Jerica also seemed incredibly surprised to see someone so aloof make friends so quickly. Just then, the speakers announced for the school principals to step onto the stage to begin the award ceremony. A wooden box was opened, revealing brilliant badges that caused the crowd to buzz with amazement. Look, those are the badges that grant entry to the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. People began to wonder why the prize, which was meant for only one champion, had 3 badges this year. Headmaster Jarika explained clearly. All 3 finalists this year have delivered truly outstanding performances. After careful deliberation, we have decided to grant all 3 of you the right to have an audience with the goddess. Aurora, Julia, and Dion Aslan all widened their eyes in shock at this unexpected decision. Headmaster Jarika's proposal to award all 3 did not sit well with Mr. Articus Rosso from the Kyoto Academy. Miss Shinwentaran also secretly harbored suspicions about Jarika's motives, but she understood it would be foolish to miss a golden opportunity for her student to see the goddess. Amidst the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony, Julia excitedly approached Dion Aslan and Aurora. She beamed and suggested, "Hey, you two, even though we were rivals at the festival, from now on we're companions headed to the temple, so let's get along." Faced with Julia's sincerity and enthusiasm, neither Dion Aslan nor Aurora could refuse. They shook hands to officially begin a new journey. Contrary to his sister's joyful mood, Lucas was sitting with his knees to his chest, looking strangely gloomy. Seeing this, Kai Taroi rushed over, slapped him hard on the back, and snapped, "Cheer up, buddy. Your sister won big." Lucas sighed slightly, explaining that he was just racking his brain trying to think of what gift to get Julia to celebrate her victory. Aiwa. Sitting behind them, and hearing this, she mocked him, saying it sounded more like compensation than a reward. Because it was Lucas himself who had exhausted Julia to the point of collapse right before the match started. Ignoring Aiwa Miranda's taunts, Lucas began listing the criteria for his gift. He insisted that good food was definitely the #1 requirement. After that, he planned to let Julia soak in the spiritual hot springs to recover her health as best as possible. However, Decio quickly poured cold water on the idea, by reminding him that the nearest spiritual hot spring in Daktown would take a whole day to travel to. Lucas mused, admitting that was the dilemma because he desperately wanted to find a place that offered both hot springs and incredible food. Right at that moment, Kai appeared with a confident look and firmly asserted that he knew the perfect spot for them. Kai Taroi excitedly introduced that. His Taroi family owned some extremely effective spiritual hot springs along with the finest chefs. He declared loudly that his mansion was big enough to invite the whole class without any trouble at all. Settled. Everyone, come over to my place, and let's throw a huge party for Julia. Kai Taroi cheered excitedly, and immediately ran off to discuss the plan with the class monitor, Tacy X. Seeing his friend's lightning-fast flip and attitude, Lucas was speechless, and secretly wondered when Kai had gotten so close to Tacy, given that he had always acted like a rude, wild guy. The sky over Alan Academy grew peaceful, with doves soaring above the towering spires. The giant mansion doors swung open, and Julia squealed with excitement, as this was the first time she had been out with such a large group. Stepping inside, the whole class couldn't help but be overwhelmed by 2 lines of servants standing respectfully to welcome them. The great Kai Taroi has returned. Greet him with class. The glamorous space with long red carpets and brilliant chandeliers made Julia gasp, as this place was just like a real castle. Truly the level of one of the 3 largest families in Daktown. Seeing his friends acting shy, Kai scratched his nose smugly and advised the group to just make themselves at home. Before dinner, everyone could feel free to soak in the family's spiritual hot springs. Guided by the maids, Julia skipped off toward the relaxation area. However, Lucas suddenly felt like something was off. He squinted vigilantly, scanning his surroundings, and paused before an ancient portrait on the wall. Lucas secretly felt suspicious, because he had a distinct sensation that someone was silently watching him from the shadows right at that moment. Just then, a maid approached to inform them that the master and mistress wanted to see Kai Taroi immediately. Seeing his friend looking flustered, Lucas turned his head slightly to ask if anything unusual had happened. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the hallway. It turned out to be just one of Julia's pranks. She had put on a pink cloak and pretended to be a ghost to scare everyone. A ghost! Didn't expect that, did you? A maid panicked and fell to the floor at the little girl's playful teasing. Meanwhile, in another room, Aiwa was extremely irritated, realizing the disastrous mix-up by the Taroi family servants. She gritted her teeth in embarrassment, having to wear a bathrobe that was far too tight, one that belonged to Julia. When the sizes of the two were clearly completely different, a moment later, Kai Taroi timidly stepped into the room and spoke up. "Father, I'm coming in." The room was thick with the smell of smoke, which left him puzzled. "It smells like cigars in here, Is father about to lose his temper? Karen Taroy, Kai's father, was pensively stubbing out a cigar. He began, Kai, your school grades aren't bad, but that's not why I called you here today. He sternly warned. Make sure you tell the classmates you invited not to cause any trouble. Karen continued to warn that the family might be receiving an important guest later that day. Kai Taroy broke into a cold sweat and accepted. I understand, father. Walking through the magnificent hallway, he secretly sighed in relief that his father hadn't discovered the trouble he had caused at school, while telling himself that his parents were just worrying too much because everyone was only here to soak in the spiritual hot springs, so surely no one would cause a scene. Meanwhile, at the hot spring area, the bespectacled maid clasped her hands in gratitude. Miss Julia, Miss Iwa Miranda, thank you both so much for forgiving me, she whispered to herself, trembling. If the master finds out, I'll definitely be fired on the spot. Thinking about the prospect of having no way to support herself, the maid couldn't help but shiver in fear. Julia is soaking comfortably in the crystal-clear water. She gives a reassuring smile. Come on, don't worry, let's just call it even. Then she turns and urges. More importantly, Iwa, Miranda, aren't you going to get into the hot spring? Iwa is still standing on the bank wrapped in a towel, looking quite reluctant. She coldly replies, I'll get in as soon as this maid leaves the room. I don't like having anyone around when I'm bathing, unless it's someone I truly trust. Suddenly, Iwa was startled, stunned to hear familiar voices approaching. The door swung open, and Tacy, along with two other friends, walked in excitedly. Julia, Iwa Miranda, so you two were already in the spiritual hot spring? No wonder we knocked and got no answer. Seeing them appear, Julia cheered happily. Everyone, the group enjoyed the warm water filled with rose petals together. But Iwa Miranda narrowed her eyes suspiciously, seeing the two friends constantly hovering around Julia. She wondered to herself, what is this? Did they rush in here just to grab the spot next to Julia? Amidst the steaming vapor of the spiritual spring, Tacy sighed in admiration at the wealth and fortune of the Taroy family. Maya smiled in agreement. She felt that the group was once again benefiting from being close to Lucas and Julia. Hearing her name, Julia innocently asked, what are you two talking about? Everyone is a friend of mine and my brothers after all. Hanging out and doing everything together is just natural. A maid approached to serve fruit and curiously asked if it was true that Julia had an older brother. Julia beamed, confirming with immense pride. Brother Lucas is the best, no one compares. However, Iwa Miranda, sitting next to her, threw a bucket of cold water on that. She thought Julia was looking at her brother through rose-colored glasses, since Lucas had just put her through hellish training not long ago. Julia immediately countered that her brother did it for her own good. Then, she frantically begged Maya to defend her. Maya Rasta blushed deeply, hesitatingly admitting that Lucas was indeed a wonderful person. He even saved my life once. And there are many other good things about him too. Iwa thought to herself that she would never believe a word from a former fiancé like Maya. Another student chimed in. She remarked that Lucas wasn't bad at all, but perhaps a bit too overprotective of his sister, and expressed her desire to get closer to Julia. These words immediately sparked a heated argument between Iwa and her friend, right in the pool, their expressions full of hostility. A battle of the sisters over a guy. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the maid appeared at the door and politely asked if the young ladies needed any help changing. The maid's eyes flashed with something strange behind her glasses as she proactively approached. Tacy quickly declined and left the spring herself, feeling completely refreshed. Just as she stepped into the hallway, she bumped into Kai Taroy, who had been waiting there for who knows how long. Seeing that Tacy had finished bathing, Kai Taroy asked tentatively and received a very satisfied reply. Suddenly, Tacy stepped close to Kai Taroy's face, her eyes gleaming with excitement, and asked him to take her to the place where he usually trained. Kai Taroy blushed deeply at the class president's sudden assertiveness. He fumbled to lead the way, wondering to himself if Tacy was trying to get to know him better. Meanwhile, Tacy was fired up. She told herself that the Taroy family's dojo must be well equipped and that she had to take advantage of this time to train and catch up with everyone else. Meanwhile, in the men's bathing area, Anto was enjoying the warm water and a cool bottle of milk to the fullest. This is the peak of life, he exclaimed excitedly that nothing was better than soaking in the water and then drinking a bottle of milk like this. The friends standing nearby didn't miss the chance to tease Anto for acting like an old man, making him blush with embarrassment. Decio suggested that the group should head out soon to play cards and invited Kai to join as well. Seeing that Lucas was still lounging, Anto asked if he was coming along, but Lucas gently raised a hand to decline, saying he wanted to stay a little longer. Looking at the scene before him, Lucas fell into deep thought about the hot spring trip, the milk after bathing, and the playing cards. Everything happening now made him inadvertently recall his past life. A dark memory flooded back amidst the pouring rain, where a bully was sneering. "Shuichi, you're running too slow." The guy maliciously threatened that if he finished last again, he would break his legs, because those slow legs were useless anyway. The Lucas of his past life lay collapsed on the cold ground. Beside him, a spilled bottle of milk and playing cards scattered in a puddle. The thugs walked away nonchalantly after tossing out insults, demanding he buy a new deck of cards because this one was soaked. The anger from the past caused Lucas to subconsciously punch the edge of the pool, creating a large crack in the stone. He gritted his teeth in annoyance as he unwillingly remembered those terrible things. The loud noise made the maid panic as she ran inside to ask if anything was wrong. Lucas quickly regained his composure. He lowered his head to hide his agitation and casually replied, "Just slipped, no big deal." The maid approached Lucas in the steaming water, urgently begging to treat his wound and massage him immediately. Lucas intended to refuse, but she cried worriedly that if she didn't complete her task well, she would be fired immediately. Lucas wondered if the Taroi family was really that strict with their servants. Seeing her so persistent, Lucas gave in, but was taken aback when he saw the maid climb right into the bathtub. He thought to himself, "This girl is even clumsier than my sister Julia." She began to touch Lucas's back, her hands sliding along his firm, muscular build, showering him with endless praise for the physique of a true martial artist. With a meaningful smile behind her glasses, the maid confidently asserted that her mage skills would satisfy him, just as she had done with Lady Julia. As soon as he heard his sister's name, Lucas's eyes turned icy and filled with killing intent. An immense pressure enveloped the maid, making her cry out in terror. Lucas tried to grab her in a flash, but to his surprise, she reacted even faster, dodging his move. He narrowed his eyes, realizing her movements were not normal at all. Meanwhile, the maid smirked sinisterly, confirming that Lucas was indeed a martial artist, just as she had predicted. He narrowed his eyes, asking vigilantly, "A powerful martial artist, disguising yourself as a maid and hiding in the Taroi family. What is your purpose?" The woman in the maid outfit maintained a calm expression. She replied nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? I'm just a poor martial artist working here to earn some money. Nothing more, nothing less." She continued with flattery, "I've heard Lady Julia and the others talk about how extraordinary you are. As a martial artist, I truly admire you." Suddenly, she threw a handful of towels to obscure Lucas's vision and shouted, "I just came here to test your skills." Lucas nimbly dodged the flying towels. He thought to himself, "No killing intent. Is she baiting me?" Lucas closed the distance, demanding, "What exactly did you see in me?" A lightning-fast exchange occurred amidst the hazy mist, causing the floor to shatter. She smirked wickedly and replied, "Of course, you're even stronger than what I'd heard." Lucas frowned slightly as he noticed a small scratch on his arm, trickling with blood. He realized his opponent was not as simple as she appeared. Lucas observed thoughtfully, "I see." She had turned her towel into a whip. Lucas quickly grabbed the towel whip from her. He made her lose her balance and stumble forward. She could only gasp, "Oh my," realizing she had been completely outplayed by the young man's sharp reflexes. The maid's strange glasses fell off, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face with fluffy purple hair. Lucas stared at that unfamiliar face, sweat pouring down from the tension. She smirked, looking alluring and teasing. "Don't tell me you've already started taking an interest in me. You're so kind, not leaving a single scratch on me." Lucas searched his memory, but he had absolutely no impression of the mysterious woman standing before him. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Kai's voice rang out from outside the door, urging Lucas to hurry out for dinner before Julia ate everything. Lucas told himself he had to get to the bottom of this maid's true identity from Kai Taroi. Suddenly, the woman brushed past him and whispered a goodbye. "What a pity. We'll have to continue this another time." Lucas roared, "Don't you dare run away." He lunged forward to grab her. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire bathroom. The woman vanished in an instant amidst sparkling feathers, leaving Lucas Rian puzzled, wondering if it was the effect of a magical artifact or a high-level shadow clone technique. Kai Taroi pushed the door open, anxiously urging Lucas to hurry up because Julia was starting to sweep through the banquet table. Lucas defended his sister, saying she wasn't a glutton, but Kai only sighed, stating that those around her had turned her into a culinary monster. At the table, Julia was surrounded by Iwa, Miranda, Maya, and T, who kept piling food onto her plate, making Julia chew away in absolute happiness. In another luxurious room, the mysterious woman from earlier was leisurely putting her noble attire back on. She smirked with amusement, thinking about how children usually revealed all their secrets if left alone, and concluded that Lucas Rian was more interesting than she had imagined. She picked up her angel mask, preparing to conceal her true identity. Just then, Karen Taroy walked in and gasped in shock upon recognizing the esteemed guest, the princess. "What is this?" The woman placed a finger to her lips to signal for silence and smiled bewitchingly. "Shh, tonight's business is a secret." A few days later, the atmosphere at Allen Academy remained incredibly lively, with brilliant fireworks and cheers echoing through the hallways. Lucas watched the crowd enthusiastically chanting Julia and Aurora's names, silently marveling at the noisy chaos. He realized that not only students from Allen Academy, but also outstanding representatives from Holly and Kyoto had gathered, fully prepared for the most important moment of their journey to pay respects to the goddess. Though slightly annoyed by the commotion, Lucas had to admit today was a special day, as the three most outstanding freshmen officially set off for the shrine. Julia beamed in her white outfit, waving at everyone alongside a proud-looking Diane Aslan and Aurora. The representative's voice rang out clearly, asking everyone to remain silent to begin the formal ceremony. He recounted the ancient legend of how the goddess of wisdom once bestowed a prophecy, requiring humans to demonstrate wisdom and courage to overcome all adversity. Only then would she grant blessings to the young, talented ones. This was the sacred origin of the goddess commemoration festival that had been maintained for generations. Over the years, countless geniuses from the three Laurentist magic academies had been honored with the right to stand before the goddess. And this year, that responsibility was entrusted to the trio, Julia, Dion, Aslan, and Aurora. The representative suddenly made an important new announcement that left everyone stunned. He emphasized that the path leading to the shrine was inherently filled with traps and terrifying dark monsters. However, instead of having teachers accompany them for safety like in previous years, after careful consideration, the school had decided to let the three of them undertake this arduous journey on their own. To assist with the trip, the representative summoned a small familiar in the form of a glowing blue bird from his fingertip and gave it to Julia to lead the way to the shrine. Looking at the plump, round bird sleeping in her hand, Julia had a bold idea, innocently asking if she could keep it as emergency food because it looked quite delicious. Her naive question left Dian Aslan speechless and embarrassed, while the representative firmly stated that the bird was for navigation, not for eating. The church bell rang out merrily amidst the fireworks, signaling that the trio's journey had officially begun. The moment of departure had finally arrived. The representative declared that it was time. "Everyone, let's pray for the three of them before they set off." Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Iwa, Miranda, and the others prayed sincerely. "Please come back safely." The crowd chanted in unison, "Have a safe trip." As Julia, Aurora, and Dian Aslan headed toward the gate, the blue guide bird flapped its wings, preparing to lead the way. Julia waved goodbye radiantly. "Thank you, everyone. We'll be back." As soon as the trio stepped through the gate, the representative asked everyone to disperse. "Now, everyone, head back to class and continue your lessons." Lucas stood silently, watching, his hand unconsciously clenching in deep thought. Anto and Decio stumbled along with weary expressions. Decio grumbled, "They're letting students go on a dangerous trek like this?" Anto continued anxiously, "If something happens to the three of them, how will they take responsibility?" Decio couldn't help but be pessimistic. Forget about the blessings. Why take the risk on such a dangerous trip? Lucas turned with a cold gaze and grilled them. "What are you two talking about?" Seeing Lucas, both of them panicked and made excuses in their disheveled state. "Sorry, I'm just so tired that I ended up saying some negative things. I didn't mean anything by it." Lucas narrowed his eyes suspiciously, silently realizing it was happening again. "This is truly strange. I gave them pills and let them soak in the spiritual hot springs, so why are the symptoms returning?" Watching the tired backs of his two friends leaving, Lucas told himself he had to investigate this matter clearly. But for now, there were more important things to be done. Sometime later, in a bustling neighborhood, Julia was still innocently singing while traveling to the shrine with Aurora and Dian Aslan. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned freezing when Dian Aslan unexpectedly looked back with sharp, murderous eyes. Dai reacts with lightning speed, instantly using ice magic to freeze an unknown object flying toward them. Julia picks up the charred piece of wood and wonders, "A piece of wood? It doesn't look much like an ambush weapon." While Aurora silently appreciates Dai's concern, Julia notices an unusual detail. Why is this spot slightly scorched? From high above, Lucas has been silently tailing them, thinking to himself, "Finally, I've caught up." To be able to leave, Lucas had left a clone at school to take attendance for him. However, because the clone only possesses about 10% of his actual power, controlling it is extremely difficult. Just a moment of carelessness and it will discharge far more power than necessary. At the training grounds, Master Sigan starts to get suspicious when he sees Lucas's clone suddenly losing control. Strange, it doesn't usually waste mana like that. Watching from above, Lucas is still deeply troubled. However, what exactly happened to Julia during the final match? Lucas narrows his eyes, feeling a very strange aura. This presence, I feel something mixed in there that I don't recognize. His gaze shifts toward Julia, where the red crystal rabbit hanging at her waist suddenly begins to glow, its red eyes looking bewitching. Julia stretches happily amidst the majestic scenery. She cheers with excitement that the group has finally escaped the Dark Realm town area. Standing behind, Deanne Aslan maintains his signature indifferent expression and just gives a short, quiet nod. Seeing that Aurora looks exhausted, Julia kindly asks if she would like to stop and rest for a bit. Even with sweat streaming down her forehead, Aurora stubbornly swings her bright red fan, loudly insisting that she is perfectly fine and declaring that there is no way she would ever get exhausted before someone as stubborn as that. But just as Julia is about to continue the journey, Aurora stumbles and collapses, forced to cling tightly to Dee's shoulder to keep from falling over. Talk about a quick change of heart. With her face flushed red from embarrassment, she hurriedly tries to save face by making an excuse that the scenery here is too wonderful, so the group should stop and enjoy it for a while. Looking at her two companions, Julia silently sighs that although she survived her older brother's hellish training, these two are truly monsters when it comes to stamina. While Aurora silently vows to train even harder so she won't be left behind, the blue bird acting as their guide nonchalantly flaps its wings. From a high tree branch, Lucas silently takes in every development. He realizes that this trio's relationship has become much closer after the recent incidents. Suddenly, Lucas notices two people heading in this direction. It's a muscular giant and a guy wearing a red scarf. The red scarf guy yells at his subordinate for being a lazy brat who only knows how to slack off. The soldier just trembles and begs his boss not to snitch to their superiors. In the midst of this, bright blue feathers suddenly fall out of nowhere, causing the hulking brute to stare in shock and point to the sky, while his accomplice looks on in confusion. They hungrily watch the blue guide bird flying above. That magical bird looks plump. It'll definitely make a fine meal. Catch the prey. Hurry up, boys. Immediately, a sharp arrow is fired. Caught by surprise, the poor mascot only has time to let out a cry of terror. Witnessing this scene from afar, Lucas can only shake his head in frustration, thinking to himself, so, in everyone's eyes, this bird is nothing more than a tasty snack. Terrified, the blue bird flaps its wings frantically, trying to escape with its life. The bandit aggressively chases right behind, screaming for the prey to stop immediately. The bird rushes toward the tree where Julia's group is resting to seek help. Seeing the mascot return, Julia excitedly cheers, "You're back, little one?" But her smile quickly fades when a burly bandit holding an axe suddenly leaps out from the bushes, intending to ambush the group. Seeing three teenagers dressed in luxury in the middle of the deep forest, the bandits are smug, thinking they've hit the jackpot by catching such easy targets. The leader smirks cunningly and loudly demands, "Hey kids, what are you doing in our territory?" He has no idea he just touched a nerve by calling Julia a kid. Without an ounce of mercy, Julia swings her staff, unleashing devastating arcs of purple lightning, directly electrocuting the bandits and causing them to shriek in agony before collapsing on the spot. She firmly declares that bandits are the one thing she cannot tolerate most in this world. With a face full of fury, she snaps, "Who are you calling a kid? Do you want to be blown away?" Seeing Julia getting so worked up, Aurora just smiles gently and pats the little girl's head to calm her down. Julia's rage hasn't subsided yet. She pours all her strength into a destructive magic spell, directly blowing away the bandits' entire hideout. The bandit leader is frozen solid amidst the rubble, while the others lie scattered, their bodies still twitching from the cruel purple lightning. Julia excitedly approaches the wooden chest they just recovered. Her eyes light up with curiosity. What kind of treasure could they be hiding in here? But the higher her expectations, the deeper her disappointment, as all she gets is a few coins rattling in the palm of her hand. Aurora picks up the empty chest and doesn't forget to drop a sarcastic remark. What can you even buy with pocket change like this? Although a bit let down, Julia still tries to keep a serious face and loudly asserts that the amount doesn't matter. This was a righteous act of wiping out those bandits. However, before her reasoning can fully land, her stomach betrays her with a loud rumble. Julia turns beet red and embarrassedly suggests, I'm a bit hungry. Can we go find something to eat?" Seeing how cute her little sister is, Aurora's heart instantly melts with excitement. Aurora silently resolves that she will be the one to earn favor with Julia. She decisively declares she'll find something delicious in a blink of an eye and dashes off. While Aurora eagerly picks a whole armful of bright red berries from a tree, Dion Aslan is not to be outdone as he stands proudly atop a giant fish that has been frozen solid. He confidently declares, "I caught a whole pile of these." Dai begins to show off his skillful technique. He concentrates his magical power, his eyes glowing with cold intensity. With lightning-fast ice blade strikes, Dion Aslan directly slices the fish into perfect, beautiful sashimi pieces. Looking at the fresh fish slices presented so delicately, Julia cannot help but marvel. Wow, this looks so delicious. The barbecue party in the middle of the forest takes place in an incredibly cozy atmosphere. As Julia enjoys her grilled fish, she silently admires herself. I never expected Dion Aslan's cooking skills to be this top tier. Even Aurora had to admit the food was absolutely delicious. After filling up, Julia sprawled out on the grass, looking content. "Thanks for the meal, Dion Aslan. You cook just as well as my brother does." As night fell, Aurora excitedly invited Julia to have some fruit for dessert. Seeing Julia about to eat, Dion Aslan immediately warned, "You probably shouldn't eat that." This comment set Aurora off. She snapped, "Are you accusing me of poisoning my friend?" To prove her innocence, she took a big bite despite Julia's attempts to stop her. But suddenly, her entire body began to tremble and go numb. Dion Aslan calmly explained that while there were many ordinary fruits around here, Aurora had the bad luck to pick the specific melon that causes paralysis. The group continued through the ancient forest, where giant beast skeletons were scattered like a warning of the dangers lurking nearby. Julia cradled the guide bird in her hands and announced excitedly, "We're almost there. Get ready to rock." Even though the journey was going, well, Dion Aslan looked dissatisfied as he glanced at their modest haul. "Humph. The loot we've collected is less than I imagined." Aurora also sighed in disappointment, as she had expected to face high-level magic beasts to gather more treasures. In total contrast, Julia was lost in happiness, thinking about a hearty barbecue feast. "I'm extremely satisfied because every monster we've hunted has tasted delicious." Looking at her cheerful expression, Dion Aslan and Aurora could only give in. Suddenly, the bird, Peon, flew around in a panic as a loud noise shook the ground. Aurora narrowed her eyes, alert. "That sound, it seems like someone powerful is approaching." From the shadows, a pack of giant hill bears with glowing red eyes emerged, surrounding the group. Not giving their enemies a chance to react, a ferocious bear roared and charged straight at them. Julia, Aurora, and Dion Aslan immediately took their defensive stances, simultaneously unleashing massive amounts of magic, creating a world-shaking elemental explosion that swallowed the pack of beasts whole. As the dust cleared, the bears were left lying scattered on the ground. Dion Aslan clicked his tongue, disappointed that they were so weak compared to their fierce appearance. Aurora also admitted she had expected a much better fight. However, Julia suddenly bent down to inspect them and realized something was wrong. Something isn't right. Hill bears are usually solitary hunters, so why would they appear in a pack like this? Observing more closely, Aurora was shocked to realize that all the bears were covered in old wounds. Dion Aslan's face went pale as a terrifying realization crossed his mind. "Don't tell me." He realized in shock that the hill bears were actually fleeing from a creature far more fearsome. He immediately ordered Julia and Aurora to follow him quickly to find a hiding spot. As they were moving, Dion Aslan suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he felt a terrifying magical pressure closing in from behind. A giant deep blue vortex suddenly erupted. From the heart of the storm, a massive entity appeared on the cliffside with eyes burning with killing intent. It was the level 5 winged tiger, one of the monsters ruling this forest with its majestic eagle wings. Watching from high in the tree, Lucas narrowed his eyes to assess the situation. He intended to intervene, but paused when he saw the genius trio ready to retaliate fiercely. Without a second of hesitation, Dion Aslan lunged forward, swinging his razor-sharp ice sword to slash directly at the beast's claws. Immediately after, Julia supported him with a surge of lightning, striking the beast's body directly. Aurora curled her lips in a wicked smile, then swung her golden fan to unleash her ultimate hellfire, creating a massive, raging column of fire to incinerate the enemy. Even while burning in the sea of flames, the winged tiger roared frantically, spitting out beams of blue energy from its mouth to fight back desperately. Dion Aslan looked on coldly. He channeled all his remaining mana into the razor-sharp ice shards in his hands and declared loudly, "Don't even think about escaping. You're done for." As he swung his hand to deliver the final blow, the ice shards pierced the beast's body, instantly freezing it into a giant crystal block in the middle of the deep forest. Julia poured all her strength into her staff, which glowed with lightning. The girl shouted excitedly, "Take this!" A massive purple lightning bolt carrying destructive power crashed down, finishing off the beast in a blinding explosion of light. Watching from the tree, Lucas silently marveled at the unexpectedly smooth coordination of the trio. He realized their constant, perfect rotation between offense and defense had left the level 5 monster with absolutely no chance to counter. He whispered to himself that even he would have a very difficult time if he had to face this trio of geniuses. As soon as the winged tiger fell, Julia excitedly suggested that the group quickly butcher it for a hearty meal. Several hours later, beside a crackling campfire deep in the forest, Aurora sincerely thanked Julia for saving the group from a major disaster. She admitted that, thanks to Julia's keenness in noticing the strange behavior of the hill bears, the team was able to successfully take down the high-level monster. Julia chewed on a piece of roasted meat and smiled gently. She humbly asserted that it was all thanks to the teachings of her brother, Lucas, that she had such sharp observation skills. Seeing Julia constantly talking about her brother, Aurora curiously asked if she truly loved Lucas that much. Julia beamed, affirming that her brother was not only super strong but also incredibly kind, and it was because of him that she had the strength she possessed today. She cradled the red crystal rabbit in her hands, revealing that Lucas had to fight intensely against an elderly master just to bring this gift to her. Looking at the treasure, Aurora suddenly recalled the terrifying moment in the finals when the rabbit glowed, and Julia suddenly transformed into an adult with overwhelming power to finish her off. Aurora pondered whether the item had the ability to upgrade a user's body and power, then sighed with envy at seeing Julia have such a gentle brother. Julia innocently asked if Aurora was an only child, but the answer she received left the girl incredibly stunned. Aurora casually replied that, in noble circles, having many children is a given, and she had 10 brothers and 10 sisters. However, Aurora's gaze suddenly became indifferent and cold as she declared, "Siblings? Don't even bother. It's all just a competitive relationship." Aurora began to tell her backstory. She was born into a count's family in the Southern Empire. Her father inherited the title, the land, and the fire magic from the previous count. Exploiting those strengths, he married over 10 wives and had dozens of children. In a world where mages always stood above everyone else, Aurora's mother, a martial artist chosen solely for her beauty, had become an outcast among the noble ladies of the Phoenix family. Dry, cracking sounds filled the air as the training equipment was smashed to pieces. The count's concubines kept spewing insults, telling her to keep learning those low-class martial arts and rot at the bottom of society where she belonged. How could a child born to a martial artist possibly have magical talent? Because her mother was a commoner with no title and no money, she and Aurora were constantly looked down upon by the other wives. All her mother could do was hold her tight in her arms, shielding her from the mockery. Late at night, in their dim room at the Phoenix estate, her mother gently stroked her hair and comforted Aurora. "Don't cry. Just try to endure a little longer. And one day, I will completely change your life." Looking into her mother's resolute eyes, Aurora thought those were just hollow words of comfort at the time, because she understood that a lowly commoner could never stand up against the powerful nobility. And then, the divine blessing ceremony officially took place at the solemn temple. It was believed that the greater the offering presented to the gods, the more powerful the blessing received. And this was the day that would completely determine a noble child's fate. One by one, they stepped forward to receive their destiny. A boy cheered when he received level 4 water magic. Immediately after, another girl achieved level 3 wind magic to everyone's admiration. One by one, Aurora's siblings stepped up to present the precious offerings prepared by their mother's clans and received favorable blessings. Only she had nothing to offer. Worse yet, her mother had suddenly gone missing for the past 3 days. Aurora trembled in despair. She was certain the gods would forsake her, and she would have to spend the rest of her life as a laughingstock for the entire Phoenix clan. Just then, the priest loudly called the next name. "Aurora Phoenix, present your offering." Aurora stumbled forward amidst the cold stares of everyone, but just as she reached the altar, the massive gates were suddenly blown open violently. From the middle of the blinding light, a tattered figure appeared, leaving everyone in shock. It was Aurora's mother. She appeared with severe injuries, her clothes torn, but in her hands, she was cradling an item glowing with fire. Witnessing her mother's wretched state, Aurora screamed in panic. "Mother!" Her heavy footsteps left long trails of blood on the red carpet leading to the altar. The thing she brought back was the core of a legendary calamity-level fire dragon. Her mother, an ordinary martial artist and a nameless adventurer, had challenged the dragon god alone just for the future of her only daughter. Even though her breath was fading from the horrific aftermath of the battle, she still smiled gently and urged her to take it. She placed the flaming item into Aurora's hands amidst the girl's streaming tears. As soon as Aurora placed the offering on the altar, a colossal pillar of fire with earth-shattering power erupted, piercing through the temple dome. The massive surge of magic caused everyone in the temple to gasp in terror. My God, this magic power is top tier. Aurora's father, the Count of Phoenix, was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes when he realized this was the legendary level 7 fire blessing. He roared with excitement that the clan had finally produced a level 7 genius. In that very moment, everything around Aurora was completely turned upside down. The father who had always shunned her now showed concern and loudly declared, "Aurora, you are my pride and joy." He did not hesitate to immediately bestow upon her the clan's most precious heirloom, the Rosero Promise. Wealth, status, and honor, things Aurora never dared to dream of, suddenly belonged to her. But all that glory became meaningless. Aurora collapsed to her knees, hugging her mother's severely injured body and sobbing, "Mother, I reached level 7. Wake up and see." The young girl painfully realized she didn't need treasures or magic. She only desperately begged her mother to open her eyes and look at her one more time. Her mother smiled faintly, reaching out a blood-stained hand to caress her daughter's face and gently whispered, "You little fool, I told you, didn't I? One day, I will change your life." She whispered that this was the last thing she could do as a mother, and instructed Aurora to live strongly from this day forward. Aurora screamed in despair as she realized her mother was gone forever. She understood then that behind the words "endure a little longer" back then was a determination and a massive burden that her mother had carried all alone. Even until the very last moment, her mother's face remained full of peace and boundless love. In Aurora's mind, her mother was always the strongest and most beautiful woman in the world. Since that fateful day, she began her journey of searching for and following women who carried the shadow of her mother, those who possessed a radiant beauty and extraordinary strength. After hearing the moving story about her late mother, Julia couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed, "Your mother was truly wonderful, Aurora." Aurora silently looked at the red stone in her hand, her eyes sad but cold as she replied, "Stop crying." Aurora's gaze became cold and resolute. She asserted that those who are truly worthy of respect are not those immersed in fake things like power or money, but women like her mother, those who possess both true strength and beauty. Diane Aslan, sitting nearby, suddenly chimed in with a condescending sneer. "Humph, do you really think that kind of strength is worth admiring? From what I see, you're just idolizing her." Aurora glanced over, clearly annoyed. "Oh, eavesdropping? That's an ugly habit." She continued to provoke him. "Are nobles allergic to emotional stories, brother?" Dian Aslan stood up and coldly declared that throwing everything away for someone else was nothing but stupidity. Aurora gritted her teeth in anger and challenged him. "What did you just say?" Dian Aslan calmly revealed that he had also met someone who was completely perfect, but he had personally ended that person's legend. A magical snowflake glowed on Dian Aslan's hand as he began to reminisce about his own past. Dian Aslan's Aslan clan had loyally served the royal family for generations, and according to long-standing tradition, they always chose the most talented heir to inherit the empire's most powerful ice magic. His predecessor was the youngest and strongest captain of the royal guard in history, who was also Dian Aslan's master. That was his distant cousin, Sina Aslan. By tradition, choosing a successor should take decades, but his master chose Dian Aslan much earlier than expected, even when he was not truly ready to understand why. Young Dian Aslan naively knelt, expressing his respect. "Being personally trained by Lady Sina is the greatest honor I could ever receive." But responding to that enthusiasm was only a cold click of the tongue from Sina. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become tense, Dian Aslan nervously asked if he had said anything to displease her. Sina strode down the stairs, radiating a suffocating pressure, and loudly commanded, "You must call me master, and starting today, you are forbidden from using magic." Sina reached out to touch Dian Aslan's small face. Her eyes were cold as she declared, "First, you must build a strong body through martial arts, since you are still just a child." Dian Aslan never doubted a single word and always did exactly what his master demanded. Day after day, he had to give his all, dragging giant rocks through the snow or sitting motionless under bone-chilling, frozen waterfalls. Dian Aslan was constantly pushed into brutal martial arts training, repeating drills to push his willpower and physique to their absolute limits. Attacks from massive wooden logs rained down continuously, sending Dian Aslan's small body flying and leaving him covered in severe injuries. Watching her little student gasping for air, Sina nonchalantly nibbled an apple and muttered a harsh insult. What a useless brat. To Dian Aslan, it was truly a living hell, making him sometimes think that death would be easier. Yet, he still believed his master did. this because she wanted him to quickly become a top-tier mage. Even with his face covered in bandages, Dian Aslan still wore a determined and proud smile. He looked at his master with deep admiration. "You're the best, master. You're number one in my heart." Dian Aslan suddenly realized that those harsh martial arts drills had actually helped solidify the foundation of his ice magic more than ever before. Sina casually chewed her meat, ignoring Dian Aslan as he dazedly asked about the meaning behind her previous teachings. She smirked and retorted, "Oh, did I say that? Haven't you figured it out yet?" With a cold gaze, she delivered a cruel blow, making it clear that it was all just a lie. Sina mocked him, saying that seeing such a weak, noble boy made her sick, so she just made up some nonsense to amuse herself. Dian Aslan was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He choked out, "That can't be so, what was all that suffering for? Life is full of plot twists." In a fit of absolute rage, Dian Aslan screamed, "You wretched woman," and unleashed a wave of cold, icy spiritual energy that shattered everything around them. Standing amidst the ruins, Sina calmly remarked, "Finally, you know how to get angry. It seems the training is starting to work." She explained that while martial arts don't increase magical core capacity, it makes him more resilient. Sina ordered that starting tomorrow, she would teach him magic and demanded that Dian Aslan master it within just 1 month. From that day on, Dian Aslan had to completely discard his noble status and pampered lifestyle to dive into even tougher challenges. Dian Aslan used the anger from being deceived and the effort he had put in as a springboard to explode with power. He dove into battle with magical beasts, unleashing a move that froze all his enemies in a giant crystal block. Looking at the result, Dian Aslan whispered, "I did it." However, Sina kept a cold face and declared that it was time for the final test. Amidst a blinding blizzard, Dian Aslan lay collapsed on the icy ground, his body covered in bleeding wounds. He whispered in a daze, wondering if he was even actually surviving this horrific battle. High on the mountain peak, Sina stood tall like a goddess of ice and coldly ordered, "Get up, attack me now. If you're slow, you're going to get hit." She clearly announced a cruel rule of the clan. To succeed, the successor must finish off their predecessor. If Dian Aslan couldn't kill her, she would be the one to end his life. Looking into those cold, killing intent-filled eyes, Dian Aslan instinctively realized that his master was completely serious and had no intention of going easy on him. Facing the fear of death and overwhelming pressure, Dian Aslan gritted his teeth and poured all his remaining strength into a glowing fist. In that life-or-death moment, his magic officially broke through all limits. Dian Aslan's eyes flared with powerful, deep blue spiritual energy, and then, a sharp ice spike pierced straight through Sina's chest amidst the white snow. Dian Aslan was shocked, watching his master slowly fade away. He couldn't believe he had killed the teacher he had revered for so long. Memories of their brutal training flashed back. Even though his master had chosen him as her successor earlier than anyone else, and had constantly lied and put him through a living hell with harsh training, she was also the only one who had silently stood by his side, protecting him through the blinding blizzards. It was her cruelty that had molded him into the strong person he was today. In deep pain and regret, Dian Aslan wept in despair, never wanting to be the one who took the life of the most important person in his life. But a cold voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Stop screaming." Sina was still alive. She sat straight up and smacked her disciple on the head because his wailing was deafening. Witnessing the impossible scene, Dian Aslan's eyes widened in shock. "Huh? Master, you're not dead?" Sina casually replied. "Of course not. Did you really think someone like you could finish me off?" Dian Aslan collapsed, realizing he had been tricked once again. He bitterly questioned, "So all that talk about killing the predecessor, you only said that to force me into a life-or-death battle to pull out my true potential, didn't you?" Sina tossed her cloak to him and coldly declared, "Stop talking so much. The clan is yours. I'm retiring." She walked away into the snow, leaving Dian Aslan sitting there with deep resentment. "Why? Why do you always treat me like this?" Dian Aslan gritted his teeth in frustration because his master had left once again without a word of explanation. He shouted at her retreating figure, "Master, where are you going? Will we ever see each other again?" Sina tossed him a ring. She paused, looked back, gave a mysterious smile, and softly replied, "Maybe. Don't disappoint me. Got it?" Back in reality, by the campfire, Dian Aslan looked at the ring on his hand and pondered. A truly strong person would never sacrifice themselves for anyone. They are the ones who play with everyone else in this world. In his heart, he silently affirmed that his master, his beloved sister figure, was the most perfect woman. Witnessing Dian Aslan's sappy confession, Aurora whispered to Julia, "So that's how it is. Even the great genius Dian Aslan turns out to be a sister complex." After opening his heart, Dian Aslan flared up, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, threatening to turn them both into ice statues if they didn't shut up immediately. Aurora nonchalantly ignored him and turned excitedly to tell Julia to talk about her brother. Dian Aslan expressed his curiosity about Julia's brother, but he coldly stated that in this world, martial artists are always discriminated against, and in reality, magic is far stronger than martial arts. Dian Aslan affirmed that with his innate talent, Julia will soon surpass her brother to become one of the Empire's greatest powerhouses. He also predicted that when that happens, Lucas's pride will be crushed, and he will inevitably grow jealous of his own sister. Hearing this, Julia suddenly realized that the reason Jeremy's personality became so twisted was precisely because of that jealousy. However, she smiled confidently and insisted, "It's okay, my brother would never become like that," Julia declared firmly, because he has already found his own path. She recalled the time when the Rasta family sent documents to annul the engagement between Lucas and May, leaving everyone convinced that Lucas would completely fall apart. Amidst the whispering of the servants, Father approached, placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, and gently said, "Lucas, let's take a walk and clear your head. Life's too short to dwell on this." Julia had secretly followed, the two of them, as the carriage quietly rolled down the trail, leading to a small town. Hiding behind some wooden crates, Julia was still spotted by her father, who called her out. "Julia, come out." Father knew she was hiding there. She stepped out shyly, laughing it off because he had caught her so quickly. The three of them walked through the commoners' neighborhood, and this was the first time Julia had witnessed her father interacting with the common people. She clearly felt the respect and affection that they held for him from the bottom of their hearts, seeing him kindly check on a child and help those around him. The group stopped in front of a large square, where a majestic statue stood tall against the sky. Julia stared at the statue with wide, curious eyes. Father quietly opened a bottle of wine and poured it slowly onto the ground as a respectful memorial ritual. He somberly explained to his children, "This was the place where he and Catherine Rian had fought against the Beastkin army, and it was also where your uncle Soren is resting." Terrifying scenes flooded the father's memory. In the midst of the horrific battlefield, Soren, Lucas's father, was struggling alongside his comrades to fight off the evil entities surrounding them. Soren smiled faintly, even though his face was covered in grime. He admitted that the demons were on a completely different level. Marin replied firmly, "Of course. So, make sure you protect me and stay in one piece. All right?" In their unit at that time, Marin was the strongest mage, and he was also the father of the person telling this story. The two comrades shared a touch of trust before heading into the most grueling challenge of their lives. It was the story of a young man who was just a village boy, an ordinary one, but who had bravely stood up to fight alongside the adults. He had fought tirelessly against the Beastkin until his very body was transformed into a fearsome monster with black horns and white eyes glowing with killing intent. Marin immediately used wind magic to pin the giant monster down, creating an opening for Soren to dive from above. With a sword glowing with brilliant golden aura, he unleashed a decisive strike aimed straight at the enemy's head. But the monster suddenly roared and unleashed a beam of petrifying light from its eyes. The surprise attack left Soren with no time to react. His body and armor began to crack and slowly turned to stone right in midair. Marin recalled that even as a partner, Soren was always a top-tier warrior, like a true monster. Amidst the fiery battlefield, a beam of light from the heavens descended, crushing the demon. But Soren was horrified to realize that Marin had secretly stood behind him to take the hit. Soren screamed in agony as he witnessed his best friend's sacrifice. He stood frozen, watching Marin's body begin to crack and turn to stone under the curse. Memories of their close friendship flooded back from drinking together, fighting side by side, to those afternoons strolling the streets together. Soren gritted his teeth, tears streaming down in deep resentment. "Why? You're a mage, aren't you? Why would you shield a grunt who only knows how to swing a sword like me? You're the rare genius here." Marin smiled faintly, calling Soren a fool and reminding him that he was the captain. Marin believed that if Soren survived to keep leading, he would save more lives than he ever could. Marin gently placed a hand on his friend's chest, reminding him, "Go back, your wife is waiting." He urged Soren to win and protect their people to the end in his stead. He poured a memorial drink and reminisced. "We survived that war, we won, and were granted titles and land by the royal family." He revealed that, at that time, before being rejected, he had chosen this border region as his own territory. Placing a hand on Lucas's shoulder, the father advised him gently, "Listen, Lucas, as a martial artist, I might not have a chance against mages in the succession war. In noble society, we might lose to them. However, he emphasized that there are always people we are willing to risk our lives to protect, and as long as Lucas holds on to that resolve, he will find true strength. Little Julia, hiding behind her father's legs, quietly watched the conversation. Back in the present by the campfire, Julia believed that her brother's strength was born from the will to protect others. Aurora looked thoughtfully at the red gem in her hand, wondering if someone who lived to protect others would ever touch such terrifying power. Feeling that this story didn't quite add up, Dian Aslan leaned against a tree, pondering the truth behind Lucas's real power. Julia rubbed her eyes and smiled confidently. That's why, no matter how strong I get, my brother will never hate me. To me, he will always be the hero of this world. High up in the branches, Lucas was still quietly keeping watch and protecting everyone. Suddenly, a pitch-black beast with glowing red eyes silently emerged from the darkness, lumbering toward the campsite. Just as the monster prepared to strike, a sharp streak of light pierced through its head. Finishing the target in an instant, Lucas remained calm, sitting high above, his hand glowing with powerful golden spiritual energy. Mage or martial artist. As long as I can kill you, nothing else matters. Julia yawned tiredly. She decided to go to sleep and didn't forget to tell everyone. I'm tired, time to sleep. The next day, at the Iran Magic Academy, Jeremy was training hard with eyes burning with determination. He cast wood element magic, summoning sharp, thorny vines that erupted from the ground with fearsome power. Witnessing this remarkable progress, an instructor couldn't help but praise them. As the vines had now become much denser and more dangerous than before. The fact that Jeremy could unleash such a powerful attack without using a staff left the surrounding students completely stunned, but Jeremy's joy was cut short by the whispering behind his back. The other students assumed. He only got stronger because he carried the same genius bloodline as his sister, Julia. Those words made Jeremy grit his teeth in resentment. He silently vowed that every achievement today was the result of his own tireless efforts, and his lineage had absolutely nothing to do with it. While the magic department was thriving, the martial arts department was falling into an unprecedented state of gloom and decay. The students were listless, slumped over their desks with no motivation left to fight. Master Sigon wasn't doing much better. He locked himself in the library, burying his head in ancient books to find the cause of this strange exhaustion. Given this dire situation, many believed the martial arts department would soon be completely wiped out from the academy. Lucas quickly realized something was wrong. Why was everyone still so exhausted and drained, even though the competition had ended so long ago? Deep in the silent forest, where their guide, Pichon, was leisurely flapping its wings amidst magical beams of light, the trio finally arrived before the gates of the ancient temple. Julia cheered in excitement. We finally made it. She gently cradled the little blue bird. Suddenly, Pichon emitted a mystical blue glow and transformed into an intricately crafted feather-shaped key. Julia quickly inserted the key into the stone hole on the pedestal. With a rumbling sound, a massive magical vortex erupted, creating a brilliant portal in midair. Julia excitedly urged everyone to hurry inside. Watching from a distance on a tree branch, Lucas mused to himself that his escort mission was finished, and the trio would be fine once they received the blessing. Yet, a feeling of impending doom stirred in his heart regarding this mysterious gateway. Unable to shake his anxiety, Lucas decided to step through the portal to secretly protect his sister. Inside, a stunning fairy tale scene revealed itself, with flowers in full bloom and ancient architecture glowing beautifully under the sunlight. Julia was overwhelmed by the grandeur and silently promised to show absolute respect when she met the goddess. However, Aurora unexpectedly revealed that not everyone gets the chance to meet her in person, leaving Julia bewildered and asking who would bless her if the goddess didn't appear. Dian Aslan coldly explained that the spirit serving the goddess would conduct the blessing ceremony instead. While his two friends were still observing, Julia ran around enthusiastically, even flipping over large rocks to track down the spirits. "Oh, spirits, are you here?" Her voice echoed through the garden, leaving Aurora and Dian Aslan completely speechless and deeply embarrassed. The girls' noise finally yielded results when a tiny spirit with white wings suddenly appeared, frowning in annoyance and demanding that Julia keep quiet at once. The spirit of the goddess of wisdom had finally revealed herself in the form of a small fairy. Aurora gasped in surprise to see that Julia had actually found the spirit. Watching from the shadows using a stealth skill, Lucas broke into a cold sweat. He told himself never to underestimate his sister's persistence. He was still traumatized by the time she had clung to him all day, just because he forgot to buy her favorite snack. The little spirit flew ahead to guide the trio. She muttered to herself, commenting on the unusual presence of 3 candidates at once during this year's audience. The little fairy loudly ordered the group to follow her into the temple. Seeing only one spirit leading the way, Aurora asked about the absence of the other two spirits mentioned in the rumors. The little spirit looked exhausted and irritable. She intended to go to sleep and let the group figure it out themselves, but then panicked and turned back, claiming she could manage for a few hundred more years. The group stopped in front of a majestic, glowing hall, where the sacred blessing ceremony would take place. The little fairy reminded them that the goddess was very busy, so whether or not she would actually appear was unpredictable. Suddenly, the ancient characters on the massive gate flared with light, causing the little fairy to shriek in panic. The goddess has spoken. She couldn't hide her shock knowing the goddess would appear in person, and considered the trio incredibly lucky. From high above, Lucas hid behind a cliff, watching the gate slowly open amidst a haze of white mist. The little fairy didn't forget to remind Julia and her friends to maintain proper etiquette before the goddess. But Lucas suddenly narrowed his eyes, alert. He was shocked to realize that the aura radiating from inside was a dark omen. Inside the temple, instead of a divine presence, two evil entities loomed threateningly in the center of the hall. It was Vanaba, the demon lord of wrath with giant, rotting wings, and Velida, the demon lord of envy with mesmerizing blue hair. Velida smirked with a sinister grin at the stunned trio and coldly declared, "Children, we've been waiting for you for a long time." The scene inside the temple was now reduced to rubble, with the statue of the goddess shattered at the feet of the two evil entities. Just as Julia was reeling in shock, Lucas suddenly appeared, shielding his sister and leaving her completely stunned. "Brother? Why are you here?" Lucas's eyes were icy cold as he stared at the enemy, thinking to himself that everything was just as he had predicted. He coldly demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Julia and Aurora were still shaken by Lucas's sudden appearance. Demon Lord Velida smiled wickedly. She represented an envy that transcended both life and death. Beside her stood Vanaba, who brought a wrath capable of burning flesh, blood, and bone. Witnessing this, the little spirit trembled in fear. She stammered, "You don't tell me you're demons?" Before she could finish, a bolt of crimson demonic energy suddenly blasted straight into the little spirit, making her scream in pain. Julia hurriedly reached out to catch the little spirit, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Vanaba looked on with contempt, asserting that mere puppets like them had no right to even speak their names. Feeling the surge of evil energy, Lucas was horrified as he realized the truth. "This power, do you mean you were the ones controlling the Minotaur?" Memories of the mastermind who had secretly manipulated him flooded back, making Lucas realize that the two demon lords before him were the ones behind everything. He froze as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Wait, controlling. Realizing the imminent danger, Lucas shouted, warning Dian Aslan and Aurora, "Run, they're trying to control you," but it was already too late. Dian Aslan's eyes went blank as glowing red tendrils of dark energy coiled tightly around both of them. Dian Aslan and Aurora screamed in agony as the wicked dark energy pierced through their minds. A crimson entity appeared in their hallucinations, mocking them incessantly. "I remember now you lost to someone younger than you. After that, do you even have the face to look your master in the eye?" Aurora also fell into a spiritual trap of jealousy. A bewitching voice echoed in her ear, "Admit it, you're jealous. I have taken all the glory and beauty you worship, so why is it still not enough for you?" Both of them completely lost their sanity, their eyes blazing with wicked dark energy. They madly lunged at each other, bent on slaughter, instead of attacking their true enemies. Watching his comrades turn on each other, Lucas gritted his teeth in anxiety. Damn it, they're completely brainwashed. Seeing Julia panicking behind him, he decisively channeled his golden spirit energy into his fist and declared, "We have no choice but to handle this ourselves." In the middle of the hall, explosions of fire and ice erupted violently, as Dian Aslan and Aurora crazily unleashed destructive techniques at one another. Watching from afar, the demon lord Velida licked her lips with delight. Those who were once comrades are now competing to see who can send the other to the afterlife first. "It's been a long time since I've seen something this entertaining," Van Saba reminded her in a secret language. "Don't forget our true objective." She replied with a sinister smirk, "Of course." Another massive explosion rocked the temple. Lucas was shocked when Dian Aslan suddenly changed direction. A secret language. What did they just say? Dian Aslan madly swung his ice sword to attack. Lucas shouted, warning Julia to fall back immediately. Aurora was no less fierce, releasing devastating streams of fire serpents, forcing Lucas to leap in to shield his sister. Realizing the situation was turning for the worse, Lucas gave a firm order. "Julia, take care of those two." Julia clearly responded and immediately unleashed purple lightning to restrain Dian Aslan and Aurora. Lucas backed away, not forgetting to warn Julia to be extremely careful of their treacherous attacks. Lucas looked in shock toward the center of the temple, where the demon lord Velida was strolling toward the majestic goddess throne. She nonchalantly stepped over the ruins, while Vansaba focused all his dark energy into his glowing red fist. With a punch carrying destructive power, he directly shattered the goddess's final seal, causing the ground to shake violently as dust and debris rose into the air. Fragments of the throne scattered, revealing a small hand with a strange magical mark beneath the rubble. Vansaba roughly grabbed the little girl with pale blonde hair and lifted her into the air. Velida stared at the unconscious entity and snapped, "How long do you intend to sleep? Wake up, now." Instantly, the little girl's eyes snapped open, radiating such terrifying pressure that Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped in shock. What is this? It's overloading." That surge of energy didn't just stop at the temple, it spread at a terrifying speed across dimensions. At the martial arts department of the Allen Magic Academy, the moaning shell artifact that Old Grey had secretly planted suddenly resonated with the blue light and exploded, releasing waves of toxic smoke. Lucas was horrified to realize the light the girl released had reached as far as the distant Allen Academy. He gritted his teeth and questioned the enemy. "What have you done?" Meanwhile, at the academy, Old Grey was triumphantly leading a group of guests on a tour, constantly bad-mouthing the martial arts department as nothing but a pile of garbage not worth his time. Lucas was terrified to see a blue dark energy encircling everyone. He was shocked to see that even Kai and the others had been completely controlled, though he didn't know when it had started. The martial arts students now all had vacant, glowing blue eyes. They kept muttering self-deprecating words, saying that they and the defeated mages were just trash, and trash only belongs in the garbage bin. Lucas was shocked to realize even the magic class hadn't escaped this disaster. Groans of pain echoed as the students lay scattered on the ground, muttering incessantly in their delirium. "We are all just breathing ornaments." Lucas was terrified to realize everyone's strength was being drained at a dizzying speed. If this continued, the entire academy would soon be affected. Sensing a wicked aura emanating from the classroom block, Lucas gritted his teeth with determination and dashed away, telling himself he had to destroy it quickly. Meanwhile, at the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom, Lucas gasped in shock as he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The demon lord Velida curled her lips into a sinister smile and declared that their objective was complete, and it was time for them to leave. A glowing red magic circle erupted beneath their feet, radiating terrifying pressure. Vansaba loomed into view with giant dark wings. He coldly uttered a farewell. Then he, Velida, and the little girl vanished completely in a brilliant, fiery light. "Wait!" Lucas roared in helplessness as the two demon lords took the little girl and disappeared into the red light. Blasted away by the shockwave, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn it! Meanwhile, Dion Aslan was still madly pressing the attack with ruthless ice strikes, making the situation even more perilous. Lucas gave his all, racing through the hall and trying to manage amidst the encirclement. Suddenly, a surge of golden spirit energy erupted, enveloping his body. The clone he had planted at the academy was forcefully recalled to his main body. Lucas collapsed to the floor. He realized the recent blast had forced his clone at Allen Academy to return. There was no other way. He had to trust that the teachers could resolve everything there. He gritted his teeth in regret for letting the enemy escape. In front of him, Dion Aslan was looming closer with eyes blazing with killing intent and wicked cracks appearing on his face. Lucas silently concluded that the rage was making him stronger, just like it did to himself before. He looked up and realized Aurora was falling into the same maddened state. Julia screamed in despair, "Aurora, wake up! Please, snap out of it!" But Aurora had completely lost her mind. She unleashed a massive firewing technique and dove down like a burning meteorite. Lucas screamed in panic, "Julia, get out of there!" Cruel rains of fire sparks poured down incessantly, forcing Julia to activate her purple barrier in a desperate attempt to defend herself. The girl's eyes reflected the flames, consuming everything around her just before a fire spirit explosion erupted. Aurora, with her giant wings of fire, descended with a destructive attack, directly engulfing Julia's position. Lucas madly lunged forward. He screamed his sister's name in total shock as he witnessed Julia being completely submerged in a sea of fire. Suddenly, Dion Aslan lunged forward with her icy, razor-sharp blade, but Lucas managed to block the attack with his bare hand just in time. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He really couldn't get a moment's peace. Just as Dion Aslan prepared to push harder, Lucas channeled all his golden spiritual power into his fist. A massive pillar of light erupted, violently shaking the entire ancient temple. Dai's ice sword began to crack under the overwhelming power of Lucas's punch. High above, Aurora unleashed flaming feathers, creating a devastating rain of fire that poured down. Even while being controlled, Dion Aslan and Aurora still coordinated perfectly. prompting a wicked, amused voice to echo through the air. Even under our control, you two move with such rhythm. Your teamwork is truly impressive. With eyes blazing red with killing intent, Dion Aslan lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate move, Frost Dragon, forming a massive, powerful ice dragon. At the same time, Aurora launched F-Wing, her fiery wings engulfing the sky. Lucas stood at the center of the storm, facing the two elemental forces wildly sweeping toward him. Lucas launched himself into the air, delivering a spinning kick that shattered the ice dragon's attack. He was secretly stunned by his opponent's ability to control magic. Using two spells simultaneously, their control was absolutely insane. Facing both of them alone was truly too much, even for him. Below, Dion Aslan was still focusing his mana to target him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Thunder Scap. Purple lightning bolts struck, shattering the frost to clear a path for Lucas. Julia appeared, her face smeared with wounds. She let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh, just in time. Julia stood heroically beside her brother. She gripped her staff tightly and declared firmly, "When it comes to teamwork, my brother and I won't lose to anyone." That's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support Go's channel. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.